Good to have you here. And it's a great honor to be opening here. I'm the Dutch Minister of Education, Culture and Science, and for me it's a great honor to host you here in the Netherlands and wishing you a good conference. Dear friends, because you are also friends for a good cause. I was in New York this summer, a place where you can keep getting lost and where every city block holds new and exciting discoveries. And at the same time, it's also a city filled with iconic structures we know so well from many films, photographs and paintings. And I walked across one of those icons, from Manhattan to Brooklyn, the Brooklyn Bridge. And for 136 years now, the famous piece of architecture has connected New Yorkers, commuters and visitors. And when I arrived at the foot of the bridge, I noticed a plaque, and it read, "Back of every great work, we can find the self-sacrificing devotion of a woman." As it turned out, the Brooklyn Bridge was finished thanks to a woman who stood up against her time's narrow views on gender. Her name was Emily Warren Rublin, and it was actually her husband who was responsible for overseeing the construction of the bridge. But when he felt ill, it was Emily who stepped up, slowly taking on more and more responsibilities. On paper, her husband was still in charge, but in reality, as people soon realized, she was overseeing all the work. After 14 years, when it was completed, Emily was the first to cross the bridge, followed by thousands of her fellow New Yorkers. And I think we can safely assume that without ambitious infrastructure like the Brooklyn Bridge, New York City wouldn't have become the cultural melting pot that it is today. Which brings me back to today, to our gathering here. And thank you all once again for being here, for coming to Amsterdam. Since 2011, experts from around the world have been coming together at gender summits like this to discuss diversity in research. Diversity has really become a global discussion, as it should be. Because without diversity, the quality of our research suffers. More perspectives means more insights, and more insights means more breakthroughs. That's why I'm so proud to have you all here today at the first of these summits hosted by the Netherlands, a sign that we are on the right track. I see it at our universities. More and more professors and students are female, which is good news. Finally, we are starting to make progress. Finally. But even though we've come a long way and things are changing fast, we still have a long way to go. And I'm sure you all agree. Of course, it's not just who is being educated at our universities, or doing research in our laboratories, or teaching our students. It's also about what is being studied. Because when researchers ignore gender, the consequences can be serious. We've seen it time and time again. Example that most of you as experts in the field will be familiar with. Like how the first joint spacewalk by 2 female astronauts was cancelled because there was only one suit available in a size medium. Or how the crash tests dummies used in car safety tests look a lot more like men than like women. Or how study after study keeps finding that our healthcare works better for men than for women, because medical researchers know more about the male body than the female body. But I think you'd be surprised to learn how unaware the average European is of this kind of inequality. And I have to admit that I, too, came across a new example of gender disparity every day. The most recent one I learned of was of how Amazon's recruiting algorithm turned out to have a clear preference for male applicants. How can we hope to achieve gender equality in a world where even algorithms are infected with our biases? In short, our work is far from over. Which is why I'm happy to see so much diversity here at this summit. And even our diversity itself is diverse. We have diversity on gender, age, field of study, nationality, and the list goes on. Our gathering here today is a perfect opportunity to make a strong and convincing policy recommendation list for the Netherlands and for Europe. It's an opportunity to make the importance of our insights clear to our newly elected European Parliament and commissioners. And as a minister, I want to ensure that the topic of gender receives sufficient attention during the last phase of the negotiations about Horizon Europe. But that's not enough. Your domain, the domain of science, is where equality is within reach. You are the ones who design research, pose questions, and create databases. The perfect gender score in science doesn't have to be a distant dream. After all, you have the power to level the playing field. A fair game, we can make it happen. Because if we want diversity in every sense, to win that game, we will have to start playing with better rules. And I would like to propose two of my own. One, gender equality is a universally accepted metric to judge the quality of our research, a metric that no academic would forget to take into account. And two, gender equality in research and innovation is the norm, not an ideal. If you fail to observe this norm, the quality of your results will be questioned. Two simple, reasonable rules. But I'm pointing a finger at you, and now I know, but also it means that there are four fingers pointing at myself. So it's only fair that I should also make some rules for myself. The spoken word will always remain an essential tool to achieve gender equality, especially in my job. But actions often speak more louder than words. That's why I commissioned studies into what other countries are doing right when it comes to diversity in science. If we learn from the best practices of other countries, we can apply those lessons here in the Netherlands, because a lot of work still has to be done in the Netherlands. I will also be presenting an action plan next spring, together with partners from the world of science. And in preparing that action plan, I would love to be able to include the results of this summit, to draw on your collective expertise. So please make it concrete in your recommendations today. We have much to learn from each other, and I could think of no better place to do so than on this summit. Dear friends, the issue of gender can and will remain a subject of discussion in the years to come. But now it's also time for action. Now it's time for change, and I'm counting on you all to make that change happen. And let me remind you once again of Emily Warren Rublin, the woman behind the Brooklyn Bridge. As inspiring as her story may be, let's not take 14 years to build bridges we need right now. And if one day there should be a plaque in honor of our work, let it read, "Back of this great work is the self-sacrificing devotion of those who are committed to equality and justice for all." I wish you a wonderful conference, a good summit. Thank you very much.
I'm a reporter for this summit, and I have one question for you. You mentioned in your welcome address that you want to learn from the best practices. And could you tell us what would you like us to give recommendations on which specific topics would you like us to give you recommendations?
Well, I don't have a specific topic in mind, but what I would like very much to be the recommendations to be very concrete. What can I do to help gender equality further in research, for example, in Horizon Europe? What would could we tell the European Commission? What could we tell the European Parliament? What can I do in the Netherlands? What are very concrete measures we can take, not in 10 years, but this year? So please be invited to be very specific and concrete.
So no specific topics, but please be concrete. Okay, thank you very much. Our minister. And I would now give the floor to Belle Derks, Professor of Social and Organizational Psychology at Utrecht University.
Thank you.
Give her a warm hand as well.
Thank you, Eveline. And I was very honored to receive this invitation to give a keynote today to start off this gender summit. And when you ask a child to draw a scientist, you're very likely to get a picture something like this. But even when we ask the people in universities, the people in charge, for example, our deans, to tell us about what the ideal scientist looks like, you're very likely to get something like this. Someone who is competitive, performance-oriented, someone who has unlimited availability, is independent, and maybe not that collegiate and supportive of colleagues and students. So what these two images, these words and this picture have in common is that these images are very masculine. We tend to associate these characteristics with men. And there's a lot of research showing that in academia we have this masculine orientation, we have this we have this picture of the ideal academic as being very masculine. And there's a lot of research showing how this triggers gender bias and how this limits opportunities for women. Well, what I would like to talk about today is how women themselves are limited when they see this stereotype. So we did a study where we looked at what the stereotype of women and men in academia is about, what they should be like in order to achieve success, and we examined how it affects women and men in academia. And I will get to this, but I can tell you already that this exceptionally masculine stereotype has something to do with being very self-interested, self-confident, and highly competitive. Well, just to give you first some background about the country in which you are in currently, the Netherlands, I am sure you will receive more information about this in the other talks. But when you look at the outcomes of men and women in academia, there are a couple of gaps that we can identify. So first of all, the Dutch Network of Women Professors publishes a monitor every year where they show how many female professors we have in the Netherlands and whether that number is increasing. And when you look at this graph, you see very clearly that when we look at students and graduates at our university, women are highly represented or even overrepresented. But as we go up the academic hierarchy, women tend to become underrepresented. Last year, we finally passed the number of 20% female professors. Hopefully this year it will be somewhat higher again. But you can see that there is a gap, a leadership gap in academia. Another gap that we have identified in the Netherlands, and that has also been shown in other countries, of course, is that there is a gender pay gap in academia. So in 2016, the Dutch Network of Women Professors commissioned a report to calculate what this gender pay gap is, how large it is. So we got data from all the universities in the Netherlands to see how large this gap is. And what we found is that when you don't control for anything, women receive on average almost 800 euros less for their work monthly compared to men in academia. But of course, women and men are different on all sorts of background characteristics, so we try to control for that to see what can explain this difference. Well, firstly, we found that a large part of the difference in monthly wage is caused by the fact that women in academia are a lot younger than men in academia. And of course, partly this is due to previous generations where the older generations, there were more men than women, but also it is probably the case that women are more likely to drop out of academia, and therefore the age of women is not really increasing, the average age. So although you can say, well, partly this gender gap, if you control for this, you're left with almost 400 euros a month, we still have to think about, but this is a problem, that women are younger in academia. Also, we looked at what are the different functions and levels that women have in academia, and of course, because women are less likely to be full professor or associate professor, they earn less, and when you control for that, there is still a difference of 173 euros a month. In the Netherlands, within functions, we have a difference between the lower and the higher level, and we saw that women are highly underrepresented at the higher level. So even when women are full professor, they are less likely to be the high level of full professor. So when we controlled for that, there was still 53 euros difference. So I hope the conclusion you draw from this is not that it's only 53 euros, because the reasons for this still show that there's a large gender inequality going on. And interestingly, the largest gender gap we found was actually among the full professors. So when we calculate the gender gap within functions, we saw that especially among women and men who achieved the level of full professors, when you controlled for age, women on average earn 438 euros less a month than men do. So even these women who do achieve these high positions earn a lot less than the men who do. So that was the second gap that has been identified here. There is also a third gap that we recently identified, which has also been identified in other countries, and that's what we term the resources gap. So again, a research by the Dutch Network of Women Professors with an online survey that was sent to all academics in the Netherlands. With a high response rate, 35%, found that women report that they spend their time differently. So women spend a smaller percentage of their time on research compared to men. And this is especially the case for women in assistant professor positions. And they have a larger percentage of their time that they spend on teaching. And it's not necessarily the time they get allocated to do these things, it's more the time that they actually end up spending on teaching and that they have left to do their research. But also we found that women and men report different resources to do their research and to do their job at the university. So we found that at all university levels we saw that women report less resources to do their research. So in terms of the budget they have, the equipment they can use to do their research, the travel budget they have to go to conferences, but also the assistants that they have to do their work, the assistants when they teach, the assistants when they do research. So across the board, this different amount of resources are worrisome because it allows women to do their job less effectively than it does men. Interestingly, we also had the opportunity in this study to examine, to test the assumption that you hear all the time, that it's just a matter of negotiation, that women don't negotiate, and that when they do, they would achieve the same outcomes as men do. So we studied that. So we asked women about certain circumstances, when they received a grant or when they got a new position, what the negotiation was like, whether they asked for more. And what we found is that there is no evidence whatsoever that women negotiate less often than men about their employment terms, about their salary. However, we've actually found that women tend to negotiate more, but this was explained by the more precarious positions that women are in. They can negotiate about more because they are in lower positions. So there's no evidence that women should just simply negotiate a bit more strongly to achieve the same outcomes. So when you look at these different gaps, these are quantitative gaps that you can see that there are differences in outcomes of men and women in academia. But as psychologists, we were also interested to examine more closely the differences in experiences that men and women in academia have. And therefore, we wanted to examine what academia is like for women and men in terms of how much they feel they belong in academia. So to explain this, there's quite some work by Kim Peters and Michelle Ryan showing that when people decide whether they fit in a company, they look up. They look up in the hierarchy to see, are there people above me that are like me? And when you think about academia, in the Netherlands, but I think everywhere, it's quite different for men, what men see when they look up than what women see when they look up. When men look up, it's very likely that they see people like them higher up in the academic hierarchy, and this may stimulate them to try to achieve the same. But when women look up, they're much less likely to see people like them, and it's likely that because of that, their idea of what it takes to be successful in academia makes them feel like they don't fit. So, what we thought is that we might find a fourth gap, a gap in the degree to which people feel they belong in academia, whether they have a future in academia. And in order to examine that, we used this online questionnaire that I already talked about to measure among scientists in the Netherlands, what is your image of the successful academics? What characteristics do you need in order to be successful? And do women and men feel that they fit that image equally well? If not, how does this lack of fit affect the experiences of young women and men in academia and potentially affect the outcomes of women and men in academia? So we used again this online questionnaire, which was filled in by about 35% of Dutch assistant, associate, and full professors. So I think that's quite a high response rate. So, what did we find? Well, first of all, based on other research, we identified a list of characteristics that you come across often that people think that are characteristics of academics. And there was this whole list, but what you can see and what we also found is that it's actually made up of two dimensions. On the one hand, you have the agentic part of being an academic, being performance-oriented, being focused on your own scientific output, wanting to be the best, being assertive so that you can present yourself well to granting agencies, but also daring to take risk, to propose risky research and be self-confident about that. On the other hand, it is clear that there are also other parts of being an academic, like being a good collaborator, helping your colleagues, being loyal and a pleasant colleague, but also being devoted to teaching, because we are not only science institutes, we're also teaching students, and we need to do that well. Of course, based on previous research, and I guess you already know this agentic dimension is associated strongly with men, with masculinity, whereas the communality part of the stereotype is much more associated with women. And just to give you some background, this is interesting because we know that when we look at women and what we expect of women, we are much more likely to expect women to be communal. So in their work, not only outside of work, but also in their work, we judge them based on whether they are caring, warm, collaborative. We expect this of them, but not only that we expect them to be like this, but also that we dislike women who are not like this. On the other hand, we expect men to be agentic. We expect men to be self-confident, competitive, and performance-oriented. And again, this not only means that we expect men to be like this, but also that we dislike men who are not like this. And when you look at it, probably this agentic stereotype is much more like the superstar that we expect scientists to be like. So, we already know that for women academics, this results in gender bias, because if we have a prototype of what it means to be an academic, which is very masculine, when you think about it, when you ask children, or even when you ask deans at universities, they're much more likely to expect men to be good at this rather than women. And of course, and we will hear about this much more in this, at this summit, this triggers gender bias because women are not expected to be as good as men, and therefore they have to prove again and again that they can be just as agentic and just as much as like this superstar model as men are. But also, it is often suggested, well, women should just be a little bit more like men, or a lot more like men. But a lot of research shows that being agentic is not as effective for women as it is for men. Because when women act very agentic, and especially in the case when they put themselves above men, so when they take on the leadership role, or when they boast about their scientific accomplishments, we don't take it, we don't interpret it in the same way as we do when men do that. So there's a lot of research suggesting that being agentic is not as effective for women as it is for men. So having a very agentic stereotype is then more negative for women than it is for men. And finally, of course, I wanted to mention the motherhood penalty, which we also see in academia, that because we associate women with caring roles, when they have children, we are less likely to think that they will maintain their academic output. But even when they don't have children, we expect them to have children. So how much are we going to invest in women who might have children in the future? And this is an effect that we find also in academia. What we wanted to look at is how does it affect academics themselves when they realize that this is the stereotype. So first of all, we wanted to see how do respondents in our sample, how do they perceive the successful academic? And well, this will probably not surprise you, but also the respondents in our sample thought that being agentic is much more important to career success in academia than being communal. So this was a 5-point scale. Communality, the blue bar, it's in the middle. It's not important, it's not unimportant. But in order to be a successful academic, researchers think it is important to be highly agentic. And we found some differences between disciplines. So, for example, disciplines where you don't find a lot of women, like economics, natural sciences, tend to emphasize agency more. The people who work there tend to emphasize the importance of agency more than scientists working in the social sciences, the behavioral sciences, where we see more women. But how do academics describe themselves? Is it the case that women indeed are more communal than men? No, it's not. Because when we look at the academics that are in the pool, so the people who are academics, we see that there are no differences between men and women, but on average, researchers tend to describe themselves more as communal rather than agentic. So just to add the previous graph, there is a disconnect between what people think they need to be like in order to be successful and what they are like themselves. And we were interested in seeing how this disconnect predicts work experiences in academia. So many academics perceive what we call a lack of fit. So you're not agentic enough to be successful in academia. It's clear what you need to be like. You're not like that. And indeed, when we looked at different levels, we indeed saw some evidence that this stereotype might be correct. Because when we looked at academics at different levels, we saw that the people on the top of the hierarchy, so the full professors, indeed were somewhat more agentic than the people at lower levels. So the full professors presented themselves as more agentic than the associate professors and then the assistant professors. So two things could be going on here. It's probably a bit of both. People, when they enter academia, they socialize into this stereotype and they become more agentic when they want to climb the hierarchy. But also, people who are very agentic are more likely to be selected for higher positions in academia. So in some sense, this stereotype seems to be correct. I must admit, though, that also the level of communality also seemed to be higher among full professors. So but that effect was much smaller. So full professors seem to say, well, you need a little bit of both. You need to be very agentic, but communality is also important. But people at the lower levels don't see this. And then, of course, importantly for our research question and for this gender summit, we found that this lack of fit, so the difference between how agentic you need to be and how agentic you think you are, was larger among women than among men. And we found this especially among early career researchers, so assistant professors. It was less the case among associate and full professors, which means that maybe women learn that they are agentic themselves as well, or that, that women drop out when they don't perceive this lack of fit. So just to show you, we measured a couple of outcomes that we think are important for careers in academia. So here you see this effect where women show a higher lack of fit than men. And what did it predict? Well, first of all, we found that people who have a higher lack of fit, who feel they are not agentic enough, are less likely to report work engagement. So the sense that you, in the morning, that you feel like, I want to go to work, I feel vigorous and I get energy from this job. And the other side of the coin, we found that people who reported a higher lack of fit also reported more exhaustion during their job. So everyone who experiences lack of fit tends to report lower work engagement and work exhaustion, but it's the women who report a higher lack of fit. A couple of other outcomes we found is that lack of fit also leads or predicts lower sense of career agency, the sense that you know what to do in order to get ahead, the motivation to do what you need to do in order to get ahead. So people with lower fit are less likely to feel agentic in their career. They are less likely to report a strong identification with being an academic. So career identity, the sense that being an academic is very important for who you are. And finally, and I think this is most telling, we found that people who reported less fit with this agentic stereotype also reported higher turnover intentions. So I think this is one of the explanations why we see higher dropout among women. They are less engaged, they are less strongly identified with their identity, with being an academic, and they are more likely to say, well, I'm also looking outside of academia for career opportunities. So, what I think we show in this research is that this narrow definition of excellence in academia, this focus on the agentic traits rather than the communality that we also all think is important in order to get academia ahead, to get good science, limits opportunities, and especially for women. So on the one hand, we see, we already know from other research that when you have a highly masculine perception of what you need to be like in order to be successful, this will trigger bias against women because they don't fit that image. So in committees, in selection committees, at granting agencies, because women don't fit this image as well as men do, this will trigger gender bias. But what we show here is that it's not only the outside community that evaluates women more negatively because of this gender stereotype, but that it can also turn into a self-fulfilling prophecy, where women themselves tend to expect that they will not succeed, that they feel that they don't have the agency to get ahead in their career, that they start to think about other careers because of this very limited gender occupational stereotype, as we call it. And then again, I want to, another downside of this very narrow definition is that what are you going to tell women? To be more agentic, well, we know that that's not as effective for women, so that's not the only solution. When women act very agentically, we tend to perceive that as them being pushy, bossy, and even bitchy. So that's not just simply saying women should just try to fit that stereotype. That's not the solution. In our lab, we also do research about solidarity among women. We often think, well, if there are a couple of women at the top of the hierarchy, they will help other women to achieve the same. And indeed, this often happens. But we also see that in organizations where gender bias occurs and where women have the idea, I have to be like men in order to get ahead, that they also distance themselves from other women. So a negative side effect of this highly masculine image can be what we call the queen bee phenomenon. And it's an effect of the context, not of women being like that. But I also want to emphasize, of course, when we talk about gender, we're not only talking about women, we're also talking about men. And when you looked at the models I presented to you, everyone who experiences lack of fit is left out. Reports a lower work commitment, is more likely to look for other opportunities. And men also experience lack of fit, not to the same degree as women do, but they also experience lack of fit. So this narrow definition of excellence is leaving out a lot of people. So I think this is something we should improve. How can we do that? Well, first of all, there's already a lot going on, and it's very important to raise awareness about the gender bias that is currently occurring, and also how our highly masculine definition of excellence, that you can find everywhere, how it triggers gender bias and how it leaves us evaluating women less positively than men. And I think we will hear a lot more about this during this summit. But another thing that I wanted to emphasize is that if we want to, now that we know these effects, what we need to do is to change this image of the successful academic. And luckily, there is a lot going on already. For example, in the Netherlands, there's a lot of discussion and a lot of new things happening where we try to redefine the existing frameworks for the recognition and rewards of academics. So our granting agencies are working on this. The Association of Collaborative Universities in the Netherlands is working on this. Because if we want to have a different perspective and a less masculine perspective of what it means to be an academic, we need to value all the things that make us good academics, so also teaching and also being a good team scientist. We don't have to do everything, not everyone has to do everything, and we have to be mindful that if we go this direction, that we don't end up in a situation where men take on all the masculine roles like getting the grants and women take all the feminine roles like doing the teaching. But I do think this is a very important step. We can only get there by valuing both agentic and communal qualities in academics. And focusing on team science is connected to this, but is also another way of getting there, because one of the reasons why we have this gender bias is that we are evaluating individual scientists now. And then we trigger this idea of meritocracy, who is most entitled to getting promotion. And when we do that on an individual basis, every time again, it's likely that men will more likely get promotion than women. But when we think more about how we work in teams and how we need people in different roles, it's more likely that we can design those teams also taking into account diversity. And finally, and this is, I think, a very concrete suggestion that is already was happening in the Netherlands, and I hope will be continued. People base the stereotype of successful academics on the examples they see. So in order to change those examples, we need to increase the number of women professors. And I think the Westerdijk Impulse that we had in the Netherlands was a very concrete way of doing that. So I encourage our minister to think more about that. Thank you for your attention.
Oh, yeah. We are improvising this morning. Good morning, everyone. Belle, thank you so much. Every time that Belle is on stage, I get inspired. Belle is also the chair of the Dutch Young Academy, of the Dutch Royal, the KNW. I'm translating very poorly now, Pim. And she's doing an amazing job in that. But as you see, her field of study is so important. And thank you for giving us these important lessons, giving us also the very concrete recommendations, because that is indeed the main objective of this summit, that whatever we discuss, that it is concrete. Because I think almost everyone sitting in this audience, and I will not be discriminating on age, but that most of you have been talking about this topic for decades. And that most of you know the issues. And that most of you are also struggling in trying to make the change within your own organization, within your own department. I am as well. I'm the rector of the University of Maastricht since 3 years now. And things are changing slowly, but to my mind, too slowly. So I'm also struggling. So I'm here these days to learn from all of you in order to get even more concrete recommendations so that we actually don't need gender summits anymore in the future. I think that would be a goal on its own. So Belle, thank you very much. I didn't know it was my task also to thank you, so I hope I'm doing you justice because you were great. So I was asked to chair the next session. And the next session is a panel session. And I am also looking at my time because I know at some point you would also like to have refreshments. So I will make sure that you will have your time for your coffee break. But we also have 4 excellent speakers who are sitting here in front of me, and I'm going to ask you to come to the stage when I call your name. Because this session is about learning from our experts on how they have tried to make the change within their organizations, within their universities, within their countries, from the different roles that they've had in their career. And I would like to first ask Professor Paul Boyle to come to the stage. Give him a warm applause. Please sit down. So, Professor Paul Boyle is the Vice President of the European University Association. I'm also happy to say that together with the VSNU, we will be organizing a conference in November on what Belle already mentioned, the discussion on reframing and re-evaluating the whole way that we reward our academics. So I'm happy that we will be also organizing that together. You're also the Vice Chancellor of Swansea University. And I was Googling a little bit. That's the way academics sometimes have to do their work. When you were appointed, the press release noted many of your achievements, and I will not repeat them all, but one of them was championing equality and diversity. That was really mentioned as one of the achievements why they wanted you to become the Vice Chancellor. Now, you were also elected in 2006 as the Fellow of the Royal Society of Edinburgh, in 2013, Fellow of the British Academy, and I want to mention this in particular, in 2016, he was appointed Commander of the Order of the British Empire. And why? Not for your work in gender, but because of your services to social sciences. Now, that is a topic for another summit, and I'm looking at our minister, so we might invite you again for that topic. Welcome, thank you for coming here. The next panel speaker will be Wolfgang Burtscher. Please come to the stage, who is the deputy. Please, also an applause. The deputy DG of the European Commission in the Directorate for Research and Innovation. Now, when I was doing a search on your profile, I saw that already in June 2017, you were speaking at the Asia Pacific Gender Summit about the importance of Horizon 2020 incorporating the gender dimension into its own goals. And you were in particular looking at ways in which public funders can incentivize researchers to consider gender dimensions in their work, which I think is also very important, and you will probably talk about that. And we would like to hear from you as well what you did in the last 2 years in your own work to get to these ambitions. Thank you very much. Our third panel speaker will be Dr. Maria Zaira Turci. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing your name, it's probably very bad, who works at the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation in Brazil. Please come forward. Now also, Maria has a very diverse background. A PhD in literature, a full professor, dean also of a faculty. So you've seen it all. You've had all the steps in the academic career, as I have seen. And I've also seen that the topic of diversity is very close to your heart. And maybe also, if I may, a personal anecdote that I found about you is that your mother was the first woman to earn the title of doctor in the state of Goiás.
Yes.
That is amazing. And that also your parents were very proud to have 4 daughters who all ended up in science. Am I correct?
I learned a lot.
Otherwise, Google is giving me the wrong information. we look forward to listening also to your lessons on how you have achieved change in Brazil, but you're also going to talk about the way that you would like to see further cooperation with the EU on this topic. Thank you very much for coming here. Then our final panel speaker is Professor Simone Buitendijk. A warm applause for you. Who is the Vice Provost of Education at the Imperial College in the United Kingdom. She used to be also the Vice Rector at Leiden University. Many of you will also know her from that role. She is an internationally respected expert in maternal and child health, but I think many of you also know you because of your hard work, your great work, I can say, in trying to push the gender agenda. Recently, she has launched a report which was written by the League of European Research Universities, the LERU, and you were instrumental in getting that report to our table, and we look very much forward also to hearing more about the concrete recommendations in this LERU publication. I've said enough. We are giving our speakers, each of them, 15 minutes. Then I'm going to ask you to sit again. We will open up to the audience. We will have a Mentimeter. So by that time, take your smartphone, because the question we are going to pose you after the 4 speakers is, what recommendation do you think was most concrete and needs to be prioritized? And that will then come onto the screen, and then the minister will take that home, and next year it's all taken care of. That's the idea. Okay, Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed for inviting me along to this meeting. And I apologize immediately that I have far too many slides, so I'm going to rush through these in the short time that we have. So there's all sorts of evidence that we can put up. What I'm going to begin with is just a little bit of background in the UK. I'm going to focus on some results that have come out of the European University Association, return to the UK to basically match some of the results we've just seen from the Netherlands, so I'll rush through some of that, but also talk about what we've been doing in our institution. You won't be able to read any of the writing on there, but I think you can see the graphs, and basically what this shows is a whole range of different positions in which women are underrepresented in the UK, be it from Parliament to academia to sport to governing boards in all sorts of areas. We all know that this is a problem not just for higher education, but in society more generally. We also know, and I think this audience probably is aware of all this, this is despite the fact that in business it's clear that having women at the top table makes a difference to the way your business works. So if we look at business outcomes, you can see here as a whole set of statistics, including the fact that companies with a more diverse staff have 22% lower turnover, and so on. There's a number of pieces of evidence that prove that having women in the management team of organisations can improve the working of those organisations, and we need to take that into account as we're thinking about change in higher education as well. Of course, if we look at universities, and this is information from the UK, the results are fairly similar to what we've just seen from the Netherlands. So something like 20% of higher education institutions have women as heads, and also, interestingly, in the universities in the UK at least, an important part of our structure are the boards, or we call them councils, that sit above the university. Only 20% of the heads of those university boards that oversee universities are also women. So we have a serious problem at the top of our institutions. And of course, we also know that women are underrepresented at undergraduate level as they come in as students in certain disciplines in universities as well, engineering, computer science, and some others. Whereas, of course, it's also the case women are more represented in certain other disciplines. Inevitably, we want to try and change all of that and bring equality in both directions. Try and make sure there are more men represented in some of the women-dominated disciplines and more women in the others. These are data from the European Universities Association, and these are collected by the organisation in collaboration with 2 or 3 other European bodies. These are just from the members of EUA. However, I should say just the members. EUA represents over 800 universities scattered across 46 countries. So you can see that the percentage of female rectors has gradually grown over this time period, but it's still relatively low. This is a graph that shows you by country the percentage of women who are rectors or vice-chancellors, as we call them in my country, across these different countries. when I received this graph, it's interesting because this graph was put together by EUA. In fact, what this shows you, of course, is there's great diversity. I'm afraid Italy has a very low proportion of women, whereas there are some countries like Kazakhstan and Croatia that are doing a better job, even though not a good enough job, but clearly a better job than other countries. Interestingly, as you can probably guess, this graph does not show you all 46 countries, because there are 22 countries of the 46 that the EUA represents with no women rectors at all. And that, of course, is not represented on this graph. Here we can see the graph for vice rectors. There's more countries, because more countries have vice rectors, deputies, that are women than had rectors, but there are still 12 countries of the 46 that have no women vice rectors at all. Now, of course, some of those countries are small. They have small numbers of universities, so there could be some small numbers involved, but even so, I think that's quite a stark result. Of course, what you can see is that there are more women, proportionately more women vice rectors than there are women rectors. As we'll see with many parts of higher education, gradually the pipeline seems to be over time slowly changing, but it's at the very top where the inequality is greatest. This demonstrates from the same data set how women are represented and how it changes over time, so each of those bars represents a different year, in different types of organisational responsibility. So here you can see that actually women are more likely to be heads of international offices, heads of communications than men, but less likely to be heads of research. And this perhaps speaks to some of what we heard in the previous talk about where women may or may not be expected to fulfil a particular role. If I turn to the UK, then the story, and I'll rush through this because the story is fairly familiar to you from the results you've just seen a moment ago. Here we can say that something like 55% of undergraduate students in the UK are women. That's great news. That's strengthening the pipeline as we go forward. Slightly less, but about the same, roughly the same proportion of women are postgraduates, but then we start seeing that gap start to widen as we go forward, and you can see here that we have around about 24% of our professors in the UK are women compared to men. If we put that in a different way of explaining it, then it just shows you very starkly the difference between men and women when we get to the professorial, the highest level of academic achievement. Of course, we're not talking and dwelling on this today, but it's vital to take into account not just men and women differences, but also differences by ethnicity. And here you can see the really stark result if we're just looking at those different types, undergraduates through to professor. But if we look here at white male and non-white females as the two extremes, you can see that only 1.7% of professors are non-white women. And that's another way of demonstrating the stark difference there, with the vast majority of professors being white men and a very, very small indeed proportion of non-white women who've made it to professor in the UK. It also has impacts from a wage point of view. We can see the differences in wages. It is true, though, as we've heard in the previous talk, that of course there will be some reasons for that. If men are more likely to be professors, then inevitably men's salaries are higher. That doesn't mean it's right, but of course, if you want to take into account those sorts of things, you do need to do some work that we've just seen in the previous study. We can also see that there's a median pay gap difference between men and women, as you would expect. Let's turn, though, to research now. So that gave you a bit of an indication of the UK and Europe in terms of positions in higher education. Let's think about research performance for men and women. These are the results, the most recent I could find for the ERC, and this demonstrates to you that women are not only much less likely to apply to ERC, all sorts of questions about why they decide that it's not appropriate for them to apply, but also that they're slightly less likely to get a grant. So of those that apply, 26% are women. In total, it varies by the different disciplinary area, but in total it's 26% from women, and only 23% get grants, which suggests that men are proportionally slightly more likely to receive a grant than women are. We can look at this across other countries. So in the UK, there's a range of different research councils, and here you can see the success rates for men and women vary. I was responsible for the Economic and Social Research Council in a previous job, and in fact in social sciences, arts and humanities, women's success rates are slightly higher than men's. But in all other disciplines in the UK, women's success rates are slightly lower than those for men. The Wellcome Trust has also done some analysis of its information, and it's shown that the grants that are awarded to women were around £45,000 less than the grants awarded to men. And of course, that raises all sorts of questions about whether women apply for less money in the first place, whether they apply for more realistic sums of money for the work they want to do, or whether or not there's bias in the way that those grants are awarded and the amounts that are given. This is slightly complicated, so I'm going to encourage you to look at the top bar and the third bar. So the two top bars, you can forget the bottom one of the first two, but the top two refer to non-professors. This is information I pulled from the data when I was at ESRC, the Economic and Social Research Council, and we published this in Nature just a few years ago. Basically, the top bar shows you that for non-professors, that the applications and awards, actually as around about half of the applications come from women, half come from men, and women's success rates are very slightly better, actually, than men's are. This is for social sciences in the UK. If you look at the bottom two bars, forget the fourth one, just look at the third. This shows you for professors. You can see, first of all, there's far fewer professors, far fewer applications from women professors, because there are fewer professors in the UK, but actually the success rates are the same for women and male professors who submit grants. So the bottom line is professors are more successful for getting grants at ESRC. Women are as successful as men. The problem is, and this looks at the amounts that are given out, women actually received slightly higher awards than men on average in the social sciences, but overall women received only 41% of the grant income because there are fewer women professors. It's back to exactly the same point that was made earlier on. So women who are professors in the UK in social sciences at least perform as well as men, but fewer women are making it to become professor, which is the heart of the inequality that we still have. So let's think just finally a little bit about the sorts of work that we're doing in our institution and then maybe think about some of the concrete things we can do. I'm going to rush through these because I think we don't have time to dwell on all of them, but of course we know that gender bias is a serious issue, and we know that we want to make change in relation to that. We know that unconscious bias exists. Brian is more likely to be hired than Karen, even if identical CVs are submitted. We know that's been confirmed in a randomized double-blind trial. So there's very, very clear evidence that men are more likely to be appointed to senior positions than women. Of course, unconscious bias therefore needs training. It needs for us to understand how it works. It needs us to anticipate situations where it could work. We need to consider markers of unconscious bias. Pictures on the walls around us may even have an impact. We need to measure whether change is happening. And we maybe even want to think about nudge opportunities. On the right, you can see a letter that I've written for our institution that is given to every single member of any promotions or appointments panel, just to remind them of the biases that exist in the system as a nudge. Just before they make their decisions on appointments or promotions, remind yourself that unconscious bias exists, so that you may even have a conversation about that in your panel. Of course, there's a whole series of different approaches that we can take. Here are the sorts of areas that we're trying to focus on, and I'll skip this slide but rush on to some of the things we're doing. The point on this slide was that it's not just has to be done at the institution, it has to be national policies. Actually, it could even be international policies, but also policies that are individual and institutional as well. In the UK, we have Athena Swan. This is a voluntary code. It takes a huge amount of work to put in your Athena Swan application, and universities are encouraged to apply for a bronze, gold, or silver status. No university in the UK has ever achieved gold status yet, but 17 have achieved silver award. The critical thing, and if you want a concrete recommendation, what made an absolute change to universities submitting to the Athena Swan was when the head of one of the funding agencies in the UK made it clear that if your department was not Athena Swan Silver, you would not be eligible for funding. That made a massive difference within a year to the numbers of departments submitting for a status, and indeed actually a number of them did achieve that, thankfully, because they'd have lost their grants. And there's still some discussion about the two universities who lost very, very large grants as a result of not having that status. So tying grant funding to gender issues can be a very concrete outcome. These are the awards that our university is involved in. The second thing is, and I'm not trying to sell myself here at all, but we do, I think, have to accept that anyone at the top of institutions also has to be visible in this conversation. We also have to play a role. We have to champion what we're trying to change. I happen to be one of the champions for the He for She movement run by the United Nations. This is a 10 by 10 by 10 approach, 10 presidents or prime ministers, 10 leaders of major organizations, Twitter and various others, and 10 university vice-chancellors across the world, all of whom came together to try and champion gender equality issues. And I think there's a debate here, because the United Nations decided this should be about men championing gender inequality, which is an interesting discussion and does raise challenges as well as opportunities, I think. Of course, in our organisation, there's a whole range of other things that we're doing around management information. Another very concrete thing that you can take away, Minister, is that I think all universities should be encouraged to publish equal pay audits, and those equal pay audits should be standardised across countries and published on a regular basis so that every university is very open about the achievements they've made. Here are the achievements that our institution has made. So in 5 years, we've seen the proportion of female professors go from 13% to 22%. Massive change in the organisation, but we're still only at the average for the UK now. So clearly a good improvement, but not far enough. A couple of the other bars show you the sorts of things we've achieved. We've increased professorial salaries because we felt we were below the market rate, and 40% of women compared to 13% of men benefited from that. And we've also seen in promotions an 80% increase in promotions, but actually 96% for women and only 63% for men. So some serious change. And I'll finish on the final slide, which gives you a couple of quotes from the paper I published, which are basically to try and demonstrate that if we're going to make change, we cannot leave it to the next generation. If we look at the direction of travel, the proportion of women who are becoming professors, for example, at least if it carries on at the current rate, it will take 40 years before we see change. If we allow that to happen, we're leaving it to the next generation to solve this problem. Of course, the first quote is about the point that this isn't just about being nice to women, although we like to do that, as all of us should want to do that, but it's more importantly, this is about the fact that we have women who are very bright and can do wonderful jobs and help all of our organisations succeed, and somehow we're in a situation where that is not happening. There is no innate difference between men and women. There's no reason why those differences should exist in senior management roles, so we need to make those sorts of changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think you already gave us quite some concrete ideas also for the Netherlands, because we do lots of audits on quality assurance of education, and we have, of course, quality assurance of research. Within that trajectory, we will also include more focus on diversity in research groups, but not as strict as you mentioned with regard to the Athena Swan Silver status. That is giving us some inspiration for our Dutch setting. Thank you very much. Wolfgang, the floor is yours.
Minister, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I'm very pleased to be here to share with you our experiences under the Framework Programme for Research and Innovation on gender equality. You will be not surprised that gender equality is very high on the agenda of the European Commission. And let me just recall that for the first time we have now a female president of the European Commission. That has never happened. Secondly, this president has clearly committed that the composition of its college should be very balanced in terms of men and women, and for the time being 13 out of the 27 candidates designate commissioners are female commissioners. She has also committed that all management in the European Commission by the end of her mandate, the half of the senior and middle managers should be female. But not enough. She has created a particular commissioner for equality who has been charged to set up a gender strategy. And I think at the moment I'm speaking, our colleagues are already looking at the key elements of this gender strategy, which should really cover things like equal pay for equal work. This gender strategy will systemically address the way laws impact the decision women take throughout their lives, starting a job, running a business, getting paid, getting married, having children, managing assets, and drawing a pension. So there is a clear commitment in the job description of this commissioner Dali, who is in charge of equality, to look at the improvement of the gender agenda. And certainly, and I think that is very decisive for us, we have a designated commissioner, Maria Gabriel, who in her hearing in front of the European Parliament has made very clear that gender issues are very close to their heart. And if you look at her score board in being a commissioner for digital, you really see that this is not only about words, but she has taken many initiatives in respect to her former portfolio, like promoting women in digital strategy, enhancing digital skills, STEM education for girls and women, and stimulating female digital entrepreneurship. So I think the overall framework conditions for gender equality are very good. Now, what can we do and what have we done when it comes to gender equality in research and innovation? And as you know, our main tools are twofold. We run a big research and innovation program, Horizon 2020, Horizon Europe, the next one. But we are also quite an important player as European Commission in building the European research area. And an important part of this European research area is indeed gender equality. So I will give you some features of what we have done in the framework program for research and innovation first. I think our main actions under Horizon 2020 to advance the gender agenda were the following one. When it comes to all the decision-making in Horizon 2020, we have aimed at having balanced representation of men and women, both in advisory bodies and in expert groups. In expert groups, the objective, the target was 40%. In advisory groups, it was 50%. We have achieved these targets. It was not always easy because it's not only about achieving the gender target in the European Union, it's also about having geographical balance, having balance between different sciences. And in that respect, to achieve this objective was not easy. I remember we had a big struggle to achieve gender equality of 40% of experts in space research because there were not enough female space researchers. So I think we have well succeeded in this respect. Our next issue was, in order to achieve gender balance in research teams, Horizon 2020 uses gender balance as a ranking factor when evaluating proposals that receive the same score. So I think you all agree that female or men should not be a criteria to assess excellence of proposals. But when there was equality of scores, we have used that in favor of female researchers. Overall, the participation in the framework program Horizon 2020 shows that yet 42% of participants, including non-researchers, are female. If one looks at purely the researchers, 30% of participations in Horizon 2020 are female. Is this a lot or is it little? Just think in absolute terms, it's about 200,000 female participations in Horizon 2020. It is also true that the coordination, the number of coordinators is not as good as we would like to have it. Now, another issue which we have funded under Horizon 2020, and that is very important because, remember, the main responsibilities to ensure equality and gender balance lies with national institutions, governments, and universities. And in that sense, we have put a lot of focus on supporting member states and universities, research organizations in the implementation of their gender action plans. Since 2011, we have supported 160 research organizations in the implementation of such plans with more than 50 million euros. That was the third key element. The fourth element, and maybe the most difficult one, was the integration of the gender dimension into research and innovation content in order to ensure, on the one hand, that the biological characteristics and social and cultural features of both women and men are taken into account, to enhance quality and societal relevance of the R&I outcomes and to increase business opportunities. So, in that respect, I think we have been successful in the sense that if you look at the successive work programs under Horizon 2020, we went from 99 topics out of a total of 610, 16% who at the beginning in 2014-15 were considered to be to have a gender dimension, whereas in the last calls, 2019 and 2020, 119 topics out of 337, or 35%, have been flagged as gender relevant. So I think there is a consciousness, increasing consciousness about the importance of flagging research topics as gender relevant for the reasons that you have just indicated. But it's also true that this is not an easy thing. You remember we have big discussions on cross-cutting issues like integration of social sciences in research and innovation, integration of gender content in research and innovation. And evidently, there is often a risk that these are just fig leaf activities, and it really requires that all those who are involved in this process also have the necessary training and skills. I think it's not at the European level by imposing these kind of conditions that you can immediately deliver. All these things have to be trained and the necessary skills have to be achieved. On the European, so that is what we have done more or less in Horizon 2020, and my colleagues will give you some figures afterwards. On the European research area, again, remember that the framework conditions for researchers and for the issue at hand are set at the national level. Salaries, working hours, social conditions, all these elements. What we can do and what we have done is to put the gender equality as a key element of the European research area. But it's within the responsibilities of member states. And what we have agreed is that member states have to draw up national action plans as to how they intend to progress gender equality. Now, it's very interesting to see because many member states have committed to do this job, and I think you will see that afterwards the overall figures with respect to representation of female researchers in the overall research landscape is slowly but steadily improving. So these action plans, I think, show results. But it's also interesting to see that member states still very strongly believe in national sovereignty, because when we intended to overlook a little bit their national action plans, the immediate reaction was, this is not your business, these are our national action plans, let us alone, we will do what is necessary. And I think that is a fair consideration if you look at these things from a competence point of view, but if you look at these things from an objective point of view, from a point of view whether we should achieve these things together, I think one should question these elements. So this is what we have done in the past. Now, what lessons do we draw for Horizon Europe? And you have seen that Horizon Europe has been already approved both by Council and Parliament when it comes to the main content of this program. There are, however, still some important outstanding issues. Maybe the most important one is the budget for Horizon Europe. You know that we have proposed about 100 billion. The European Parliament has proposed 120 billion, but member states are quite reluctant to agree to such a proposal. So there is some outstanding issues, also international cooperation, synergies with other programs. But the main elements have been agreed, and where do we stand there with respect to the gender issue? Again, I think we have taken on board the key elements of Horizon 2020. The legal texts identify at several places gender equality as a cross-cutting issue. We have provisions that permit us to fund the action plans for equality at universities and research organizations. We have also provisions regarding the support of modernization of universities, where the question of equality and diversification play a key role. But there is a particular new element that has been included in the so-called second cluster of our pillar, pillar 2, which is dealing with challenges and industrial competitiveness. And this is a line of activity on gender research. The purpose of this activity is in particular advancing an inclusive concept of gender equality and diversity in open and democratic research and innovation, thus opening our policies towards intersecting diversity issues, addressing other social categories such as ethnicity, disability, sexual orientation, or age. I admit that this was not our invention. I admit that in particular the Dutch, the member states, the Netherlands, other member states have pressed very strongly for the inclusion of such a provision in our texts. But this shows that meetings like this today can inspire and do inspire the European Commission, and we are ready to listen to new elements. A last word, we have already started the implementation, preparing the implementation of Horizon Europe. You know that we have drawn up mission boards. We are in the middle of strategic planning, so you are still invited to react, I think, until tomorrow. But just a word that shows that we really take this involvement of female researchers and innovators in the decision-making process very to our heart. Is really, if you look at the mission boards, 50% of the members of the mission boards, 15 members per 5 missions, are female, and even 2 presidents or 2 chairs, not even, 2 chairs of these mission boards are female. The former mayor of Varsovie, Grubiewicz Walz, and the former Commissioner Hedegaard for the climate challenge. So thank you very much again for this Gender Summit. We will listen carefully as to how we can still take on board elements for the implementation of the gender agenda in Horizon Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have one question for you. Our Dutch funding organization, the NWO, is considering changing the way that the CVs of academics are being reviewed in order to get the most prestigious grants. Also more in line with what Belle Derks mentioned this morning, to do that in a much more holistic way.
Yes.
Is that something that you could decide for the ERC to do the same?
I think that is, again, as you have said, topic for another conference, because it's about the rewarding criteria, in fact, for university careers. And I think we have started an in-depth discussion together with member states on what makes a modern university and a modern university teacher, in fact. And that is what we deal with in the European research area. But when it comes to the ERC, I think the fact today is still how do you determine excellence, in fact, excellence of research. And to a certain extent, it's what all universities, I do not know whether you have changed at your university already the skills for chairs, for university chairs, but the truth is it's still very strongly based on publications, in fact.
Well, we're going to change that in the Netherlands, and we're going to propose to you how we're going to do that in
but
November.
I think it's part of national, because we cannot impose that on the European level.
You can help. You can help.
We can help, yes,
because
we
the
will.
behavior will change if also at the EC level the criteria change.
But
I have to stop. Sorry, I asked the question. I know. Maria, we would love to hear from your experiences, all the way from Brazil, how you have dealt with. Yeah, okay. How you have dealt with this complex topic. Yes, please. The floor is yours.
Help me to. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor as a Brazilian woman, a professor, and a policymaker to join the 17th Gender Summit. I want to thank all the organization of the gender in the name of Professor Elizabeth, and I also want to thank the British Council in Brazil in the name of the director, Diana Dust, that gave me the possibility to be here and to talk to you and to hear such important topics about the gender agenda. I believe that we all here have a role to play in the gender agenda, and I hope I can give my message, and together with you, I can go back to my country and do more about the gender agenda. I want especially to thank Professor Riane, that talking about my CV, she brought something about my personal biography that touched me. Thank you very much. Really, my mother was an inspiration for us. We are 4 daughters. All my sisters are scientists and professors, and the trajectory we did in education and science certainly was much influenced by my mother's attitudes and decisions. So thank you very much for looking at this particular but important part of my life. I'm now currently Director of Infrastructure and Research at the Ministry of Science and Technology, but up to March, I was President of the National Council of State Funding Agencies in Brazil. Our SIT system is formed by federal agencies and also state agencies. So we have in Brazil 26 funding agencies, each one of each state of Brazil. And for 4 years, I could be ahead of the National Council, and certainly I could help to move things toward research in Brazil. So, but now I'm going to give you first a perspective of an overview of our situation regarding women in science, mainly with the data of CNPq. It's the federal agency linked to the Ministry of Science and Technology. So, as you can see in the first slide, we can see that there is an increase in the relative amount of women researchers in the National Research Council database. In the period of 15 years, the percentage of women researchers raised from 43% to 50%. And think, 15 years, it's raised, but it's not too much. Nowadays, the amount of men and women researchers is equivalent. By this next slide, you can see in the report, Gender in the Global Research Landscape, made by Elsevier, shows the proportion of researchers by gender in different countries. And if you take a quick look at the slides, you can see that Brazil is one of the countries with the largest percentage of women researchers. However, women researchers are unevenly spread across areas. Considering the countries that are there, that you can see that in the majority of the countries, including the European Union and other Latin American countries, the percentage of women researchers is around 40%. Brazil and Portugal had a higher percentage of women researchers, around 50%. However, as I said before, the percentage of women researchers varies greatly across different fields. In health sciences, biological sciences, and humanities, the proportion of women is higher than 50%, as you can see by the graphics. And you also can see that through 15 years, this did not change much. It maintained the numbers very closely, but we can see some increases, but it's not so significant, mainly considering some areas. In health science, biological science, and humanities, the proportion of women is higher than 50%. In engineering and exact sciences, on the other hand, the percentage of women is very low, although in the last 10 years, a trend of increase is observed. You have a little less women in humanities, a little more women in engineering, but it's not a great difference. Although women are the majority of researchers, this is something very important to observe, and it's very much aligned of things that I have already heard here this morning. It seems that we have challenges to face, and they are very similar in different countries. So although women are the majority, if you look at the bottom of the graphic, of the researchers at junior levels, scientific initiation, master, PhD, and postdoc, their representation decreases at senior levels. This is really a great challenge that we have to face. For example, women represent only 36% of the research productive fellow, the most prestigious fellowship of CNPq. So if you consider there in the, let me see, considering from the bottom to the top, 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth line is this very prestigious fellowship of CNPq. It's called the Productive Fellow. We have less women than men in this position. Women are also less international, considering mobility, as the graphic shows for international grants. The grant, after going up, you can find the graphic for international mobility. The lower participation of women in international grants has a negative impact, certainly, on their scientific productivity. Okay, considering now, I want to show this slide and stop on this a little bit, because it's really a point that it's a challenge, a barrier, and has to do with things that have already been said here this morning. Women participation in CNPq's, our federal agency linked to the Ministry of Science and Technology, called PQ. We have different accents, different size. I have to move in order to see all of you, because this is too high for me. But we have the same problems to solve. So. Considering this slide, the percentage of women researchers decreases at the senior PQ stages and is only around 20% in the top levels. senior, and 1A. What this means? We have a fellowship 2 in the category of 2A, B, and C, and 1A, B, and C. The highest one is 1A. And this is, besides being very prestigious, in many calls, the principal investigator has to be a researcher that have already reached this point of being 1A. So if you have less women in this position, certainly you have also less women in position of PIs, leading projects. So we have a lot of women in science in Brazil, certainly. This is very important to remark. And in some areas, they really are brilliant, as medical areas, biological areas. We have still problems in STEM, but we have to postpone the barrier of leadership. Still, this is really something very important for us. As you can, the graphic shows us very well. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit now about some programs we have in order to foster the participation of women in science programs. And so, CNPq, since 2005, the National Research Council, in partnership with the Ministry of Science and Technology, Ministry of Education, and Secretariat for Women Policies, runs the program Women in Science. And this program has the aim to foster the participation of girls and women in science and to promote research on gender relations, women, and feminism. Many actions result of this program. CNPq launched calls for research projects on gender relations, women and feminism studies, 4 editions. Build up an award, an important award, Building Gender Equality. We had already have 11 editions of this award. And also organized workshops, Thinking Gender and Science, 2 editions. Also, an important call for proposals focus on the girls and young women in hard science, engineering, and ICT, really to stimulate young women for this for STEM. And we had 2 editions of these calls. And also some actions of dissemination, dissemination initiatives that is called by CNPq Pioneer Women in Science. We had 7 editions of this initiative, and the young women researchers, we had 1 edition. So I'm going to 2 minutes, I have to run. Maybe I speak slowly, but I'll try. I'm sorry. So about these proposals, you have some information there, and the main result is strengthen research and capacity building in the thematic area. The award, Building Gender Equality, it's very interesting because it's targeted to high school, undergraduate, and postgraduate students in school. And the competition is composition, scientific papers, and pedagogical projects currently in force on gender equality. And the main result, increased appeal of scientific careers and gender studies for students. This is something very important because the discussions, these workshops, they made the recommendations, and I'm going to link at the end that one of these recommendations now is a law. This is very important. So moments that we can discuss like here really can guide us toward rules and laws. Otherwise, we don't change the conditions. So the recommendation of one of these workshops was that the CNPq, extension of CNPq grants for women in case of childbirth or adoption. I'm sorry, I have not shown the slides. Okay, this one, the call for girls and young women in hard science and engineering. The main results is closer contact among public high school students and academic institutions, improved scientific acquaintance within target audience, and more interest raised in girls for scientific careers. In dissemination initiatives, you can find in the web page of CNPq the story of the pioneers in science in Brazil. It's a very nice, if you have the opportunity to look at this publication that is regular each time they write for another woman. This scientific dissemination initiatives is also published in the web page of CNPq, the story of 22 women younger than 40 NPQ fellowships seniors holders. This stimulate girls and women. This is interesting. In 2018, MCT launched a commemorative stamp to pay tribute to two scientists. One, Cesar Lattes, a man, and the other one is Joana Dobereiner, a famous Brazilian scientist who worked on biologic nitrogen fixation in the soil. Now we have an economy of billions because of her research. It's very, very important for us, but people don't know this. So we have to. Now I'm in charge at the Ministry of a program that it's called Science in School, because we realize that we really have to change habits and stimulate students toward scientific careers, stimulate women toward STEM really in the beginning. So in high school and fundamental school, I'm responsible this year for this program. Affirmative actions are very, very much important. We run with the British Council a very, very important call to support underrepresented groups in science, especially for women and mainly Black and indigenous women, to go to UK and do their master. And this was really a fantastic project that brought important results. One of these researchers did such a good work in UK that she was invited to do her PhD with a scholarship from the UK. And all these stories, I'm finishing, all these stories are really changing their lives. We have two very good instruments. I hope we can use more to cooperate with European Union and in gender equality, implementing arrangement, and I was responsible to build it up. That's the way we can really establish cooperation and co-funding projects in the context of Horizon 2020, and we have to use it more for gender equality, and also an administrative arrangement that involves the National Council of Funding Agencies, that I was the president, CNPq, and FINEP. Just to finish, we have some achievements, as I told you. We have barriers to face, and I think we have line of actions to work. We have to continue communication campaigns to change scientific stereotypes, further improvement of women working conditions through policies to reconcile scientific careers and families, affirmative actions to improve women qualification and to foster women careers in science, increase female presence in decision-making boards and R&D institutions, and widen the women science dimension in international cooperation schemes. And certainly in leadership, we really have to empower. We have researchers, but we have to have more women in decision positions and more empowered to take decisions and to help to move this context. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maria. And I will talk with the organization that your PowerPoints can be distributed, because there was so much more in your PowerPoints that is very worthy to share with the audience. So thank you very much. Simone, last but definitely not least, we started 20 minutes later with our session, which was not our fault. So don't blame us. And don't blame the minister and Bel as well, but at least also don't blame us here. And the coffee will be even better. The longer it stays there, the better it gets. Simone.
Not so sure about
Floor is
that.
yours.
Anyway. So thank you for inviting me to speak, and I'm really happy to be back here. I am a veteran of the Gender Summits and actually of this whole topic. I'm old enough to have been in it for decades, that's really true. It's great to speak to an audience of friends and to speak to a relatively enlightened audience, so I can really take you right up there and see how we can move forward. I really liked the minister's plea for very concrete actions. And I already want to tell you before my talk that my first recommendation, final and most important one, is that university leaders really need to take this topic seriously. And pretty much everybody else, but we're talking about academia at the moment. I've spent a lot of time around the title of my talk, which I normally don't really do. And I toyed with lots of different categories of titles. I thought about equality, diversity, inclusion in academia, a nice neutral title, or maybe something more enthusing like EDI, opportunities for university leaders. But then I thought I really want a title that reflects my level of frustration about the lack of progress, about the fact that we're still not moving the way we should be moving. And it really is about the pernicious effects of bias and discrimination, and there's so much of it. And university leaders need to start taking this seriously. They need to start educating themselves, they need to start listening, and first and foremost, they need to start denying that it exists. And that's something that I know you all know, and it's been clear from the previous presentations, from what Belle was talking about, but I think that's so important. And we can't assume that people get it, because it's really clear they don't. So let me get to the second slide. How do I do that? The big one. Oh, this big one. There's an even bigger one. Great. So why do universities need to act? I think it is important to think about this positively, because otherwise it becomes a problem that weighs rectors down, and how do we do this? And it's been so long, and certainly it's not our fault. And you notice I'm lowering my voice because most rectors are male. So that's what they sound like when they talk to me about, yeah, I really want to, but I don't know how to do it. So I think it's important that we tell university leaders that there's something in it for them as well. And one of the most important outcomes of improved equality and diversity and inclusion, and that was so clear in the beautiful keynote, is that it creates an improved sense of belonging and a chance of success for all staff and students. This is not just about being nice to women or being nice to ethnic minorities. This is about creating a sense of belonging for everybody. And there's so much social science around how lack of equality creates an institution, a society that no one really feels is very good, even the people who are at the top. So there's so much for university leaders in taking this topic seriously. It's also about using all talent. We have a society with lots of different groups of talented people, and yet we pick a very small minority to become our students and our researchers, let alone our top leadership. And universities are so centrally placed to change this planet. They, I think, are the only institution that in a networked capacity could really tackle the global challenges. And that brings me to my last point that we can use to enthuse people in university leadership. We are already really important. We are at the forefront of changing the incredible global challenges in a good direction. But we need to do it better, and we need to do it more, so we can enhance our societal and global impact if we create a more equitable academic workplace. So today I don't want to only talk about women, but of course I'm also going to talk about women, because gender inequality has been the best researched, is really clear everywhere. But I think if we want to tackle gender inequality, we also at the same time need to tackle all kinds of other inequalities. So what are the key issues? And this already has been discussed also in the beautiful keynote. We have an incredibly competitive up or out culture in academia. And I'm convinced that this competition doesn't lead to excellence, but it actually leads to a lot of problems. And we need to redefine excellence. We need to redefine competition. I wouldn't dare say that competition doesn't also have good elements, but it's grown into something far too narrowly defined in terms of the goals, and far too vicious and far too focused on individuals instead of groups. So I think this up or out culture is bad for everybody. But if you wish, the minorities, women and ethnic minorities and LGBT staff and students, they're like the canary in the coal mine. They suffer most from the issues that are pretty bad for everybody. And we have a system that's very much based on the recognition of excellence. We all want to be excellent. It's a word that we see everywhere. And I'm not against excellence per se, but it's the way it's being defined, and it's almost this threat of having to be perfect. Excellence and perfection, I think, in academia are very closely related. And no one can be perfect, not even the top professors, not even the superstars. So if that's the image we portray, I think we're doing ourselves a huge disservice. But the most important thing is that we can't measure excellence very well. We're really poor at it, while we think we do it so well. We think we know. We have the metrics, sometimes 2 decimal points behind the comma. So we think we know exactly who the best people are for the job. And we don't. We suck at it. Sorry, we're among friends. I think I can use this kind of language here. So this pervasive bias is absolutely at odds with meritocracy. So we're not picking the best people for the jobs. We're not picking, even in the narrow frame, the best people to carry out the research, let alone if we think about excellence much more broadly, and if we think of the actual societies we're trying to serve, because I think that's what universities are here for. So just to give you a really, really brief overview, because you don't need any of this, but just for myself to keep remembering the incredible breadth of the problem. If you look at the left-hand column, the students, these are all the areas where bias comes in for students. In admissions, we admit fewer students from ethnic minority backgrounds, first in their family to go to university, from cultural minorities. In STEM and computer science, we admit fewer women, and a lot of that is bias in our admissions processes. It's also some of the students don't feel like university is for them, but even the ones who make it to our doors are less likely to be admitted. And the more competitive the admission system, like at my university in London now, the less likely we are to admit talent from underrepresented minorities. The ones who make it through great drive, they don't have the same retention, they drop out more, their grades are lower. So even in universities, for the groups that we get in, we're not a level playing field. So instead of leading and being great institutions to make inequality less, we're making it worse. So we're not even neutral in the way we behave as universities. Students don't have a lot of role models. What you can't see, you can't be. Very important. Women, black role models. Why is my professor white? One of those slogans that I think is really tells us something. Students from minority groups have more mental health issues, which of course get in the way of their studies. And if they don't study well, they have more mental health issues, their grades are lower, and their graduate success. So the ones who make it out of university with a good diploma, they're less well connected, and they don't get the top jobs going out. For staff, for faculty, for young and not so young researchers, it's in selection, promotions, awards, grants, again, visible roles, leadership positions, publications. There's bias everywhere. And to top it off, there's also bias in the content of our research, the kinds of questions we're asking, the populations we're studying, the way we're implementing our research findings, which have enormous effects, literally on the lives of women and minorities globally. And then we don't enter a diverse kind of thinking about research into our curriculum. And that's not just in history, where we focus mostly on white colonial topics, but also in STEM, in medicine and public health, but even in physics and chemistry. We're very focused on a particular way of science that pretty much excludes large parts of the globe. And we're also biased with respect to science that gets produced by low and middle income country researchers, but that's a topic for another day. Can't fit that in 15 minutes. So there's bias everywhere. So anybody who wants to deny this, I mean, how dare you? I think that's really what we need to ask people who tell us it's not true. It's like saying smoking doesn't cause lung cancer. I mean, I think in this day and age, you can't say that anymore, but still we hear it a lot. So what I think we need is a completely different approach. And that's what I'll tell you about is part of the Leroux paper that I'll come on in a few minutes. So we need to look at the issue comprehensively. This is not just an issue for women, it's not just an issue for disabled students or staff, it's not just an issue for first-generation researchers, it's an issue for the entirety of academia. And pretty much everyone, or let's say it differently, the vast majority of people, especially students, are in some part of a minority. So there aren't that many highly educated, white, middle-class, able-bodied, straight male students, at least not in percentage. So we all have some minority characteristic. So I think as leaders, we need to use that. We need to tell people that they need to think beyond their own little silo. So a comprehensive approach where we look at all background characteristics, where we look at staff and students, because it's about community. Sense of belonging is so important, both for the researchers and for the students. And if researchers don't feel a sense of belonging, students are much less likely to feel it too. So it's about the university community. And on top of that, it's about the content of the research and the content of what we teach. What are we doing? We're training the next generation of global citizens. We certainly need to train them with good all-round science and research, and not just with a very narrowly defined set of topics. And that means we need a whole system approach. We can't leave it to individuals. We can't look at little projects in little areas. We can't leave it to a poor equality officer in some small little cubicle with pretty much no staff support. I hear you're all laughing. Some of you probably recognize yourselves here. And that happens a lot, where university leaders say, yeah, I take it really seriously. So now EDI officer, please fix the problems for me. That's not going to work. We need a system approach. And we also need to move away from the blame on individuals. And I think that's very important too. People, university leaders and others, when you tell them about this bias, they often feel that you're accusing them of something, of racism or sexism or ableism, you name it. And that's not the case. We're all biased. Our systems are biased. We're biased as individuals. Let's just be open about it. Let's not shame people who are biased. I think the only people that maybe can be shamed to some degree, because shaming is not a very effective intervention, are the ones who keep denying. Those I think we need to work on. But the fact that we're biased is a fact of life. So that means university leaders need to be strategic about this, just as strategic as they are about their finances and about their place in the global rankings and their ERC income. They can't treat this like a topic that they'll get to when everything else has been fixed, because they won't be able to fix everything else, and besides, they'll never fix everything, and then we get to EDI issues. And we need to have an evidence-based approach. And there is so much evidence, luckily, but of course we can still gather more. But if we don't do it in an evidence-based way, if we just go by our gut feeling, we may do these little projects or bigger projects that have poor outcomes, that don't work, and then we go back to the reflex of saying, oh my God, it's just not working, I've tried so long, and we'd better give up. So we need to make sure that we use the fast evidence available and do things that we know really work. And my last element in this different approach is please start listening to people, be empathic. Don't assume that your way of doing science is the only way. The sense that you're being listened to and that your issue is being taken seriously can be so liberating. When you're working in a university where the leader says it's not true, we're not biased, we're absolutely straight, this is a meritocracy, and you're not making it to the top and you know exactly why you have less chances, what can you do then other than internalize it? Because then the message is it's your fault. We're meritocracies. If you don't make it, it must be your fault. So the lack of empathy sometimes I find absolutely staggering, and that has to change. So then about the Leroux paper, you can find it online. If you Google Leroux, you'll go straight to their website. There's loads of papers there. Sorry? Oh, it's on there, great. So I'm going to shamelessly push it because I think it really can be very useful, not just for university leaders. We very consciously wrote it for university leaders because if they don't get on with this agenda, I don't think we have a very good chance. As Paul also said very eloquently, they need to be behind this. But I think it can be used by anybody to go to their university leaders and say, listen, this is what the League of European Research Universities say, the most prestigious research-intensive universities in Europe, and these are the examples. Read up, do your homework, start listening, and take it seriously. There were many wonderful co-authors with me and some others. Actually, 3 of them are from the Netherlands, so I think we have a lot of wonderful people who know their stuff. One of them is actually in the audience and will be on the panel this afternoon, Naomi Ellemers, who wrote a chapter on implicit bias, which for me is absolutely the key of the whole paper. But we're trying to make it enthusing, because clearly we don't want to beat people over the head, because then they're not going to move. So basically we, 5 minutes, easy peasy. So this is a manifesto for an inclusive university in a diverse world. Basically what I've just been telling you, all the reasons why we need to change now. So that's the first chapter. And then we're talking about why this creates opportunities for everyone, not just for underrepresented groups, for everyone, including the university leadership. We identified specific and very identifiable challenges, sort of for me, the literature 2.0 on equality, diversity, and inclusion. So we talk about intersectionality, because if you take this holistic approach, you'll pretty soon start realizing that some people are even worse off than others, like black female academics in the UK. Only 1.7% of all professors are black female in the UK, which in the Netherlands is probably something like that. So if you're a woman and you're an ethnic minority, you're doubly hit, and you can think of lots of other intersectionalities. A very important chapter is about less visible characteristics, being straight, being gay instead of straight, so maybe feeling that you don't belong in a group where everybody is assumed to be straight, having an invisible disability, being from a different cultural background. Sometimes it may feel like you don't understand the rules, and you may not feel like you're part of this community, which will really stop you from being effective. Implicit bias, I already mentioned. We talk about research and university assessment. There's so much bias there too. And then last chapter is about inclusive research and innovation, which is a big topic here in this Gender Summit and also on the agenda of the EU. And then we have lots of case studies from Leroux universities who are trying different things. And some of them are successful, but none of them are as comprehensive as they should be. So we need sustainable change, and the way to get it is to discover and include this wide range of students, to use and realize the potential of all staff and students. It's painful to think about all the people that are being held back because they don't belong, they don't feel like it's for them, they drop out or are less successful than they could be. On a human level, I find it absolutely unacceptable. We need to enhance the well-being across the entire institution, not just for minority groups. And we need to make the university an attractive community for all, because we need university communities to change the world. And we need to increase the quality and the quality of the knowledge production. We're spending enormous amounts of money globally on research and on science, and only a relatively small proportion is as effective as it could be. And I think that's an enormous waste of money. And we need to really fully connect with societal challenges. And there's so many opportunities and possibilities. So please go back to your leadership. If you're in a leadership position, I know you're already doing this, but talk to colleagues who may not be as enlightened as you are, and tell them to get acquainted with the evidence base. Tell them to stop denying that we have a huge issue. And also tell them to listen. It's not just about metrics, which are important. Institutions also need to gather their own data, hard data, because that will convince people there is a problem. As you saw in the UK metrics, we have them by university. Athena Swan does that, and it's a real eye-opener for many leaders. But they also need to hear the stories, because that's what compels you. When you listen to students, you listen to underrepresented staff, and you hear their stories of their struggles in the system. It can be uncomfortable, but it's so incredibly important. And take equality, diversity, and inclusion as seriously as other major issues. So use a strategic approach. This is too important. You can't leave it to your EDI officer. You can't leave it to any one person in your university. You need to be right there and do it. And we can't do it alone, so we need everybody. We need the funders, we need the governments, we need to have all the incentives we can gather to change university leadership. Athena Swan was already mentioned, is such an important program. As soon as money gets tied to this, all of a sudden it becomes really important. In the UK, we now have to get more students from different ethnic backgrounds into universities, otherwise it's going to cost us enormous amounts of money. It will cost Imperial 20 million a year if they don't reach the targets that our Office for Students have set for us. And all of a sudden, this is a topic that gets discussed weekly with the rector. So those kinds of things can really help universities. But we need to talk to funders, publishers, and many other stakeholders also. And this is my very final slide. I truly think universities can make the world a better place. I think we're doing it already, but we could be so much better at it if we take these messages seriously. So please help me as a university leader, help leaders in your university, keep pushing, and let's do this together. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm just going to treat you like students. You'll still be walking in and taking your 15 minutes to get comfortable, but I am going to get started. My name is Klaartje Vinkenburg, and I'm very honored to be part of the Gender Summit organizing team for the Netherlands. And I'm also very honored to be invited here to act as your chair. We have less time than I had hoped that we would have, so if you want to see the biographies of our speakers, please Google them yourself. Or look in the program, because there's lots of information and little photos too. So without further ado, I would like to introduce the session to you. It is officially called The Sensitivity to Context in Statistics and Indicators of Scientific Excellence. As you already heard, we have usually rather narrow definitions of what scientific excellence looks like for individuals, but also for institutions and even for national evaluations of what our science is doing and whether we count as excellent, yes or no. And we have 4 very interesting speakers who from very different perspectives talk about how to measure and define scientific excellence, how to count. We're all fascinated by data, of course, in terms of representation, in terms of publications, but we'll give some different insights here in how to do that and perhaps make it more inclusive for the future. I would like to start with the first speaker. She's Holly Falk-Krasinski, Vice President at Elsevier. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
You have 15 minutes.
Good morning. As a steward of world research, Elsevier has a responsibility to promote gender diversity and equity in STEM fields and advance our understanding of the impact of diversity in research, doing this through an evidence-based and data-informed approach. In that regard, I'm going to share with you in the next slides information that comes from our 2017 Gender in the Global Research Landscape Report, of which I'd hope to be able to provide a copy to each and every one of you. It looks like this, but it turns out the DHL left our boxes of report in the rain, and the waterlogged reports are no longer suitable for distribution. So instead, I will tell you in just a little bit about how you go about getting an electronic copy, and you won't get this to take home and read with you on planes, trains, and automobiles, and for that, my apologies. I'll also be sharing with you information about our forthcoming report, which we anticipate to be published in March of 2020. The big button. There we go. Briefly, I do want to note the efforts of our Elsevier Foundation and importantly, my colleague Ilan Shem. I think Ilan is here. It's through her efforts and the partnership that we've had with Portia and the Gender Summits that have helped to bolster our gender efforts across Elsevier, including the broad commitment to gender at both our Elsevier level and at our parent company, Relix. Also helped to support and foster growth in women's health and gender research and in gender and STEM research. More of which you're going to get to hear about when our CEO, Kamsal Bayazit, in fact, our first woman CEO of the company in its history, will share some remarks later on in advance of the reception this afternoon. And my colleague Astrid James from The Lancet will speak on a panel tomorrow afternoon. It's worth sticking around until the very last session. For my part in all of this, I'm very excited to be a co-chair along with my colleague Ilan of Elsevier's Gender Working Group. And through this working group, our goal is to examine key processes, principles, and systems, and recommend data-informed targeted interventions that ensure Elsevier supports the most robust research in the most equitable and inclusive way. Now, I'm not going to be speaking about all of the activities associated with the first 4 bullet points that you see on the slide. I'm going to be focusing in on the last one, applying data and analytics to gender issues. From Elsevier's perspective, it's quite critical that issues related to gender diversity and equity be examined by sound studies and supported by data. And we saw this starting in 2015 and even before that in programs such as the Horizon 2020, and also at major federal funding agencies such as the National Institutes of Health and the National Science Foundation. And as Simone from the last panel said, we've got to get acquainted with the evidence base. Elsevier contributes to the data-informed approach through its information and analytics expertise. In particular, our analytical services team provides accurate, unbiased analyses on research performance. And as you can see here, 2 of our previous reports on the lower left-hand side, our 2017 Global Gender Report and our prior Proof of Concept report from 2015 focused in on Germany. Also new to our portfolio is Science Metrics, which is a research evaluation firm and source of science and technology tracking trends and analysis. All of these have led to our own reports, of which I'm going to share, and also our contributions to things such as the European Commission's She Figures report, which of course shows a tremendous amount of data related to the European Union. Moreover, I want to share with you the direction that we're moving at Elsevier. Through our newly launched International Center for the Study of Research, we will be focusing on evaluating gender in research as a main research theme of the Institute, and I hope that you will contact me to learn more about that and the opportunities to work with us in that regard. For the studies that we conduct, we employ an approach that combines multiple high-quality data sets that allow us to disambiguate individuals, so identify people one from another, and couple that with an API-based gender disambiguation approach. This allows us to do analysis of gender at the level of the individual, but we report generally at an aggregate level. And what I'll be sharing with you at the aggregate level of countries and of subjects. Now, we do this primarily through use of our Scopus data, which is the largest abstract and citation database of peer-reviewed literature, an important output of research. And we use that as a proxy for research and researchers. And currently contains about 75 million records of indexed material from 5,000 publishers from about 22,000 different journals across the globe, including those that are not published in English. But looking beyond just the immediate output of research, we also look at further down the pipeline of research. And so we also take into consideration information such as patents. And for that, we use, our sister company has a database called LexisNexis Total Patent One, and we combine that with a resource called PatStat. In both the Scopus and the PatStat state, there are unique identifiers that allow us to disambiguate between individuals. Then we genderize those individuals, and we use a binary coding system, so man and women. We recognize that that is imperfect, but we also have decided that perfection should not get in the way of us doing good work. Also, informally, we did a survey of researchers across the globe in which 98% of researchers identified by binary identification for gender. And so we think that at least for now, this binary use of gender is consistent with the way that research sees itself currently. Now, importantly, the way we think about things is from a global perspective. And so in our previous report and our forthcoming report that will be coming out in 2020, we look at different countries and regions. We do focus in most of these reports on high research output countries, although there are opportunities to do additional ones as well. We try to have comparable comparators of countries and at least 2 countries from each major region. Now, this is the case, and you can see the highlighted countries that we included in our first report. And as you saw in the first panel, in Maria's presentation, she showed you a different version of this slide. In fact, where we looked at the proportion and number of researchers by gender across 12 different comparators. What we find here in the take-home message from the first report is that, in fact, there's considerable variation across countries. So importantly, in our forthcoming report, we will be expanding the number of countries. There'll be a set that are in the hard copy online report, and then report data for about 40 additional countries. So we'll be going from about 12 to about 45 countries total that we'll be doing this analysis on. I think it's really important because as countries are thinking about what they can be doing, that we understand the context of the countries and the ways that we work, the culture of the countries in which our academic and other research institutions are operating matter considerably. And so it matters in the context of Japan that they overall have significantly lower numbers of women, and the growth of the number of women in research is not on par with other countries. One of the other things that we focus on in terms of data is that we investigate all knowledge areas, so all subject categories that are included in Scopus. This includes the STEM fields, which also includes social sciences, and the arts and the humanities as well. Again, it's really important to overgeneralize across disciplines, and so we have to not speak in broad terms because the data tells us that that's not applicable. Of simply referring to the underrepresentation of women in science or in research, we need to be more specific because we need to be more specific about the kinds of interventions in which we're looking to employ to overcome these differences. So in our first report, what we showed is that overall, there's a lower proportion of women among researchers for most of the comparators in things like physical sciences and engineering, energy, mathematics, physics, and astronomy. There are fields, though, where there are a majority number of women and researchers, and men are actually underrepresented to a certain extent. And these are in fields such as nursing and psychology. And then there are fields where we're seeing that in the most recent time period that we evaluated, which was up through 2016, that women comprise nearly half of all researchers in the social sciences, veterinary sciences, medicine, health professions, and arts and humanities. But what we determined is that medicine itself is such a broad field that we also didn't want to make sweeping generalizations. And so in our upcoming report, we will hone in on all of the sub-subject fields of medicine and look for differences between those that are more basic science-oriented and those that are more clinically science-oriented. Because especially in terms of research and translating findings into human health, we need to make sure that there's diversity in those areas of research along with the basic science research. Whoops, there we go. There we go. All right, so here's the coming soon part. As part of our ongoing efforts then to promote gender diversity and advance gender equity using data and an evidence-based approach, we are currently preparing our new global gender and research report. The timing's a little off from today. I'll only be able to give you a sneak peek of a little bit of our analyses because our teams are currently in the process of working on the report. In our earlier 2017 global report, we focused on participation of women and men, output and impact indicators, and some aspects of leadership, international collaboration, university-industry collaboration, and interdisciplinary research. Recognizing, though, that the process of how science gets conducted tells us something about the ways in which we can employ interventions and changes at our institution. For our coming report, we will be examining participation and output and impact in a broader way, looking across multiple stages and output and impact indicator, across subdisciplines and geographic regions, also looking at research articles and patents, and also grants. So looking at the early stages of research pipeline, the middle stages, and later stages. We'll be expanding to look at citation and authorship patterns, mobility, and what I'm very, very excited about, some new network and collaboration studies. We'll also be taking a perspective from career progression. So we've heard in some of the presentations thus far that there's a leaky pipeline and that we see a lower percentage of women participating at more senior levels. I've never been a big fan of filling the pipeline and waiting. And so what we want to understand is the opportunities where we can have interventions now. So let me show you some of the sneak peek. So when you take pictures of this slide, which you are totally welcome to do, please do not publish them. Please do not say that they are the final findings. Please do not tell somebody that you saw and then you want to reuse it in your own presentations. Please contact me and we'll work to get you the most up to date. This is truly raw, not pretty aesthetically visualized data because it's truly hot off the presses. But what I wanted to show you is some of the information and the ways that we're doing the analysis in our upcoming report. So what you see here in particular is data about the Netherlands and comparing that to the rest of the EU 28. In the panel on your left, there's a growth of women's participation in Netherlands compared to that of the EU 28. And the good news is that the growth of women's participation in the Netherlands is slightly above the rest of the EU 28 as a whole. In panel 2, what we see is for the Netherlands and for the EU 28, but for the Netherlands more so, is that in fields where the ratio of women to men was already higher, we continue to see the ratio of women to men increase. So these are fields such as psychology, nursing, and life sciences. Now, I would dare say if we combine it back in this information with the very first presentation, these are fields where we tend to see that communality and collaboration are very high in those fields and considerations for success in those fields. In fields, though, where the ratio of women to men was particularly low to start, we've seen either little or very, very slow growth. And that overall, Netherlands is trailing behind the EU 28, especially in those fields in which women are underrepresented. The next sneak peek that I'm able to show you is gender ratios by career cohorts. So what you're seeing here is 4 different cohorts. The lightest indicator are those of the oldest researchers, those who have their first publication much further out, and then we get to more recent career cohorts. Those are individuals where their first publication was within just the last 5 years. We're beginning to use career cohorts identified by the year in which the first publication appeared because we don't have assignment of position and because we're also looking across multiple sectors. For us, this is about examining proportions of women and men participating in research at different career stages so that we can subsequently better understand career progression and phenomena such as the leaky pipeline, and have the ability to track cohorts of researchers over time to investigate whether there is change throughout the pipeline over time. And are we seeing an acceleration of progress, or are we seeing the same steady state of advancement, which is too slow? All right, perfect. In the 1 minute I have left, then I will tell you where you're going to be able to find information. See the scan code here, take out your scanners. I think it will work. In the event that it doesn't, over on that table all the way to your left are 2 physical versions of this, and you can scan. When you do that, you'll be taken to a page where you can sign up to receive information and a copy of the new report once it's published, as well as information about associated launch events that will be happening throughout the world. You can then also, once you do that, you'll get access to the waterlogged report available online to you, and you'll be able to see far more of the details than I'm able to present inside of 15 minutes. And I'm here the rest of the 2 days, and so I'm happy to answer any other questions that you have. And so with that, I will thank you very much for your time and turn it over to the next speaker.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. We'll keep questions for the discussion after. Next up, Peter van der Besselaar, professor at the VU, former colleague of mine, and very interested to hear your talk. Thank you.
Let me switch on my clock. Okay, the screen is on. I'm going to talk a little bit more on a more narrow topic, which is the question whether there's still a glass ceiling in academia, and the case is the Netherlands. This study is part of, how would this work? Oh, the big button? Yeah. Okay, so this small study is part of a project we just started. It's called the Granted Project. It's funded through Horizon 2020, and if you're interested in that, you can come to a session tomorrow afternoon where my colleague Helene Schiefbanker will tell you more about the project. Okay, the glass ceiling in academia. So there was a small debate earlier this year in the Netherlands where it was based on an interview with one of the authors of a paper in the Lancet, that special issue on gender and science, in the Dutch newspaper Trouw. And there she stated that the academic careers of men go faster than the academic careers of women. And then another national newspaper, the NRC, which is mostly read by the Dutch professors, I guess, according to statistics, that had an issue which is called fact check. They stopped with that, and there they did a fact check of the statement and found and concluded that this was actually incorrect, that the careers of women go faster in Dutch academia. And then, of course, journalists don't do research, but this was based on a study by the Rathenow Institute. So the empirical input was a report stating that the share of women among new appointed professors increases faster than you would have expected. And I will come back to what is expected. And from that, the NRC concluded that the statement of in Trouw was wrong. Okay, why is this relevant to enter this discussion? Because the Rathenow Institute has a major advisory role in the Netherlands on issues related to science and technology. And its main target of the advice is Parliament and the Ministry of Science and Education. And the NRC is one of the leading newspapers, so it's useful to have a more close look at this study of the Rathenow Institute. And the idea actually of the study is quite nice. So what they say is, state there is, okay, you should not compare the newly appointed number of newly appointed female professors with the number of PhD students today, or the number of students today, or something like that, but you should take into account the time lag between getting your PhD and becoming appointed to full professor. And if you take this time lag into account, then you get an idea about what the expected value would be, because, and then additionally, no, that's the wrong one. And additionally, that what they got from microdata is that the career between getting your PhD and becoming a full professor is 17 years. In an earlier report, they said 19 years, so I'll come back to that in a minute. Now then, of course, the ratio between men and women in the field that got a PhD 70 years ago tells you something about the supply of qualified men and women for these professor positions which are filled today. This is, I think, a productive idea, because these graphs where you see today's numbers of male and female PhD students and today's number of full professors do not make very much sense, because these old professors which are still there graduated 30 years ago, and so they're still in the system and move out at a certain moment. Okay, so what they then did is comparing, no, the wrong one again. So comparing the expected level, the expected value of appointments for full professors and the realized ones. And so the expected value is shown by the red line, and the red line shows you then the growth of the share of female PhD holders over the years, 70 years ago. And then the blue line is the number of the ratio of appointed full professors in the Netherlands, the ratio of women there. And then you see actually that these lines more or less, of course, as the appointment numbers are much lower than the PhD numbers, so the blue line is much more is less stable, but overall you see that the two move in the same direction. And from this you could conclude that, in fact, given the supply of qualified candidates, the appointment procedure is more or less neutral. Now, if you would take the 90-year time gap, then the red line would go down a little bit, and that made them then to conclude that it works better for female academics, because then the blue line would become above the red line. Okay. So this is the idea is nice. This is again the wrong one. Okay. But there are a few problems there. So first of all, there's this issue whether you should take 17 or 19 years. That makes a difference, as I will show you in a minute. The other one is that this study doesn't cover the life sciences and the medical field, and this is an important thing, because in the Netherlands, the medical field is about 38% of the total research capacity, and that also holds for the number of professors and the number of PhD students. So excluding that may give a very biased picture, and then there's a question of statistics, on which I will come back. Okay, so I asked for the microdata of the Raad Institute, but they were not available, so I had to use their aggregated data, some Statistics Netherlands data, and fortunately I could get microdata on appointments of full professors in the VU Medical Center for a 3 year period, so that helped enormously to do this study. Okay, this is the results. What you see in the highest lines, that is the share of female PhD receivers over the period. And then the blue line is the share of female PhD receivers in the Netherlands in the medical field. So at the Free University, it's slightly higher than overall. And then if you go down, the blue and the green dotted lines, the lower lines, are the share of full professors in the medical field in total, the development of it, and the share of full professors at the Free University Medical Center. And you see that increases the share. So and then because I got this data on appointments, you see the short green line, which actually shows you the share of appointed full professors in these years at the Free University, which is slightly higher than the green dotted line, which means that explains the growth, because the share of women among new appointed is higher than the average share, so therefore the average share goes up over the years. But now the question is, what about this 70 years time gap? And then we see here that in the medical field there is no relation whatsoever between the pool of qualified people that got a PhD 7 years ago and now are at the moment of becoming or not appointed as full professor, and the share of newly appointed professors now. I hope this is clear. So the red lines give you, for the Netherlands and for the Free University, the level on which you would have expected that the ratio of female full professors recently appointed would be, and it's much lower. It's actually only 60% of that. Okay, so as I said, in the medical and the life sciences, the expected rate of female appointments is much lower than much higher than the realized ratio, which suggests a very thick glass ceiling because of the big difference. Now, what about the other fields? What you see here is the data for other fields. At the right side, you see the data for the medical sector, which I already showed. And now, this is the total on which the analysis of the Raad Institute was based. And what you see here is actually that the realized level is 110%, which is actually 10% higher than you would have expected based on the number of people that got a PhD, in this case 19 years ago. Now, so that explains their conclusion. Now, the problem here is that if you go a level deeper and you look at the individual disciplines level, that picture changes incredibly. So here we see that only in the humanities a little bit, and in the technical field very strongly, the number of appointments is higher than the expected value. But in the social sciences, in the sciences and agriculture, and it's much lower, like in the medical field. So the trap here is the Simpson paradox. So if you, like here, if you would do the regression on the whole set, it would go down, the line would go down, but if you take the two groups apart, then it goes up. So the big danger of using statistics on an aggregate level is that you simply don't see what happens. Now, if you take the 17 years time lag, then in fact we see that overall the realized level is a little bit under the expected, but if you then look at the red figures for the individual fields, then you see that apart from the technical sciences, everywhere the expected value is higher than the realized value. And that is again, and the 79%, which is actually almost even, is also again is the Simpson paradox effect. Okay, conclusions. I hope I'm in time. So I think the approach and the method are useful, but the data do not at all support the conclusion that female careers grow faster and that the glass ceiling therefore has disappeared. This does not relate to gender specifically, but more generally. So the big danger of using data and being very quickly with reports and then bringing them in the newspapers is that if they are wrong, that the effect may be very bad. In this case, these newspaper articles and such a report try to have an effect that people start to think that there may not be a glass ceiling where there is one. And then finally, also newspapers should not rely on only one publication, but more sources. Okay, I didn't go into Klaartje's main topic of today, which is the criteria for quality and excellence. And this was not done because of a practical reason and because of a principal reason. So the practical is that to do this, you need to have the microdata to combine these then with all kind of characteristics of the people. And as I didn't get them, I was not able to do this. But also by not doing it, you could say, okay, this is kind of an inclusive idea about quality. I'm not saying anything about quality between of the men and the women in the various sets we compare. We assume that they are more or less, probably in different dimensions, equal at a certain abstract level, and then we see if we do this that the glass ceiling still exists. Now, bringing in these quality indicators. Yeah, that's also my last sentence. So we will bring in the project I mentioned at the beginning. We will do this. So we are studying the relationship between, on the one hand, getting grants, on the other hand, quality or excellence or performance of applicants and people who try to make careers, and the career issue. But about this, I can maybe talk 2 years from now. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Peter. Very enlightening. The next speaker is Lydia Borrell-Damien, the brand new Secretary General of Science Europe. The floor is yours, Lydia.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. I would like to start thanking the organizers for this excellent conference and for having invited Science Europe to be represented here. I would like to start in this session about this sensitivity to context in statistics by mentioning a few statistics. Maybe you have seen the paper that the Dutch Ministry for Science, Education and Culture has distributed, I think, in the conference. And you may have remarked that between 2010 and 2018, Netherlands have almost doubled the number of students and doctoral candidates. I think this is a very good figure because, as you will see here, the figures I have brought in. The bigger one, okay. This graph is Eurostat data from 2016, showing the share of female and male students in tertiary education in different broad disciplines. So you can see the broad differences from the first one, social sciences and humanities, where you have a decent 60% of female in them. But when you look at the engineering, just right in the column right next to it, you see that almost 80% of the students in tertiary education are male. This is therefore, I think, an achievement in the Dutch context that they have managed to evolve so much since 8 years ago. These figures may be misleading the overall figure is misleading, as precisely Peter just said, in the Dutch context, because when you look at the overall figure of tertiary students in Europe, you get a marvelous 50%. However, when you go into the different fields, you can see how divergent these numbers are. So big statistics are good, but then we need to, of course, go into the details. If we also look at the gender balance in the population of doctoral candidates, we also get close to a very wonderful 50%. This is across countries. But then you always have to go to the different fields to assess whether these, how meaningful this is regarding the position of female in research, the early stage of researchers. As Peter has said, then as you move up the ladder in the academic leadership or positions, you find less and less women. And recalling my figures from the European University Association, when you look at the vice rectors and rectors in universities across Europe, you get a decreasing figure as you move up, with only 20% of vice rectors across Europe and 8% of rectors. Again, misleading, because these 20% and 8% are more located in the northern western part of Europe. Therefore, we can find different types of figures, but we need to go then into the details to get a real, the real impact of what they mean. In Science Europe, Science Europe started way back to analyze gender biases or gender issues in science from the perspective of both research funder organizations and research performing organizations. Back in 2015, the Science Europe held a workshop out of which a main recommendation emerged, which was to look at what is the position in developing the concept of excellence in science. And we've seen several examples of the speakers today discussing how people, including women, are biased when it comes to assessing researchers. In 2017, the Science Europe published a practical guide to improving equality in research organizations. And here you have a list of 6 main points, 6 main recommendations that were in that book. One was to check indicators to assess the success rates, to enable a discussion in the institutions about gender bias and other possible biases. Perform raise awareness activities in their organizations, provide training to staff, monitor the success rates, or learn from each other. Now, today, Science Europe is conducting a study on the way research is assessed for funding allocation purposes, and we have included the gender dimension in this study. So soon, probably early next year, we will have some data that we will be able to share with you regarding this aspect. In particular, organizations have been asked how they monitor, how they take into account the gender dimension in their policies and in the way they are assessing research proposals in the case of funders, or researchers' position in the case of performers, as well as what do they do when they found out that they don't have a proper policy or a proper population in female researchers according to what could be expected. Yes, so sorry. In addition, as I said, we are starting in Science Europe a discussion on excellence in research. Other organizations are doing similar exercises, because it is true that with the evolution of the way research is now performed, conducted, disseminated, etc., the concept of excellence is being challenged, and many scientists themselves engage in such a dialogue. We believe that an essential part of this dialogue is then the position of women in science. So we will spark that. You can see here a very beautiful drawing from Vassilia Christidou. She made that drawing based on a work from E. Wong, who studied how children depict scientists. So if a kid has to depict a scientist, what they would draw. And over the years, over 50 years, it shows how kids still draw men more or less with beards or without beards or with glasses or without, but still have the picture that the man is the researcher. And this drawing was made as a counter example of what it should be. Science Europe, in addition to the European context in which we normally operate, takes also this at a higher level, at the global level, through the Global Research Council. There is guidelines issued from 2016 and are now currently monitored to the level of implementation. They will be discussed in the next Global Research Council that will be in May next year in South Africa. And there is a working group that will present the outcomes of that study on the level of implementation. And last but not least, I would like to say that I think this is the perfect forum to liaise with other global forums that are engaged in gender studies, but more importantly, into gender promotion. So for me, there are 4 main conclusions to bring to this audience. One is that we need more and more reliable data on the proportion of women in science. We need to reinforce the existing policies or create them if they are not there. But very importantly, we need to conduct a lot of awareness-raising exercises, even for ourselves, because even the women, are implicitly biased. And last but not least, education from the early stages of childhood, educated in a gender-balanced world. I think this is very important. So I would stop here, and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Lydia. And then last but not least on our panel, Mina Stareva, if I pronounced it correctly, very good, from the European Commission, Directorate for Research and Innovation on the She Figures.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I think it's already after 12. So I would like to start by saying that I feel extremely honored to be here, extremely honored to be with you. It is my first gender summit, so I don't have the gender fatigue. On the contrary, I have the full motivation to work on this file together with you. My main focus, my main objective of today is actually to discuss with you how we can promote gender-inclusive policy under Horizon Europe, which is implementable and which we can monitor in an inclusive way. And since I'm new at this summit, I would like to tackle my presentation into an opportunity window. So I would not repeat what my Deputy Director General mentioned this morning. I will present this, but I will just speak about something else. So what do we have available? This is what you can see on the typical slides of the European Commission. Gender equality is in the DNA of the European Union. It's a founding value. So what do we have now? We have a new Commission starting as of 1st of November. We have a President-elect that puts a lot of emphasis on gender equality. We have a new gender equality strategy announced for next year. We have a new Commissioner for Youth and Innovation, responsible also for research and education, that places gender equality within her 8 challenges for future action. We have new framework program, Horizon Europe. We have a new stimulus for European research area as of next year. And on the top of it, we actually celebrate, or not, 20 years of European action on women in science. So this year we mark 20 years since the first communication Women in Science. And 20 years since the first committee of member states working on gender equality. So it's a lot. For me, at least, this is a lot. It's a scope of opportunity, it's a momentum. We have it here. We have made many conditions, let's say, available. So it's up to us to develop a gender-inclusive strategy together. For this, of course, I would need to very briefly go through what was already said this morning. We work together with member states, stakeholders, and within the Commission to promote gender equality as part of the European research area. And we put an emphasis on what we call institutional change, because we firmly believe that we should not address individual actions. Actions should happen at institutional level. To repeat what was mentioned this morning, We have done already more than 50 million to support institutional change at universities. We work a lot, and we work also in promotion, the contextualization actually of the institutional change. So each implementing institution, and I will show you this graph because I'm so happy to see so many of our projects here. These are our projects funded in Horizon 2020, and each implementing institution is actually asked to conduct a data qualitative and quantitative assessment, and which is then evaluated in the context of local, institutional, or national context. So of course, since this is the topic of our intervention, context is very important. And what we clearly actually support from our side is better involvement from top management, better liaison with the innovation and ecosystems at regional and national level so that we really make institutional change sustainable. So here is what we fund under Horizon 2020 amongst many other policy actions, of course. But what are the facts, what are the figures? And I'm very happy that actually I intervened last because I didn't prepare many data slides. So this is to briefly show you that since 2003, we actually published our SHE figures, which is actually our main pan-European comparable statistic data reports that actually respond to the challenge addressed already in the first Women in Science Communication in 1999 to finally have comparable statistics across member states. So, of course, SHE Figures has always acknowledged the risk of data, of difference between data, not comparable data, the risk of different data sources. This is particularly important, for instance, when we look at the integration of gender dimension. It very much depends on the database that we look, so that we conclude on whether scientific publications and books sufficiently or not address the integration of gender dimension. The answer is no, and we can do much more. On the SHE Figures 2018 edition, we have published it earlier this year, and I will not go through many of the statistics that we actually highlight in this report, because I have brought 300 copies of our USB keys with full SHE Figures publications until now for you. So they're at the reception, and you can use them. You can take also several copies home. And we actually try to put all the comparable data that we have across countries in the different indicators that we measure, starting from gender pay gap, researchers' career, success in receiving research funds, but also participation of women and men in scientific publications, which is still too low for women in scientific publication, and the integration of gender dimension. So I have very few statistics, which are absolutely in line with what was discussed today. Of course, we see that the latest report shows us a picture of overall improvement, and this has to be put also in the context of what we do together in the European Research Area. We work with member states on the implementation of structural change, and for many of the member states, we see that actually the European Research Area national action plans have been a catalyzer for action. Many member states had their first opportunity to define objectives for gender equality, which start to pay off very slowly, so there is still a lot of progress to be done, but we can clearly see that there is a slow increase in terms of when we go up to the scientific career ladder. But we have a huge challenge ahead of us. If we look at the percentage of women within inventorship, it's very, very slow. Yeah, very. So I have put these figures yesterday on my slide, and what is very interesting is that today, when I printed my presentation at the reception, the woman working at the reception told me most of those statistics she knew it by heart, because she told me that she just finished her master's thesis on gender equality in academia. So she's working there. If you need more statistics on this, she knows them. She's great. So what do we do with these statistics? this is where we want to go. I think that Wolfgang Burchers, he said he laid the objective, so we want to promote a gender-inclusive strategy under Horizon Europe. We listen to member states, we listen to the European Parliament, and we are listening to stakeholders. We are in a very specific moment where we actually co-design our future priorities, including on how to integrate the gender dimension across all the different pillars in Horizon Europe. For this, we actually take it very seriously because we know that we cannot do it alone. So we have created an expert group, and I'm extremely happy to see the rapporteur of the expert group, Ineke Klinge, who will be speaking later on today to present the work of the group. And it's amazing because actually they provide us with an evidence-based expertise and concrete cases and methodological advices on how, in concrete terms, to integrate the gender dimension so that a topic in the future does not just mention that this topic applies to both women and men, that we really actually have something concrete to guide the researchers on how to proceed with the sex and gender impact assessment when developing research. So this is the structure that I hope you all know, so I will not go into details on this, just to mention that we will continue funding institutional change under the Strengthening the Year Apart, which is the pilier couché, as we say in French, because we believe that this is the right approach. It takes time. We need a sustainable approach. We need a coordinated approach. One or two actions are not enough. So we will continue to do it. We will expand our scope towards diversity and inclusion strategies, so not only gender equality, to acknowledge also what was clearly I see many pictures, but you are going to have my presentation. So we really acknowledge what is the current context where we need to introduce our actions. So what is very important here is, of course, gender equality remains a priority, a cross-cutting priority, which was the pioneering action of Horizon 2020, and which actually made us advance a lot on gender equality within Horizon 2020, but also overall in Europe. But we really saw a very strong emphasis on the integration of gender dimension in research content and innovation content. So these are the broad lines of what we have in Horizon Europe. Now the challenge is how to put it in place, how to implement it, what are the measures that we need to put in place, but also when we speak about inclusiveness, how do we measure it? So I think that expanding to diversity puts quite a lot of problem for many member states, as for instance you have countries like in France where collecting ethnic statistics are forbidden by law. So how do we measure, how do we consider this in Horizon Europe? It's a huge challenge. So here, Peter, I speak under your authority. Your work towards the key pathways indicators in Horizon Europe, which is an approach that would allow us to develop more inclusive approach. Because building on the data that we currently collect in Horizon 2020, we can very little to say about inclusiveness. In most of the projects, 70% of the projects that are funded for collaborative projects, we don't know who the researchers are, so we don't know who their gender is, so we don't know much about this. With the major change with the key impact pathways in Horizon Europe, which will change our way also to communicate impact, is that we will be able to trace researchers in all the programs through a unique identifier, such as ORCID ID or Researcher ID. So we would have finally a better view on who the researchers are in our projects, but also in the context of the impact pathways towards scientific excellence, we actually have a specific attention on the human resources aspect, where we would actually track research career progress and also working conditions, including remuneration. So this is certainly something that would help us develop a more inclusive image on our policy. I would stop. I would just leave this slide because I think that you should know this in case you didn't yet respond to our public consultation on the future priorities of Horizon Europe or on the implementation of gender equality. There is a survey that is still open until tomorrow. And in particular on the implementation of gender equality, you would be able to have your say on how to actually develop gender equality at the evaluation and submission stage of Horizon Europe, on the work program level, at the model grant agreement level, at the dissemination, and at the data and monitoring. And I stop here. Thank you very much.
Okay, we have 15 minutes left until lunch, and I really want some active audience participation. So while we set up the Mentimeter, which the ministry asked for in particular, because they want input from you on specific measurable indicators, in this case on scientific excellence. But I will allow 2 questions, urgent questions to the panel. So let's start with questions first, 2 minutes only, and only clarification questions. So we're not going into broad discussions now. Who has a very urgent question to the panel? Yes, go ahead. Do we have a microphone for the... Yeah, very good. Marissa's running now. Just a second.
Where is it going?
Here, right here, in front, behind Kurt. Yeah, there we go.
Sorry, this is just a clarification question about the time lapse between men and women, and that the time between being a PhD and being a professor is 17 years. Is that the average for men and women together, or only for women?
No. According to the analysis of the Radboud Institute, based on microdata, this is for men and women, and also on average the same. So it's of course not for everybody 7 years, some longer and some smaller, but the average is the same for men and for women.
Because, and in your analysis, did you look at the real average for women? Because I guess there is a difference between men and women, and that is the maternity leave period, which of course makes it very difficult to have the same number of years to achieve the seniority as men.
Yeah, I didn't get a microdata, so I can't say anything about it, but they report that it's the same for men and women, so, and they never mention things related to getting children, so... Yeah. But it may be the case that there are less women with children that become full professor.
Yeah.
I have a follow-up question. Did you talk to the Rathenau Institute about these results, and how did they respond?
Yeah, I had some mail exchange, but they didn't agree with my findings.
Yeah, I see.
Interesting.
Yeah, very good point. All right. So the first question that I asked you, and I think a lot of you are already filling it out. I think it was already raised this morning in the discussion that we currently is a, you know, does that mean yesterday, today, or tomorrow? But let's say in general, the way we look at scientific excellence, do you agree that that's in an inclusive way we define it? I think we have a very strong agreement here that people tend to disagree with that. So basically saying the way we currently view scientific excellence is not inclusive, or maybe partly inclusive. So then the next question is, can we move on to the second question, please? It's a bit more complicated, because now you will have to make a choice. I've listed a whole number of different ways to make more inclusive, context-sensitive indicators of scientific excellence. Some are related to the individual, so the individual scientist or academic, researcher. Some are related to the institution or even to the national level, or the team level, very important. And there's also, very importantly, there's other. And if you vote for other, I'm going to ask you what it is that you're looking for. Things start popping up. How many do you get to choose? Just one or multiple? 3, very good. It's like the European Song Contest. Blip, 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 blip. Now the votes from the Amsterdam jury. 12 points. Here we go.
Okay.
Oh, nice. Somebody should make a video of this. Very cool. 40 people, 41. Is everybody voting? Is everybody getting onto the Mentimeter? Good. Oh, nice. All right. Well, you can see sort of where this is going. I think we see a very strong preference for, let's say, team-level indicators. Both the degree of diversity and inclusion in the research team that's being evaluated, or in the research team of the individual scientist that's being evaluated. And then also it's a shared now, 49-50, here we go, but also team-based evaluation of excellence. I hear that the Spinoza Awards are now also going to be partly team-based, so that's a very good sign that other people out there in the system find it very important too, to look for team and to promote more this collective communal approach to science. So that's very clear. Also the gender dimension is very high up there, which means that when you're evaluating scientific excellence, do you look also at the degree to which the gender dimension is taken into account into the proposal or into the publications or into the research program that's being evaluated? I'm going to look for the other answers, but because I'm very interested to hear what other suggestions people may have come up with. Who pressed other? 8 people did. I know you're out there. Yes, please, in the back.
Yeah, I don't necessarily have a clear-cut answer here. But what I think is that scientific excellence should be more about the value of research, which is actually quite hard to measure, of course.
Yes.
But yeah, I think the team-based, I also click team-based because I think science should be really collaborative.
Yeah.
And yeah, we should think very carefully how we measure, basically, because measures can be optimized. And basically what I think the thing is most wrong now is actually that people are more about optimizing the metrics. Mm-hmm. So if you say, okay, we need more women, then maybe that will be another metric to optimize, basically. So I agree that there should be more diversity, first of all, but I also see a lot of men struggling that have more these sort of that are more focused on collaboration, and these are also the people that don't really stay in research because the system is just basically more about the competitiveness and the metrics and not so much about people that really have a passion for research, basically. And I think we should look for people with a passion for research. And I think there are people in research that have a passion, but it's very tough. And it's very hard for these people as well. Yeah. So, yeah, that's just, I don't know. We have to think about this.
Yeah, I think we have to think about it too. And I think it's very good input also for the people who are especially under the VSNU umbrella, thinking about different ways how to recognize and evaluate scientists, because this notion of passion and of value-driven, which indeed, of course, both of these things are very hard to operationalize, but it is what drives people. It's what wakes you up in the night, you know, when your eyes are sparkling, like, ooh, that's the drive is what wakes you up in the morning, I think, or at night. So I think that's very important, but as I also agree, it's very hard to turn that into a number or a value, yeah. All right, other people who pressed the other button. Yeah? Yeah, somebody over here as well? Thank you.
Thank you. I cannot talk about all disciplines. I am an organizational psychologist, so one of the indicators that I would love to be included in my evaluation would be how much organizations use my work.
Yeah.
That is impact on the society, next to the numbers.
Yeah.
And the other indicator that I would have loved to be included also in my evaluation would be how much I inspired other people to follow my discipline and to be impactful and to keep put their effort in academic career, I would say.
And then you mean a younger generation, yes, younger scientists.
Within and outside my group.
So impact on organizations, which in your discipline is
relevant.
You know, that's your managerial implications paragraph in the articles that you write.
Now, yeah, not only that, but they're really
whether they're really doing it.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
yes. And the inspiration level to the future generations, both
exactly.
very interesting indicators. Thank you. Yes, over there.
Actually, I didn't press it, but I had the idea of hearing all these other great ideas, and this is we need to focus on working more trans and interdisciplinary and to doing research not just in our little bubble, but be more diverse and inclusive in our research as well, and to see, okay, what are other perspectives, where can we put things together better. So I guess interdisciplinarity would be a really great excellence criterion as well.
Yes, thank you. Oh, I should have thought of that myself. Thank you so much. It's a wonderful addition, absolutely. Also, by the way, quite hard to quantify, because are you then counting the number of people represented on the team from different disciplines? And then you get the discussion of intra and inter and multi and whatever, but very, very valid contribution. Thank you. Final suggestions here for the other button. Here, over here. Thank you. I don't like pointing. How do I politely point?
Well, I wasn't sure about the answer because I wasn't sure what you were asking for exactly. So why do we want to measure scientific excellence? Because from the interviews that we've done with women, they say, if you only look at these things and not at the other activities that you do within science as a woman that you're asked for, all the committees, all the gender stuff, then of course you will score lower on that. And in Australia, they're already doing, evaluating women or all people actually on the work that they do, which is more for the whole of science, or the whole institute. So I wasn't sure if it's really about scientific excellence to be, you as an individual, how are you in science, or how well are you contributing to the institute increasing its science, which has a lot of other activities involved.
Yeah. Yeah, again, also a very valid contribution. I think, first of all, what your comment reflects on is the fact that we have a very, let's say, research-oriented view on what scientific excellence looks like. And that the other things are sort of either less relevant or that they take time away from being scientifically excellent. Whereas probably for a lot of people, and especially for teams, it's much more a combination. And that you cannot be an excellent researcher without being also an excellent teacher, academic citizen, etc. So, yeah, valid comment. Thank you. Final one. Yes.
I'm also not sure the direction of the question, but I think there should be public engagement and science communication, because I feel you never get to the level of scientific excellence if it doesn't go back to the public. Because the main reason of research is for the people. And if the people don't understand what you're doing, we're just living in a bubble of sweet scientific nothings. I just believe that's the concept of research. It's for the people.
I've sometimes jokingly said if somebody would have counted my tweets, I would have been very, very excellent long ago. Yes. Thank you. Very valid contribution as well. I think there's a whole world to be learned out there to do better science communication. I think scientists very often neglect that that's a very important part of what they're doing, especially when they're using public money. But maybe that's more my opinion than a proper policy statement. Okay, thank you very much. I think it's very useful, and I think also to our speakers, but also to the organizing team of the Gender Summit to take these things into account and think about them a bit more. Belle, your appeal this morning very clearly was for a broader definition of excellence. Do you see things here that reflect that, or do you want more? I'm putting you on the spot, I know it. The team notions are there.
Yeah, the team notion is there, but I always worry that then team science becomes the thing that women need to do.
Yeah.
But I think anything that broadens our sense of scientific excellence will work. And I think we need to do a lot of things, not one thing. So in that sense, I like the combination of these answers.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any other urgent issues from the audience to our panel or to our organizers? Yes, Ineke.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. I was very happily struck by the outcome of this poll. At least you have the gender dimension as the third top item. And I think that is a huge support from this audience for all the efforts in the Commission to make a serious issue of integrating the gender dimension. At least if it's understood as the right interpretation, meaning integration of sex and gender analysis. But that's the way how it is formulated. So I think this is an enormous support also for the work of the gender sector, for you, Mina, and your colleagues, but also for us as the expert group for gendered innovations too. So thank you to this audience for the big support for the gender dimension.
Very good.
Hey everybody. I think we should get started. I hope you all had a delicious lunch, and it's our job, the 5 of us who are up here right now, to grab your attention and keep you wide awake after lunch and get you involved in a discussion about something that some of us, anyway, don't talk about very much. My name is Kurt Rice. I'm the rector of Oslo Metropolitan University, and I also run Norway's Committee on Gender Balance and Diversity in Research, where we try to work nationally to stimulate research institutions and our ministry to do the right thing when it comes to gender balance and diversity. I am really excited to have the opportunity to chair this session, to represent half of the population on the stage right now, half of the population of the world on this stage. It's good to use men as chairs when they don't have anything else to say, I guess. Anyway, I'm very excited to chair this session that is called Promoting Scientific and Societal Benefits of AI Through Diversity in Participation and Bias-Free Conceptual Networks. And with me on the stage, I'm very pleased to have Greta Byram, and I'm pleased to have Cecilia Greboval, and to have Ghislaine Prince, and also to have Özgür Şimşek. And we'll get to them in just a minute, but I wanted myself just to take 3 minutes to reveal my ignorance to all of you on this particular topic. One of the books that I enjoyed most on my summer holiday was Ian McEwan's new novel, Machines Like Me. And that's a story about Charlie Friend. How many of you have read Machines Like Me? Oh, you have, so many of you have such a pleasure still awaiting you. But Machines Like Me is the story of Charlie Friend and his relationship to Miranda, who eventually becomes his girlfriend, and their relationship to his robot, Adam. And Adam is such a perfect robot that in certain settings he can be mistaken for a human. And one of the very best scenes in the book is a scene in which Charlie and Adam are talking to Miranda's father. And Miranda's father knows that one of them is a robot and one of them is his daughter's true love. And the comedy in that situation is that the father mistakes Charlie and Adam, and he thinks Charlie is the robot and Adam is the boyfriend. And this is seen as a success, right? It's seen as a success for the builders of robots and for programmers. Somehow the sign of the perfect robot, at least as implied by Ian McEwan, is that it's interchangeable with a human being. But that might be, it occurs to me, just the opposite of our fantasies about the perfect robot. It might be the case that we actually don't want them to be just like humans, at least not when it comes to carrying out evaluations of humans. We want them to be better than us. We want them to let us finally achieve true objectivity. Now, all of those of us who are here in this room today, we know that work on gender equality and diversity shows us that humans are incapable of fulfilling the myth of objectivity, right? We were encouraged before lunch to take an evidence-based approach, and we know what the evidence shows. We're just not up to the task. Or as Professor Buitendijk more eloquently put it, we suck at measuring excellence. Now, can AI beat us at this task? If so, then the goal is not to make robots that are just like humans, but robots that are even better than humans, and that might be our last hope. There are many, many examples of bias in AI that are starting to emerge. One from right here in the Netherlands is about an algorithm which was supposed to match job applicants with possible jobs, and it kept returning more and more and more suggestions about part-time jobs to women. Now, this is in some ways not surprising, right? The Netherlands, after all, is at the top in the OECD measurements of women in the workforce who have part-time jobs. So the AI system was so good that it actually adopted not only individual bias, but this whole societal and perhaps, I dare say, cultural solution that would perpetuate the massive economic weaknesses that women in this country have in light of their progressive international reputation. So what is the source of such bias? Well, it seems to me, as a non-expert in this field, that there are three possible sources of bias in artificial intelligence. One is the algorithm itself, one is what's fed into the algorithm, and one is the interpretation that's applied to what comes out of the algorithm. We heard this morning that gender equality is in the DNA of the EU. And my question is, how do we get that DNA into AI? How do we get AI to acknowledge policy, to acknowledge our goals, and not just our feeble human practice? These are the kinds of issues that I hope we'll touch on in this session. And with those opening words, then I would like to invite Dr. Greta Byram to the podium.
Hello. I actually do need this. And it's the wrong presentation that's up right now. So if you could pull up Byram. Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you. And is there any way to move this, or do I have to just stand here? Oh, yeah. Got it. Just got off a plane. I am really happy to be here. Thank you so much for having me. And I am here from the New School University in New York City. And we are an applied research laboratory, so I'm actually not a doctor, but thank you for calling me one. But I run this applied research lab, and we function as sort of a fulcrum or a pivot point between policymakers, academia, and civil society. So I'm not going to talk about robots today at all. Sorry about that. But I am going to talk about automated decision-making systems. And I'm basically going to present to you a cautionary tale. Because in the US, we don't have regulation anymore, unfortunately. And in particular, when it comes to regulating data, we lost all of our privacy protections in 2017 when the Trump administration rolled back the open internet rules. And so what we have in the US is basically what I like to call frontier justice. It's not a good situation. So, and we don't have speaker notes here, is that right? Okay. So I wanted to start by just taking a temperature check. Can you raise your hand if you know what 5G is? Okay, great. Okay, just wanted to make sure we're all starting from the same place. So 5G systems are being rolled out really rapidly in New York City. They're taking over sort of how the city collects data, how the city creates its systems, and automated decision-making tools, which are wrapped into 5G systems, are basically being introduced at all levels of city governance. And that's happening based on procurement decisions by city departments and agencies. So there's no sort of city policy or state policy or federal policy that regulates how these kinds of decision-making systems are built into governance. So basically, it is really key right now to address this problem of digital equity when it comes to automated decision-making systems. And automated decision-making systems do disproportionately impact women because they impact, in particular, the areas of social services and housing, which really impacts the way that women operate in their daily lives. So we have such a rush to bring ADSs to market, and I'll just use ADS, Automated Decision-Making Tools, as an abbreviation, that we are not taking care of equity. And that means that we are looking at the field of cybernetics to make decisions about how we run cities and municipalities. So cybernetics is the science of communication and control of organized systems, which uses a control loop to monitor inputs and decision-making within that system. The idea is that a complex system, like an engine, can be kept running smoothly by adjusting fuel or air inputs, et cetera, and then you just expand outward from there, and you have how you run a city and its departments. Now, the issue is, when you're looking at cybernetics, what you're not looking at is wicked problems. So wicked problems are those kinds of really deep, fundamental social issues that are at the base of a lot of the things that we see happening. Social inequality, for example. And I'll just use as an example of that, in Rio, after there were a number of terrible mudslides in the early 2000s, they created a great cybernetic system with a control room where they could monitor all the data flows coming in from all across the city, sensors, cameras, all of the ADS tools. But what they didn't do was work with residents of neighborhoods on what was causing the mudslides, which was how people were building plumbing systems in informal settlements. And so the problem didn't get solved. What happened was there was a lot of extra data coming in. So we are at the point of gathering, I think it's 44 zettabytes of data per day. And that is by virtue of building these automated decision-making systems that get, not the automated decision-making systems, just the data collection systems, all the sensors and feedback loops, facial recognition systems, live action, data gathering on faces, license plate readers, all these systems. And when you put them all together, you have a very, very wide net. And so what do we do with all that data? We have to invent algorithms to process it. People can't process it. It's too big. So we have this problem of a feedback loop within the system and then a feedback loop where we're producing so much data that we have to create tools to do things with it. And what happens is we do not then take the time to review the data that's building the systems and make sure that it's ethical and accurate. So as an example, this is actually a predictive policing system. In the US, we've had predictive policing systems rolled out without regulation, and in the case of New Orleans, without the knowledge of the city council or other public decision makers. And what we found is that a lot of the police departments that were using predictive policing systems were also feeding it with data. Palantir was the vendor in the case of New Orleans. They were feeding it with data that was biased. So historically, the way that police departments were collecting data was biased because they were over-policing particular communities. So that created a flawed data set, which then created a predictive system that was over-policing exponentially. So there basically are no rules. So the other system that's being used now in New York City and a number of other cities in the US is facial recognition. And we have the same problem with data quality. So in the case of facial recognition, this is an example from New York City where somebody stole some beer from a deli. There was a really pixelated picture of that person that was captured on the live footage. But somebody said, oh, that guy looks like Woody Harrelson. And so what they did was they fed a picture of Woody Harrelson, this celebrity, into their facial recognition system and then arrested somebody based on that data. So in the US, we have no rules. We have no rules. for how facial recognition and other ADSs are used. I will call it now frontier capitalism. It's a variety of surveillance capitalism, which you may be familiar with that concept from Sharon Zuboff's great book, Surveillance Capitalism. Another issue is, of course, in data classification. So many of you may be familiar with that. And this is an example from a piece by Kate Crawford from the AI Now Institute and Trevor Peglin. And what they did was they took one of the largest face recognition databases, which is called ImageNet, and they basically opened it up to the public and said, upload any image you want, a selfie or a picture of a celebrity, and see what comes back. Now, ImageNet is used in many, many systems worldwide. It's a commercial database. And basically what happened was ImageNet Roulette started, this is an art piece, by the way. They just wanted to expose what's going on with data classification and machine learning. ImageNet Roulette started returning words like negroid or blackamoor, so these kinds of terms that are extremely offensive. And so it basically exposed how data classification and the kinds of tags that are applied to faces contain some of the bias of those who create those systems. So in this case, the data for ImageNet was classified by Mechanical Turk workers on Amazon. So these are very low wage, paid sort of pennies on the hour workers who classified these images. And as a result of this art project, ImageNet took down about 60,000 images. But this raises the question of, this question of objectivity. So we believe machine learning is going to create more objective decision making, but when the underlying data is biased or the data classification is biased, we have results like this. So I do want to talk about gender. I did mention it in terms of social services and housing and how those kinds of automated decision-making systems disproportionately impact women, but specifically, I want to talk about period tracker apps, which are highly unregulated, and this is a problem worldwide, but specifically in the US. So Privacy International just released a report last month showing that most of the period tracker apps that exist are sharing data with third parties without notifying users. So they tested 36 period tracking apps, and they found that 61% of them automatically transfer data to Facebook the moment that a user opens the app. And so this is data that impacts or exposes mood, intimate life, and pregnancy status. So this is pretty shocking. And this is a problem in the US, but also worldwide, as I said. I don't know how GDPR would impact this. You guys are so lucky with GDPR, and in some ways GDPR helps us, but not that much. At any rate, using period tracking app data, we also found the Washington Post reported earlier this year that employers who offer period tracking apps to employees in the US are actually tracking their employees' data on the period tracker apps. Not only that, but this is happening against a backdrop where in the US, about a dozen state legislatures are trying to ban abortion outright. So they're trying to create a precedent that will elevate this to the US Supreme Court. And some of those bills include extremely troubling conditions, such as in Texas, they introduced a bill that would enable the death penalty for women who got an abortion. Furthermore, it was revealed a couple of months ago that using a Freedom of Information Act request, that the Trump administration has been illegally taking menstrual cycle data and pregnancy data from minors that are in custody, that is, migrants. So this data almost feels radioactive, right? It's really, really troubling from a gender perspective because we can see the possibility of state power being used to criminalize women who are seeking reproductive rights. And And one of the most troubling parts about this is that we are losing the potential of this kind of data to make up the gap in women's healthcare. So this is extremely useful data, on the other hand, and we're running into the problem of potentially, what we say in the US, throwing the baby out with the bathwater. If that makes any sense. So losing the possible benefits while we deal with the harms. So we also don't have accountability either on the part of tech companies or on the part of government. In the US, we basically have one agency that does any sort of regulation of technology, and that's the Federal Trade Commission. The Federal Communication Commission has said they don't want to have jurisdiction over technology, which is hilarious. But the FTC basically doesn't regulate except in misrepresentation in advertising. And so we end up making regulatory and policy decisions based on things like government procurement decisions, IT systems management, public-private partnership agreements and their data policies, and legal precedent. So much of how tech ends up being regulated and ADS ends up being regulated has to do with just individual decisions by judges, which sometimes are in conflict with policy at the city, state, and federal level. So what can we do? I don't want to leave you all feeling really depressed. Don't go the way that the US is going, number one. But in the absence of reasonable governance, we're looking to civil society to try and address what's happening in the US. And so some of the things that we're trying to do, because our institutions of government are weak right now, and I don't think that's really debatable. But number one, industry standards. So looking to things like LEED certification, so standards where industry has an incentive to create a better ethical decision-making framework than sort of what would be expected. So that is where consumers start to demand better products. So one example of that is on the left. Ranking Digital Rights is a project that uses it ranks 24 technology companies based on 35 indicators, examining their policies and practices affecting freedom of expression, privacy, and governance. So that's a really excellent example of a standard-setting civil society org. Secondly, we're looking at codes of ethics. So, for example, the American Library Association, which governs all of the libraries in the US, research libraries, public libraries, et cetera, they have a code of ethics that is extremely strong. So the second picture is, it's the third picture, is this group called the Connecticut Four, which refused to give the government data related to borrowers, what they were borrowing from the libraries. And they refused to be gagged about the information request by the US government. So these are librarians, and they took it all the way to the Supreme Court and won. And that's based on the American Library Association Code of Ethics. And then the third thing I'll say is public awareness and education. So in many cases, civil society doesn't have the information or knowledge they need to do advocacy on the policy level. And so what we are trying to do at the Digital Equity Laboratory is to try to make that bridge between civil society, academia, and policymakers to create enough informational awareness so that people can educate their communities and they can do that advocacy. So the second picture is our data bodies, which is a really great project looking at the effect of data-driven systems. It's a qualitative project looking at the effect of data-driven systems on historically marginalized and oppressed populations in the US. So I'm going to leave it there, and thank you all for listening, and don't be like us in the US. Thank you all.
Thanks for that interesting and provocative talk, Greta. You touched on one of the issues that I actually mentioned, namely the bias that sort of gets fed into the system. And sometimes we have the idea that part of the promise of big data is that data sets will get so huge that those biases will get worked out. But it doesn't seem to quite work that way, does it? They just get reinforced.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have to ask, like, who are the architects of these systems, and then sort of who makes decisions about the data quality. So in the case of the American Library Association, I'll mention them again, they're actively looking at data classification and metadata and how they can consult with affected communities to correct the data. In the case of the police departments that are rolling out predictive policing tools, we are really troubled and fighting back against the way that that data is historically biased. And that is, you know, for example, a lot of those police departments that are doing this have also been the subject of investigations by our Department of Justice under previous administrations, definitely not under the Trump Department of Justice. Anyway, so something like a criteria of if a police department has actively been investigated for bias, their data should not be used in predictive systems. So there's ways to address that, but I don't think growing the data corrects necessarily the flaws.
Right, no, I got that. Great, thanks so much. Then we will continue to our next speaker, Cecilia Grboval, who's going to talk about gender equality and artificial intelligence at the Council of Europe.
Thank you very much. I'm not an academic, but I did spend a very happy Erasmus year at Utrecht University, so many thanks to the organizers to allow me to be back here. So what my role is, I work at the Council of Europe, and the Council of Europe is an intergovernmental organization, and within that organization, my role is to promote gender mainstreaming in all areas. So it means that I'm trying to encourage all my colleagues and all the different bodies in the organization to do gender, including in relation to topics as challenging as terrorism, corruption, artificial intelligence, etc. So today I'm going to talk about what the Council of Europe has been doing in relation to artificial intelligence, and we are a standard-setting organization, meaning we deal a lot with legislation. So I guess it will be quite complementary to what the previous speaker has been talking about. So you see who we are. We are not the European Union. We are a bit bigger. We are present in 47 member states and based in Strasbourg. So the colleagues from the European Union were here this morning, and we are a bit of a different organization. Gender equality has been high on the agenda of the Council of Europe for many years. What we do, we have a policy framework. I won't go into the details, but we do work a lot on violence against women, on sexism, on women's access to justice, on media. We have conventions, we have recommendations, and we do work also on artificial intelligence. So why we do this? We have our three main pillars are human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And we look at artificial intelligence from that perspective. So many different sectors of the organizations have been looking at artificial intelligence from their own perspective. So it can be freedom of expression, it can be democracy, it can be also justice. And we do this because we see, as we've seen, that artificial intelligence actually enters our lives in many different aspects, but also is used to make decisions about how we get a job, how we can get a loan, how we get social benefits, and how we can also exercise our right to democracy, for example. So this is why we are trying to look at how to monitor the systems, how to regulate them possibly, and primarily what the human rights implications of artificial intelligence are. So here you have a few examples of impacts. So to give you a very concrete example of what can happen if, for example, public authorities use these systems, one member state had started to use machines to actually evaluate capacity or incapacity levels of their citizens. And because there were no interviews, no human-led interviews anymore, and maybe also some failures in the data, some people actually lost their disability benefits. and went to court because this was not fair, and because they felt they still had the right to these benefits. It can also, in another country, my country, in France, for example, there is also a new system actually to allocate places at university. Maybe you have the same in your countries, and actually, again, it found that there was some problems with the data set, which led to discrimination of some people coming from some neighborhood. And again, students went to the Defender of Rights to actually make a complaint against this. And then, for another example, for my own professional life, and maybe you've seen this, we, at the Council of Europe, we have a database that we're meant to use for pictures whenever we do a publication. And I was doing something about the rule of law. And I entered the word policewoman, and actually what came up were only pictures of naked women with a police officer's hat. So that shows a bit how sexist these systems can be, and of course it's very difficult to change because we have a contract, and this is how the contract, the machines are programmed, etc. So just to say that it enters everywhere. So what do? We are a bit of a complicated organization. We are an old organization, but it means that many different actors are actually working on this topic. We have our Committee of Ministers, so all the member states. We have a Commissioner for Human Rights, who has been looking quite closely at the different ways artificial intelligence can interfere with rights. So they have produced 10 principles on how to regulate artificial intelligence. We also have an ethical charter in relation to justice, and we're also looking at new legal framework. So you can, if you're interested, you can have a look at the website. It's a special one that deals only with artificial intelligence. But now I will talk more about what we've been looking at in relation to gender equality and the challenges related to gender equality. So when we look at who makes artificial intelligence, well, sometimes we think that technology is neutral, just like law, but actually in this case, as we've seen, technology is not neutral because it really depends on who is actually making the technology. And in this case, we see that 80% of it is actually designed by white men, and that means that there's no diversity, and that also the people who make that technology also project their own vision of the world and their own stereotypes in this. When we look at I have the figures here. So women make up 13% of graduates in ICT-related fields. Only 12% of women in the digital sector in France. And what is also quite worrying is that if you look at the history of artificial intelligence, there were quite some women before until the 80s, but the figures then started to drop. And one of the reasons that I read about this, and maybe my colleagues will also tell you something about this, is that when the individual computers were introduced in the 90s, it was really seen as a boys' game. And then the whole story behind computers became very male and very geek-dominated, and that's how women started to drop out and to become less and less present in this sector. So the efforts are being made, but there is a decrease in the presence of women in this sector on average in Europe, and I don't know about all the countries, but in specific countries as well. So the reasons for this are pretty similar to some of the reasons that were given this morning in relation to women in science, for example. The issue of belonging or not belonging and the so-called imposter syndrome, I think, plays a big role in this area. There's the issue of stereotypes as well, of toys, and also of sexism in the workplace. We've all seen testimonies of women and how sexual harassment was ripe in some of these big ICT companies. So the consequences are, of course, gender biases in the system, but also in terms of the economy, that it means that this is a very powerful area, of course, and this is also, those are also very well-paid jobs, and it means that women are pretty much absent from these jobs. And I think it was said as well, it's really not enough. It's just like for women in parliaments. It's not enough to say, women should be encouraged, etc., to get into these decision-making positions, but it's also a question of the system itself to create the conditions that are safe and that are conducive for the presence of women. And also looking at the sexism in the sector, etc. Now, in relation to the challenges that are more related to algorithm, and here I speak under the control of my colleagues, but here a few reasons how algorithm can be biased. So it's a question of data collection and the fact that some groups are underrepresented or overrepresented in some data sources, which can lead to indirect discrimination. There's the question of sexism and stereotypes that can be reproduced but even amplified by the use of image searching or even gender marketing, for example, when women are the only ones to receive advertisement for baby powder and men receive other things. So that's really also amplifies stereotypes that we have. And of course, the fact that the data that are used reflect historical inequalities, so gender inequalities in terms of job, for example, but also social inequality. And to give you another example, until I think 2 months ago, if you did a Google search in France on lesbian, the only things that you would receive back was porn sites. So this changed due to the action of some civil society organizations, but it really means that these things have to be monitored and looked at very closely. Now, what can we do? It's not easy, but and it's even less easy because, of course, the technology grows so rapidly that it grows quicker than any policies or regulation in this area, but it would be really important to integrate a gender equality perspective when working on these topics. We could also look at how artificial intelligence could actually help to reduce some gaps. And for example, if you've seen some of the more recent studies about women in the cinema industry, these studies were done thanks to machines because nobody would have the capacity to look at hundreds of movies to see how many women and men are represented on screen. So to some extent, also the machines first maybe are not can be more neutral than humans, because humans are not gender neutral either, but can also help to unveil some of the discriminations. We also need to have measures to increase the participation of women and girls in these areas, and that's not only, as I said, encouraging women to participate, but also trying to make the systems and the workplaces more welcoming. We need to take into account gender-based dynamics in the data and in the instruments. We need to improve transparency. We all need to know when and how artificial intelligence or machines are used to make decisions about our lives, and also use legislation. Now, in many cases, when there is discrimination, it is actually indirect discrimination. It's not necessarily direct discrimination, like employers won't say, I don't want any women, but it's a type of indirect discrimination, which is, of course, forbidden by law in Europe, in our countries, but is quite difficult to prove. So legislation that is there on non-discrimination and also on data protection could be used, but it can be quite challenging. And we need to monitor, we need to see the impacts of artificial intelligence. For example, we can have certification and labels, but maybe also regulate and look at how our current standards help or are maybe a bit outdated to regulate this area. And just as a final word, we have just launched a big campaign on sexism, which also looks at all aspects of life. So this is the image. We have a video here that maybe we'll see at some point, but if you want to have a look, you're very welcome, and to spread the word about this campaign as well. And I thank you very much.
Thank you for another very interesting talk. You know, one thing I was thinking about during your talk was when we point out the tremendous gender imbalance in the tech industry, that in some ways I thought was kind of related to a comment about bias in the algorithms. And it seems like sometimes we have an assumption that if we would just get more women into the tech industry, that would level out that bias, but at the same time, all the research we do on implicit bias shows us that women are just as biased against women as men are biased against women. So do you think for that particular reason it would be helpful to have more women, or are you thinking more of the explicit bias cases?
I think both. And the issue is that it's such a very strong boys' club when you look at figures, that I think that more diversity in general would definitely help. And also, probably it's true that women are biased as well, but the experience is quite different. And when I don't know if it's as shocking, the police women example is really shocking to me. But I'm not sure it would be as shocking for a man. I don't know.
Well, I don't know if the result of that search would be different if the algorithm had been written by women or if it had been written by men. I don't know. I don't know. So I think this is a super important topic, and thank you for
that show you what proportion of the faces in the data set belong to the 4 different categories: darker female, darker male, lighter female, and lighter male. Ignore the one at the very bottom, because that's the one the researchers developed themselves to give a fair assessment. If you look at the other things, they're dominated by lighter male, and there's very few black women. So if these are the data sets you're testing your algorithm on, if these are the data sets you're training your algorithm on, of course you're not going to notice the difference. You're not going to realize there is a problem here until someone points it out. And one very important thing about this study is that the lead author is a black female. And the reason she went on, you can guess why she went after this, because she was at MIT and she was doing a completely different project in the media lab that was more an art performance. And as part of that, she required the system to recognize the face of the user, to locate where it is, and it just wouldn't get, they had a diverse team, and it only worked on the lighter skinned people. So in order to, when they had to do public demonstrations, they had to use that member of the team. And then she tested her face on various commercial software recognition systems, and it just wasn't there. And interestingly, you should check this out, she then puts a white mask on her face, and immediately, yeah, there's a face. The system recognizes a mask, a white, plain mask, but not the true face of a human being. So things can get even worse. These are some image labeling. We see some skyscrapers, airplanes, cars, bikes, and then you go, what? And this is a tweet by Jackie, who's the male you see there, user of Google Photos. What's going on here? And the reason I'm showing you this is because Wired followed it up a few years later. Hey, Google, what did you do? Because at the time, Google was, oh, we're very sorry. We'll fix it immediately. And it turned out, after Wired chased the story a little bit, with a lot of analysis on their own, and Google confirmed, Google's solution was to censor the word gorilla from searches and image tags. And also chimp, chimpanzee, and monkey. You couldn't search these things. These words did not exist as far as Google's image labeling software. The reason I'm telling you this is to show you the difficulty of the technical problem here. We have a company who has a very serious problem with the resources that they have, and a few years later, this is the solution that they are still at. So yes, we have problems, and the solutions are not that straightforward. So I'm going to go a little bit more deeper here. This result is even more deeper than the other ones, I think, and I'll try to explain why. So before I can tell you the result, I have to tell you something about a psychological test. So this is called an implicit association task that psychologists use to measure unconscious bias. Maybe some of you here are already familiar with it. So what happens is you're in front of your keyboard, computer screen, and you get some words up there, and it's measuring your reaction time. So if you can read the words there, numbers, are they associated with math and boy, or girl and reading? And then they get another version of the set where the boy is close to reading and girls associated with math, and the difference in reaction time is a measure of human implicit bias. These are the biases you're not aware of having, but the reaction time is set to actually get at it. So using this technique, you can find population biases that we humans have, and there are many of them. For instance, we find flowers to be more pleasant than insects. This comes out of this test, so you can see it's doing something useful. Musical instruments are more pleasant than weapons, but importantly for the topic we're discussing here, another finding that comes out of this test is that men are associated with work, mathematics and science, and women with family and the arts. So what my colleague, Joanna Bryson at the University of Bath, and her collaborators at the University of Princeton did is to analyze, see whether they could get this from text only. So they analyzed a very large amount of text they found online. And when I say very large, we're talking about billions of words, from tweets, US Declaration of Independence, Reddit threads, and everything. So this is text that human beings have produced. And using a technique called word embeddings, which unfortunately I don't have time to talk about, but it's a very standard technique, off the shelf in computer science, they found the correlation of the biases they found from text alone is so uncannily similar to the biases that are found from this test. So this is amazing because here we have humans sitting in front of a computer doing some task, and we can get exactly the same things from just the text we have produced. And because I didn't explain to you what the technique is, I want to show you a little bit of its credibility. It actually also gets to the truth, things that we can agree on. Here, using the same technique, on the x-axis, we see each dot here is an occupation. On the horizontal axis, we have percentage of workers in occupation who are women. Some high, some have very low, some have very high. And on the vertical axis, we have the strength of association occupation word vector with the female gender. So this is, the x-axis is data we have, and the vertical axis is what comes out of the text corpus. And there's a very nice correlation. So it does, from text alone, we get to truths about our society and how we live. So why is this important? Because human culture, as expressed in text, is sufficient signal for AI to learn regularities about human society and experience. This is amazing because the AI system can do that without interacting with the world. All it does is analyze text. And AI trained in this way will inherit our biases. And some of those biases are good biases. We want our AI system to know not to bring us a bunch of insects, but a bouquet of flowers. We want the AI to learn that. But we don't want some of our biases we want to get rid of, and we don't want the AI to learn. And it's too much to ask from the AI system right now to differentiate one from the other. It has no information to do that. It doesn't know culturally which ones we value and which ones we do not value. So AI, in my colleague Joanna's words, is very much a feminist issue. And these three women expressed the concern so well that I'm just going to read the quotes. So progress in fairness is not a simple matter of neutrality that falls out of machine intelligence. It's a mistake to think of machine intelligence as a neutral algorithm. It doesn't fall out. Progress must be achieved through explicit effort. Not necessarily because our algorithms are faulty, but our data reflects our own biases. And if that's the input to the algorithm, it will learn those biases. And like all technologies before it, AI will reflect the values of its creators. So inclusivity matters, from who designs it to who sits on the company boards and which ethical perspectives are included. And overrepresentation of men in the design of these technologies could quietly undo decades of advances in gender equality. Well, so we need inclusivity, we need diverse teams, and in my profession, things are not great. I'm going to show you some numbers which were published in Wired. Women are a very small minority in machine learning research. What you're seeing here is the very top of the field. These are the 3 top venues, international venues of publication in machine learning that everyone agrees on. These are the best. And in 1 year, they looked at how many of the contributors to these papers were men versus women, and only 12% are women. I think this is a fair, it would be nicer to have a longer period, but it's an accurate reflection of who's driving the research forward in machine learning. And if you look at computer science, where most machine learning researchers come from, we see a troubling trend there. The numbers, the female women in computer science, it's really much lower from its peak. I think 2005. My thing is very blurry. I hope you can see that. So the numbers don't look good, and we have to do something about diversity. And I don't quite know what to do about diversity. We do our best, but I don't have anything specific to tell you. We're trying very hard to address that at Bath. But there's something else that we're doing at Bath, and I'll talk very quickly about that. And we have just started a doctoral training center. So this is where we train PhD students. And the title of our center is ART AI, short for Accountable, Responsible, and Transparent AI. So we've done 2 things here. One, we've put AI at the center of the PhD program, but also accountability, responsibility, and transparency. We don't think algorithms are more important than ethics. So there is research. We have PhD students working on algorithms alone, but also ethics, public policy, transparency, safety, and trust. We are looking at AI from a very broad and diverse perspective. And the second thing we've done is interdisciplinarity. So we have computer science and AI, which is driving the machine learning technology and research forward. engineering, which is driving its applications forward, and also social science, which is looking at, can assess the applications and implications of AI and provide informed recommendations, policies, and guidance. Every single student that we have gets a very broad education in all three. And they also specialize in one. So what we're really excited about is we need a lot of policy development in AI, and we're training people who wants to do that, who come from social background and who want to work on policy in AI. And we teach them machine learning. So we have put mechanisms in place where they have to learn machine learning, they have to do a project on machine learning alone, and they have to also do longer, more difficult projects in machine learning with a group. So when it comes time to make decisions about the implications of AI, they know exactly how the technology works, and what it's capable of doing, and what it's not capable of doing. Similarly, we have, if we have a student whose true motivation is going forward with better machine learning algorithms, they're going to have some awareness of societal implications and engineering applications. They won't be doing it in a vacuum. So I wish I could tell you our wonderful results. I can't do that because we've just started. Our first cohort literally started this week, but I hope to be able to, at some point, be able to tell you how this worked out. I think I'm going to end here because I'm out of time. So thank you all very much. Happy to take questions. So what I'm going to, I was going to leave you with a slide, but it went away.
But you've been cooped already. But thank you. Thank you for yet another really fascinating talk. And from a position of ignorance, can I just ask for one clarification? The picture labeling algorithm that went wrong there, I think it was Google and used Gorilla and so on, and they had a very stipulative ad hoc solution to that to just ban those words. But what would be the right solution?
Well, the right solution would be able to label it correctly.
Right. So does that mean fixing the algorithm or fixing the training set?
Well, I think what they're going, I can't speak for them. I don't know. But it's very difficult to reach zero error rate. My guess is this scrap it is the only way to get to 0% error rate.
Yeah, right. Fascinating. Don't you all agree we've had 4 really great talks here? Thanks so much again to all 4 of you. Before you go to coffee and cake, there's one thing that I've been wondering about that I wanted to ask all of you, and I hope I get technical assistance here. For those of you who are researchers, or if you're not researchers, think of it in the context you work in. What part of your work process would be better if we only used AI? If you had your phones, you know, she laughs. This is really amusing you. Why is that?
Because I can't think of anything personally.
Right. But all the bias that we've heard about, and that's not going to help us get out of that.
I'm sorry, could you ask?
AI isn't going to help us solve the problem of bias.
Right. I think it's things other than AI that will help us fix the problems with AI.
All right. Well, keep writing. Answering emails. I like that's somebody after my heart. Boy. Keep writing, keep talking. I'm sure that our panelists will be available to talk with you during the coffee break, and it is now 11 minutes after 3, which means we're finishing up a little bit early, but you can still have a coffee break until 3:30. So we'll see each other back in this room in...
No, actually not.
Or actually not. Somebody else is going to jump in.
Can I have the microphone? Yes, thanks. So about that. At 3:30, so yes, we are finishing a little bit early.
We're getting together at 3:30. But
we're doing a really cool interactive session, which I'm really looking forward to, but it's not here. It is in the restaurant downstairs again. All the way in the back, you maybe already saw the chairs lined up. We're doing a really cool debate-style event. So about this topic as well. So We will continue the discussions down there. So enjoy your coffee break and see you then.
Thank you.
I'd like to introduce the next speaker. And this is somebody who comes from a different field, I might say. Marcel Wubbolts, he's Chief Technology Officer at Corbion, and I already asked him, what does a Chief Technology Officer do? He'd probably tell us a little bit about that. He's actually a biochemist by training from the University of Groningen. He also did research, postdoctoral assistant professor in the Institute of Biotechnology in Zurich. And then later on, he moved to industry. He moved to DSM in Geleen, where he already took up a position of Chief Technology Officer. And currently, he is Chief Technology Officer at Corbion. And he's also going to explain what Corbion is, as we are a scientific audience here, we may not know. The title of his talk is Creating a Strong Foundation of Inclusion and Diversity in Industrial R&D Culture. So, welcome.
Thank you. So good morning, everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here and introduce the company to you, because I'm pretty sure nobody of you, or maybe only a few, have heard of the company Corbion. Can I see some hands who knows Corbion? Wow, 2. Now that's what typically happens. I can only tell you, this morning on the radio, there was a warning that Jumbo is going to pull back more than 100 meat products because of Listeria infection. We produce lactic acid. Lactic acid is used as prevention of Listeria infection. We're selling that as a major part of our revenue. So I wonder whether they've used our product. And so it is in everyday consumption of of products that you have, and I will illustrate a bit of that. I chose the title with inclusion and diversity in that sequence. We have chosen, we have an inclusion and diversity program at our company. We have an inclusion and diversity steerco, where I'm in. I'm the CTO, I'm a member of the executive committee, and also the CEO is a member of that steering committee, and it's headed by Lisette Willems, who is our head of HR. She's in the audience as well. And so we really take inclusion and diversity very serious, and we've changed the sequence from diversity and inclusion into inclusion and diversity. A couple of reasons. We have integrated a couple of different companies. There's different cultures, etc. Inclusion you can do tomorrow. Inclusion you can do every day. You can start with it right away. Diversity typically is a more lengthy process. You have to change people's positions. You have to hire new people. So really we want to do that from day one on, to start with inclusion. And as the previous speaker also made very clear, inclusion is really an essential element. And if you don't do inclusion well, then also diversity will not help you in reaching your innovation targets. We are a company that is changing, let's say, chemistry from being oil-based, so petrochemical-based, to bio-based. So currently, already 98% of our raw materials is bio-based, so they're renewable. We use sugar, we use oils and fats from the agricultural sector as our feedstocks and reduce the amount of petrochemical oils that is being used. So sustainability is the other thing that is very, very close to our heart, and all the products that we develop help there. So Corbion, it's a relatively large company. We're close to 900 million sales. We're stock listed on the mid-cap index, but as I said before, we're not so well known because our names are not on the packages. We are a B2B company, and that means business to business. So we supply intermediates to all kinds of companies' names that you do know. So the Nestle's, the Unilevers, and those kind of companies are our customers. We have food ingredients, and we make bakery products. We also make meat preservation products. We also have biochemicals. We make solvents, and for instance, for the electronics industry, we make also biomedical materials that are being used as implants. And the nice thing about making biomedical materials out of lactic acid, if they degrade in your body, lactic acid is something that we're used to. If we do sports, lactic acid is also accumulating in our blood and cleared up by the liver. So it's a very natural component to work on. On top of that, we have a business unit called Innovation Platforms, which is really our innovation engine. And there we need very creative people, diverse teams that really perform at their max. So we really have chosen to focus on diversity, especially for the R&D and innovation functions. We've also adhered to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We've chosen number 2 and number 12. Number 2 is related to zero hunger. That relates to food quality, but also to food preservation. The reduction of food waste. We throw away more than 30% of the food that is produced globally. I think that is a shame. We should work on that. So we are working strongly on making products that prevent food waste. Number 12, that is responsible consumption and production. That is related to realizing the circular economy. So to go away from the linear economy that we currently have, where we start from oil and end up with waste, into something where we can actually recycle and reuse most of the products that we make. So some of the illustrations of products, and I'll be brief. On the left-hand side, you have the food segment. So we make bread improvers. We make dairy ingredients. So lactic acid is of course, also the thing that makes yogurt a little bit acidic. So that's why yogurt is much longer preservable than milk. Also in cheeses. In middle segment, biochemicals, we make a lot of cleaning products. So if you have lime in your calc in your shower, typically if you dissolve that, that is being done by lactic acid. But we also make biomedical materials, and those biomedical materials, we also know them. In the past, if you had an operation and needed stitches, those stitches had to be removed by the surgeon, so you had to be reoperated. Nowadays, these stitches dissolve in your body, and that is because they're made out of lactic acid. They're made out of polylactic acid, so we make a polymer out of this building block, and that is resorbed. So we are really changing the way it works in medicine as well. You can do the same thing with kneecaps, you can do the same thing with all kinds of replacements nowadays. On the right-hand side, the innovation platform, so PLA, polylactic acid, is one of our polymers. We are already using that for medical applications, but we also want to use the traditional petrochemical-based plastics. The nice thing about polylactic acid is that you make it from renewable resources, but also that it is biodegradable. So if it ends up in nature, it will ultimately disappear. That is not saying like you can throw it away in nature, because it still takes 2 years before that happens, but at least it's not 400 years like you have with polyethylene and polypropylene. And I think that's an enormous challenge that we have as a world as well. FDCA is a building block also for polymers. I will not say a lot about that. We have recently acquired an algae company, and we are making now algae ingredients. So we make protein out of algae, which is a vegan alternative to some of the meat that we currently consume. And we also make omega-3 fatty acids, which is a replacement of fish oil that is currently used in fish farming. And that's a more sustainable way than feeding small fish to salmon. So much for our products. Now the Inclusion and Diversity Program. Within Corbion, we offer our employees a safe, inclusion and diverse workplace. All our people policies are based on openness, fairness and trust, and we create a sense of purpose and belonging. That's the, let's say, mission statement of the Inclusion and Diversity Program. So what I've done as a first step is, when I came into the company 3 years ago, being head of the research department, so being head of research and innovation, I saw that there were something like 8 or 9 different departments with little walls between them. So the first thing was to get rid of those walls and to really say, okay, we have different functions within R&D. Let's all combine that into one. And I've created a community that's called the arts community. So it's application research, technology, and science. We could also have been RATS or STARS, but we thought arts was somewhat of a more creative abbreviation. And that community now is growing into being a very inclusive community that is spread worldwide. We have many innovation centers, but these people know each other and they find each other, which I think is very important. So in the mission statement that we have as the arts community, we have put our people first. We want to create a diverse community where people feel happy and they're proud to be part of arts, because arts, R&D and innovation is building the future of our company. And I want to bring that emotion in. When I came in, there was a bit of a timidness around the R&D community. They were not aware that they were the future of this company. And I think that is changing right now. We're focusing on creating value for today, but also creating value for tomorrow. So we have a more than 10-year perspective, like how is it going to happen in the world, and how can we actually develop products that meet that. And we also measure our impact. We are a sustainability-driven company, so we actually look at our CO2 emissions and have a big program which is called the Science Based Targets Initiative, to be in line with the targets that we have agreed in Paris. So if you look at gender diversity, I'm looking at total Corbion on the left-hand side and the arts community, so that's the R&D community on the right side. So if you look at the emerging talent, so those are the people at the entry level, we have 34% overall Corbion, and we have close to 50-50 in the R&D community. Tomorrow's leaders is 28%, and then what I find a very important layer, where you typically see that levels are lower, is in the senior level in R&D, we have 41% female. And we've chosen that really to do that with some bias to make that happen, because it is so very important to realize our innovation targets. And we felt, although we don't have scientific evidence, and I'm very glad that you provide some of that, Naomi, and we just believe that the scientific evidence that is over there is sufficient for us to decide that we really want to have our leaders in R&D be of a more diverse nature. At ExCo level, you see 0%. There, I can explain it very easily. At ExCo level, there's only one person in arts, and that's me. If I would be a woman, that would be 100%. But so maybe the next one would be different. So collaborative innovation is extremely important. The challenges that we face as companies and also as society are so large that there's no single company that can solve these issues. And so collaboration is extremely important, and we are doing this. Most of our innovations we're doing together with larger companies. So we believe in that model of co-creation. So we not only, within our own company, we are, let's say, connecting people, making sure that everybody's included and working on the same targets, but we do the same thing with our customers. And to really have, do we really understand your issues well, and can we together maybe develop a new product that meets this. So with Total, we have a joint venture that's on the left-hand side for making PLA. Total is a big oil player, but they also have a big materials business. And we're doing that together. We've built a plan to make this polylactic acid on really large scale, and we hope to replace polystyrene in the future. Polystyrene is an enormous market. It's a non-degradable, non-renewable polymer that I think we should replace. MedinCell is an acquisition that we did for making drug delivery. So we can use this polymer material to do dose drugs over time, so they are slowly released in the body. You now have the opioids crisis in the US. If you were to have a painkiller that you take once and that is basically covering pain for a month, I think that would lead to less abuse as well. We're working on those kinds of things. We're making biodegradable adhesives, so glue basically that's biodegradable. Currently that doesn't exist yet, so we're doing that together with Perstorp. With the TU Delft, we have developed a self-healing concrete concept, so we're actually able to repair cracks in concrete by themselves. And that's really interesting. There are bacteria in the concrete that repair the concrete when a crack occurs. Very exciting. I could talk an hour about that. I won't do it, but it's really very nice. We won an innovation award last year for that. We're working with BASF together to create a new polymer that is, again, bio-based and biodegradable. It's called PBS. And we have a plastic which is called PEF, which is going to replace, I hope in the future, PET, because we can use this. It's a better plastic that preserves the content of a bottle better. Again, I could talk a long time, but I won't do that. So a lot of these inventions and innovations we do together. It's really a communal activity to make that happen. So in summary, to realize our innovation and sustainability ambitions, inclusion of all of Corbion's diversity is paramount. I talk now about arts, but it's not just arts. It's also the sales department, it's the manufacturing department. And at the manufacturing department, so in operations actually, we have a woman in charge as well. So I think that is really giving the type of diversity that we need. Again, diversity is being invited to the party. Inclusion is being asked to dance. We put inclusion first. Thank you very much for your attention.
So thank you very much, Marcel. It's really great to see how you link inclusion and diversity actually to your innovation, and also the way the building of communities is so important in there. So it's all about team, I guess. Yeah? So let's move on to the next speaker. Somebody with yet another perspective, I think, from the UK, from Imperial College. Stephen Curry, we've invited him over. He is not only a structural biologist, but in addition to that, he also has a role in overseeing equality, diversity, and inclusion at Imperial College. And he's originally a physicist, and he migrated to the life sciences during his PhD, and where he also spent some time in France, the UK, and in the USA, so he's seen a lot of the world and different cultures, I think. He is not only a scientist, and I guess I would call you a policymaker, but you also write regularly on the culture and the social responsibilities of scientists and universities. And you have a blog post. And I think there's a seminal blog post of yours. It's called Sick of Impact, which is related to your talk today, that you published in 2012. And I guess that's also part of the movement that you're in, the San Francisco Declaration, the DORA Declaration is very important in your work. The title of your talk, not surprisingly, is Refocusing how the Scientific Community Assesses Research. And perhaps we should have a broader perspective on that as well. I do think it's very important also in changing the culture in academia. So welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hanneke, for that introduction. I'm slightly nervous standing here before you because at the beginning you introduced the panel as a bunch of experts, and I am not an expert in this area. Everything that I know I've pretty much learned from Professor Naomi Ellemers. But I'm here this morning, actually, as Hanneke said, wearing two hats. First, as the Assistant Professor for Equality, Diversity and Inclusion at Imperial College, and also as chair of the Declaration on Research Assessment, which is a campaigning organization that's trying to promote the reform of research evaluation. And increasingly, I see these actually as one hat, because much of the structural bias within the academy, I think, is rooted in research assessment, and that's one of the key messages that I want to sort of put across this morning. And the other key message, which I think is to reinforce something that Naomi said, which is that really we already have an awful lot of evidence to support that assertion that bias is rooted in research assessment. But what we need to do now is think a bit harder and work a bit harder about putting those messages and that evidence in front of our more skeptical colleagues in the academy. And that message, both those messages are nicely illustrated, I think, in this slide. So I'm sure almost everybody in this room is familiar with this book by Angela Saini, Inferior, How Science Got Women Wrong, and the new research that's rewriting the story. So this is the cover of the US paperback version, and this is my favorite version because they quote my review from The Guardian on the front, and who among us doesn't like to be cited? An important and necessary book. But when the Scientific American published their own review and used this image, a man called Joey took to the internet to voice his concerns. Yeah, just go and F off. A science magazine that ignores science, how ironic. Also funny how they use a quote from Stephen Curry, who I guess knows not much about science at all. Now, as a form of research assessment, I thought that was a bit harsh. But I thought, okay, well, let's just try and be constructive here. So I responded to Joey. Hey, Joey, science is what you're interested in. I've been in the business quite a long time, and give him a link to my professional webpage at Imperial College. And to his credit, Joey came back and said, okay, my fault. I confused you with a basketball player. So what this shows you is, so Joey, like many people, in making decisions or judgments about researchers based on limited information, leapt to a conclusion, made a snap judgment and leapt to a conclusion that was wrong, assumed that all Stephen Currys were tall and black and good at basketball, and I am none of those things. It also illustrates the point, and I think this came really strongly through Naomi's talk, is that even when you put evidence in front of people, and this really is a fantastic book, there is a segment out there that will simply resist it and that will immediately dismiss it. So what to do? Well, not give up, that's for one thing, okay? So we have to be, I work in a scientific community, we have to be methodical about this. We have to think through the nature and scale of the problem, understand the root causes, dig out the evidence, and then use that evidence to design and test tools and processes. And I've just summarized some of the evidence here that I have come across in my own reading, where we see some of the structural biases that work against women and against other minorities. So a study from Elythe, when there are joint first authors reflecting equal contributions, men are more likely to be listed as the first joint first author. When judging positions in the Karolinska, for men, merit judged by peer review is associated with productivity, but for women there is no such association, and the same applies also to people from ethnic minorities. And then in the Lancet, gender gaps in grant funding are attributable to favorable assessments to less favorable assessments of women as PIs, not of the quality of their proposed research. So if one anonymizes the applications, then one gets better judgments and fairer outcomes for women. So there's lots of evidence. And of course, as Naomi has been explaining, and this understanding the root cause of the problem is really about understanding lots of aspects of human psychology. It's not enough just to put the evidence in front of people. You have to do a lot of hard work in actually getting the organization to turn around, to internalize it, and to absorb it. Because gender stereotypes affect us all, men and women, and affect the way that we behave. And so, although we like to think of scientists as rational beings, they are also human beings, and human beings are subject to very many perceptions. He is smart, that's an intrinsic attribute. She did well in the test. It was a temporary achievement as a result of hard work. Women are held to very different standards when it comes to research assessment and in many other judgments about performance. And this, to me, is the key insight. The stereotyping leads people to overemphasize the differences between groups and underestimate the variations within groups. So just as Joey underestimated the variation in the group of people known as Stephen Curry, we see that in cases of gender and ethnicity and other protected characteristics, then stereotypes fall into place. So we do, as organizations, and I think here as a representative of a university, have to think about the training that we need to put in place in order to bring people, make people aware of this evidence, equip them with an understanding and help encourage them towards the self-reflection that will lead to self-knowledge and awareness of their own stereotypes, and about the tools and processes that can be used to tackle those. And we do have to then think about putting in the process, and particularly lifting the burden from those who may be disadvantaged. Gender equality, of course, it is long known, is not a problem that women should be tasked to solve. And also then we need to think about how we support reconciling male and female roles. And actually, much of the culture of the academy works against men as well, because we do have massive problems of stress and overwork, and a lot of that is partly because we have a sort of masculine standard of achievement and success, which many men succeed at, but ultimately at great personal cost. And so that is why we have a rising awareness of a mental health problem, I think, among staff and among students as well, because of the sort of culture of success and achievement that is very much focused on outputs, and therefore leads one to discount consideration of the people who are responsible for producing those outputs. So one of the things that we are doing at DORA is trying to promote new thinking around research assessment. So we're very much a campaigning organization that's been going for 6 years or more, and trying to recruit organizational and individual support. So we are an international group. We have an international steering group and a global, truly global advisory board. We have set ourselves 3 main goals for the next couple of years: increasing awareness of the need to develop alternatives to the impact factor. So I'm sick of impact factors and have been for quite a long time. But we realize that, and so many of the problems that we see in research assessment arise because of the metricization and this focus on outputs, which often then is causing enormous damage to our culture and actually impeding efforts then to diversify the academy and make it more equitable and inclusive. But we know it's not just enough to criticize the impact factor, we have to think about alternative tools. Academics are busy people. We cannot escape the task of research and researcher assessment. The world is finite, the money is finite, the number of jobs is finite. We have to think about how do we get the best people in, and how do we really do that well and in a manner that is time efficient. So we are very keen to research and promote good practice, and also then to try and increase the global and disciplinary reach. So we're not just there sort of bashing people over the head about misuse of impact factors. We're actually now much more proactively going out, running sessions in scientific conferences at the ASCP and EMBO last December, and at the AAAS earlier this year, to actually get the scientific audience to sort of engage with the problems and issues and think through what the solutions might be, in particular this year, to the problems of bias in research assessment. And we have a meeting in a couple of weeks in Washington looking at driving institutional change in the United States, where we hope we'll have quite a lot of influential deans and people who have to make decisions about research assessment in the room. There are lots of instances of good practice out there that we try to promote. There's a really good program has been developed and implemented at the University Medical Center in Utrecht. It was written about in this Nature commentary a couple of years ago, so I commend it to you. And it's really about thinking much more broadly about all the different things that academics do. It's not just about your research and your research output. That's an important component, obviously, for any working academic, but it's thinking about how you step up when there are managerial duties. Do you help to run the department? Are you a good mentor and teacher? What's your contribution to clinical work? This is a medical center. How much do you do for outreach? And thinking about all the things that are important and are rooted in what should be, and what we often declare to be, the values of the institution. And that's something that we are trying to sort of embed and implement at Imperial. And I just want to sort of bring your attention to a case study or an example from our chemical engineering department. Engineering, extremely male discipline, but they have there, under the leadership of the current head of the department, implemented a sort of root and branch review of the departmental culture, and that's helped inform then how they go about promoting and recruiting staff, and in particular looking to diversify and to increase the representation of women. So they have, and this is across all departments at Imperial now, we cannot do positive discrimination. That's illegal under equality law in the United Kingdom, but one can certainly be proactive, and so we encourage all staff to actually seek out, who are the promising women who should be applying for lectureships or senior lectureships or professorships that are being advertised. There's much more attention paid to the use of language in adverts. Good practice, I think, increasingly, but it's sometimes hard to operationalize this, so we need to work with our HR systems to try and anonymize the application process as much as practical. One cannot do that, obviously, once one gets to the interview stage, but at the triage stage, then I think there's considerable merit, as the evidence shows, in anonymizing applications. Bias training for panels, making sure that the panels are diverse, and actually in engineering disciplines, that can be a challenge, but it's not an insoluble problem. Having a designated observer who is there to monitor EDI practice in the room, and that everybody's aware of that, will help to sort of rein in bad behavior. And then it seems a small thing, but actually making sure that the whole process is done within core hours so that women are not disadvantaged if they have caring responsibilities. There isn't a sort of pally, boozy dinner in the evening, which would tend to favor male applicants. It's all done within normal hours. And then, very particularly, emphasis at the interview stage of having an explorative discussion, which is values-driven. And the values that they talk about are those that that department has as a community, come together to agree on. They did a cluster hire last year using this approach. They had 4 positions to fill. For the first time ever, the head of the department proudly told me they had a short list that had at least 50% women. They had 6 women and 5 men, and they ended up appointing 3 women and 1 man to the position. So there are things that one can do. And that is an example of good practice that we are trying to embed more broadly across Imperial College. We now have a strategy for equality, diversity, inclusion at the university, the first that we've ever had. It's just a year old. Now, it has lots of fine words. So, you know, it's really about ensuring our future success, about tapping into pools of talent that we know that we have been neglecting, to make sure that the work that we do really is globally relevant because it brings in and is informed by the diverse perspectives that are out there, and also actually to lift all boats, to improve the well-being and productivity of the whole institution, because even the dominant group that benefits from the status quo has got problems with stress and mental health and instances of poor behavior. So one of our key goals in the strategy is we will integrate considerations of equality, diversity, inclusion into all management processes. Now, as Naomi has told us already this morning, much easier said than done, but it's a start. But part of the work will have to be to put the evidence in front of the research managers and the university managers as well. We have done that at Imperial. As Simone presented yesterday with the Leroux paper, we're trying to get that also in front of other research-intensive universities across Europe, and hopefully other universities as well. And part of that also is then rethinking the way that we do culture. Okay, and we have this culture of hyper-competition, which I think is one of the major impediments to addressing issues of equality, diversity, and inclusion. And I just want to highlight the work of a couple of women who've come in and spoken at Imperial in the past year who have been tremendously valuable. The first is Nadia Solomon. So Nadia is actually a PhD student at Imperial, but she has an unusual career trajectory in that she was, for the 8 years before that, a captain in the British Army who trained as a bomb disposal expert. And she gave a fantastic lecture about the differences in the way that the army and academia teaches people about how to be leaders and to how to run teams. And I think this is something that we have neglected in higher education. Now, growing up as somebody who was raised as an Irish Catholic in Northern Ireland during the Troubles, I have trouble taking lessons from the British Army. But this is such a good lecture and such a powerful message that even with me, it hit home. And the other person I'm sure is known to many of you is Margaret Heffernan, who gave a fantastic keynote lecture in June, and whose work I really admire is analyzing and deconstructing the whole notion of competition, which is something that we cannot avoid, but I think that we have reified to a much too high extent, certainly in the academy. And she has a very clear insights and messages for organizations, including universities, about how competition is not necessarily the be-all and end-all. If we can foster collaboration and teamwork, that is much better. So ultimately, just to sort of conclude, we are going to have to do research assessment, and we do know that that's a competitive and environment that perhaps favors the alpha male, but we have to rethink, actually, our whole research culture, and rethinking research assessment is part of doing that. We have to think about what kind of world do we want to create. Yes, we want high-quality, good research, but we also want researchers who are rewarded for collaborating, okay, and who feel their responsibility to society at large, and a research system that values the people, not just the outputs of that system. And that's something that I think we have lost sight of, but I think there is an increasingly awareness that we need to recapture those values and build them into our organizations and all of our processes. So ultimately, as Atul Gawande would have it, people talking to people is still how the world's standards change. It's not just about putting the evidence in front of people. This is one of my favorite paintings. It's the incredulity of St. Thomas, sort of one of the world's best-known skeptics, the Joey of his day, if you will. But what I love about this painting is, the sort of the image of Jesus sort of holding his hand and saying, "Okay, you are skeptical, but here's the evidence that what you doubted is actually true." And I think we have to take something of a similar approach if we are to make real progress in this area. So with that, I will close, and thank you very much.
That's great. Thank you so much. Yeah. Valuing the people instead of the products, that's what you're saying. So the last speaker for this morning's session is the Dean of the Maastricht University School of Business and Economics. And as I know from the Dutch monitor, the female professors monitor, your field has a long way to go when it comes to the representation, but also the inclusion of women in economics. And so I'm very happy that you're here to share your view on how, I guess from the point of an economics faculty, how you can transform the pipelines within academia and leadership.
Thank you very much. And I am also not an expert in this field, so I'm also very humble when it comes to that. If I have any claim to this area, it is that I've been working with diversity and inclusion for 15 years in various leadership positions in academia, and that's what I'm going to report on, those very practical things you can do, and that comes down to dialogue in the end. I think that's hugely important. It comes down to changing the culture. I've changed my thinking over the last 15 years from diversity and inclusion to inclusion and diversity. I think my original thinking was that you can, if you get the numbers right, the rest will happen of its own. So there's this, I used to say, there's a result in minority studies that if you achieve 33% of a minority in an organization, then they start feeling at home and not feeling like a minority anymore. And that's probably true. The question is, how do we get to 33%? And that's definitely not the case in economics and business that I'm representing. So now I think we need to change the culture to make that inclusive. And I think inclusion and diversity is important. Make it that. It's inclusion. It's the act of including, the active act of including people in the organization that would be important. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. Peter Drucker, a famous leadership guru, used to say, culture eats strategy for breakfast. So you can do a lot of strategic things, but if you don't change the culture, it doesn't matter, right? So that's what it means. And therefore, I think what we need to do is to change the culture. This is a picture from Maastricht University, from a PhD defense. There's a PhD candidate standing, defending her thesis. Around about half an hour after this picture was taken, she was a PhD candidate. And I wonder, what do we have to offer her, right? Her name could be Saskia, and she could be Dutch. Her name could be Dolores, and she could be South American, if that matters. You can think about it that way. And if you look at the picture, you know, on the left, you see the pro-rector. That could have been me. It's not in this picture, but the one with the chain. And you see a number of men on the left, which are in the assessment committee. You see a number of men on the right. That's those are the supervisors. So in the picture, there's, in that sense, not a lot of diversity. And the question I have is, and that we need to think about, is how do we as an institution make it attractive for Saskia or Dolores to actually work with us? And that's the act of including. Would she ever want to sit in the corona? Would she want to sit up there? Can we make that happen? And what does it take to make that happen? And I've been working in Maastricht for a year and a half, pretty precisely now, so I'm getting into it. I've been working for 22 years before that at Copenhagen Business School, working with this agenda as well. And I'm not the first to work with this, of course, in Maastricht. Our Rector Magnificus, who's over there, Rianne Letchert, who was on stage yesterday, has a responsibility for the left part of this diagram. And you can see, and she's doing a lot better than you'll see that I do. So 30% of the professors at Maastricht University are women. So that's good. There's a lot of diversity, international diversity also going on at Maastricht. At my own faculty, Professor Lisa Bruggen did with a group of people, did a study of women in academia a few years before I came. So there's something to build upon. And I got, as a welcoming present from her. This is my favorite mug. It's my statement mug. I take that to all meetings that I go to. It says, the School of Business and Economics, where all talent can flourish. And I wish that was true. And we're going to make it true, but it will take a while. So there was a report, and as a basis of it, it's a beautiful report. Lots of good inspirational things to get from that, but nothing much happened. I can tell you one thing that happened, which is really good, which is that we have an Elinor Ostrom fund that gives small grants to typically women that come back from maternity leave. We would also do it for scholars, male scholars who came back from paternity leave. That doesn't happen that much, though. So that's the most concrete example of what came out of that report. So there was work done before I came, and there was a nice status of what what the issues are, and what the issues are in my part of the organization. And you can see that I don't have the same numbers. Here you can see the numbers for the School of Business and Economics in Maastricht, and you can see the solid lines are the most recent numbers that I have for 2018. And you can see that in terms of PhD students, and that also reflects our student body, it's roughly 50-50. Actually, last year, 2019, I think we had 50-50 in terms of PhD students for the first time ever. And you can see that when we then go to assistant professors, we have improved significantly from, let's say, 20 to 38%. So that's an improvement, and many people build their judgment of the pipeline on this. This is an improvement. If you then look at the associate professors, I'm really in a terrible state, right? I have almost no associate professors to pick from, at least if I have to do it internally, right? And that's partly because, of course, we have made a small improvement. We have promoted some of the associate professors to full professors, and we have a slightly better number there. But we're still at 13%, which is the Dutch average in economics and business for female full professors, and that's not terribly good. So these are the numbers. What can we do about it? And what I have done about it, I did that at Copenhagen Business School. I've now done almost the same thing at Maastricht University, is that I really need to work on the culture. And how do I work on the culture as a dean? You sit there and as one person, and what can you then do about it? You need to involve the leadership. And so that would be the heads of department in my case. And I have 10 heads of department and 3 directors of institutes. And what we have done, and that's a very recent report, this is the first time I discussed this. The next 4 slides would be completely new. We commissioned a study by a great scholar, Anna Wolters, who was also involved in the first report that I showed you. And she basically did an interview with 12 of the 13 heads or directors about, it was a semi-structured interview about everything that had to do with diversity and inclusion in relation to recruitment and promotion. And basically what we now have is a catalog of 91 quotes. I'm going to show you only 3. And I'll be curious to hear maybe later what you think of the 3. But there will be 91 quotes that pretty much make explicit their implicit biases. So we really have a nice collection. And some of them are really great in this, right? I have a few that are really pioneers, but I also have some, quite a few, that don't really accept the agenda. And one of the quotes would typically say, well, the dean, we have a new dean, he has this ambition, and so what, right? Well, and that's the cultural thing that you need to work with. And basically this report was commissioned to be able to have that dialogue that is so important to change the culture in recruitment and in promotion. And if you look at the main findings, it is that the relevance of the gender issue is not given top priority necessarily among the heads of departments. So it competes with for priority on 2 levels. often they say, well, we're not, we don't accept the gender thing. We'd always go for the best candidate. And it's implicit then that somewhere out there's an assessment of what is best. And then they would often also say, yeah, but we're so diverse in terms, and which is true, we're very diverse in terms of international backgrounds. So do we also have to be diverse along these lines? So that's one of the things that I'm working with. The other thing is the degree of urgency. They typically say, well, there's so many talented women out there, so if you wait 10, 15, 20 years, then it'll be gone, right? So they pretty much think that the scissors will close automatically. And we know from yesterday, for example, that that's definitely not true. So here I'm going to give you 3 quotes, and I'm basically going to leave to you what to think about them. They would show different biases. They would also show some hope, I think. But here's one quote from one of the heads of the department. I wish that women were more rebellious and stubborn. That would help them enormously. If you want to achieve something, you really have to fight. And that's, of course, slightly depressing. Then the next sentence gives a little bit of hope, perhaps, which is, it says, and I have the impression that women in this area have to fight harder than men. At least there's a realization that there is an issue here, that there's an acknowledgement of there being an issue. Next quote is, well, maybe this is not so important an issue, right? Gender equality, very important, but I don't know if it's fundamental. In my opinion, inequality is a much bigger problem in this society. We're talking about social scientists, right? So they think inequality is a much bigger problem. Frankly, I don't want to call it a luxury position because I don't think you can be envied, but I think there are much more bigger problems that are much more important to solve, actually. Okay, so then we have to have a discussion about what does leadership mean in an academic institution, right? Because of course you have leadership and you have to have your research and think about inequality in society, but also you have to think about how can we deal with very concrete leadership issues within the School of Business and Economics. And the third and last one that I have out of the 91 quotes that are in the catalog and nicely grouped by Anna Wolters. But you have to offer equal opportunities. People should feel at home in the department. Yes, great. They understand here, this person understands that it's important to do inclusion. We try to create a culture in which people dare to say what is bothering them. Okay, maybe we're not quite there yet. We have clearly put down on paper what we expect from people in various fields in order to make assessments more objective. So that certainly is something you can do. We asked them all what more concrete things could they do, and there was a variety of suggestions, but mostly they thought it was not their agenda. It was not for them to change. And I think that's one of the things that I want to change in this culture and this dialogue, and that's how we can use this, nice report. You have to be alert. That I don't know, it's all anonymized, so I don't know who said what here. It's nicely labeled, so they each have a letter. And so you can also see how their quotes match and what a set of beliefs of person A or B or C is, but I don't know who is who. I think the title of the interview study, You Have to Be Alert, I think must have been a woman, and there are not too many of those. So, but I'm not going to guess who that would be. But it's about a recruitment situation where I'm assuming she voiced a different opinion from that of the male department head at the time. So, you have to be alert is that you really have to fight it, this thing all the time. How much time do I have left? 1 minute. Okay, I'll be brief. I have this is part of my old presentation. I have developed thinking about the academic pipeline, which is very developmental, where you go into thinking about expectations to the content at each level of the academic pipeline. You develop, you prepare people to go through the pipeline for different stages, and that is a very developmental. It's adapted from the perhaps leading HR leadership development paradigm called the leadership pipeline that has been in operation for the last 20 years. And it goes with having a very broad view on what should academic performance be, research, education, external funding, academic citizenship, and dissemination. And we should value all of those in combination. And I could talk for hours on that, so I will. You can see the dialogue is important here. And what I have developed is a very, very structured approach to this. And I can't possibly go through that slide, but you can read the top perhaps. It says, improving in performance and impact of Copenhagen, CBS in this context is Copenhagen Business School, through academics, all talents in play. And I cannot possibly go through it all, and it looks extremely structured. And of course, it took 2 years, and it was extremely messy because it was at a university. But it was really very, very, very healthy dialogue to have that went up and down from senior management to the individual academic and back up a couple of times. Concrete actions, I'll stop there. What we are going to do is create awareness and change the culture through dialogue. And the new report, You Have to Be Alert, is going to be used for that dialogue. And we haven't started that yet because we got it 2 weeks ago. So it was distributed last week, and we haven't had the dialogues yet. But that will happen. What I've done, which is different from how it used to be, is that we have open calls for all roles at SBE. It could be for full-time positions, but it could also be for leadership roles, program directors, program coordinators, all that we are introducing open calls. And I think that's hugely important because sometimes people apply that you hadn't thought about, right? And so everybody can then apply, and we are going to use that in diversity, to create diversity also. We have introduced diversity in our tenure track committee, in the faculty evaluation committee, and in other selections committees. That's happened since day one. We have so few female full professors that I can actually afford to make sure that the female full professors get a decent salary compared with their male counterparts. And since I only have 13%, it's really affordable, right? And so, no, it could also have been well, it wouldn't have maybe mattered so much if I had 100%, but it's still so low numbers that it's possible to say, are these salaries for comparable, and that's of course the difficult part, to say how do you compare professors, but are they fair? And what we are doing, we're in a process where we're actually looking at the female full professors at the School of Business and Economics and making sure that they get the right salary. And I would rather err on the side of giving slightly too much than too little, because I think it's been unfair for a long time. And then we need to develop talent. So there's a talent development program, or several. And I really hope that at some future point I can truly say that SBE is the place where all talent can flourish. So we need to make that true. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Yeah, Professor Ellemers. I'm not going to say your first name. Learned from that earlier this morning. Thank you. Welcome back. We're running on time, but I still would like to add a little bit of time for discussion. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to ask a question to one of the panelists or comment? Over there.
Yeah, I think we're very much talking about assessment in research, which I understand why, right? Because we always want to measure everything. But what I'm really missing is, how do you support researchers to actually do their jobs? Because I think, you know, in our sort of culture, we're really very much focused on assessment always. But I feel that sometimes all researchers, men and women, just need a bit of more support, because we're asking more and more and more from researchers. So did you think about that part?
Yeah.
I think you're referring to researchers, and I would refer to academics, and I think we should think about assessment, and that's the part that I didn't get to develop so much. Not only in terms of research, that's maybe so much last millennium. What we need to do is to have a holistic view on all the academic activities, and in my view that would be research, educational activities, external funding, academic citizenship, and we can have a long discussion of what that means, and dissemination. That's the READ model that I'm working with. And I think, and yes, you're right, so we are expecting at SBE people to deliver on all 5, and it is also the case that we expect full professors to deliver more than associate or assistant professor, and certainly PhDs. And so there is an expectation pressure, and what we need to work with is aligning those expectations, and that's the important part of the thing that I didn't get to talk about. That we need this alignment of expectations, that you don't have to do everything in one go. Of course, we should support academics. So, and one way of supporting them is to make clear what it is exactly that we expect, to make it transparent what we expect of them, but also what they can expect from the institutions that they're working at.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask, so I think it takes leadership to make this cultural change in organizations, and I think we heard very impressive backgrounds about that and how do you actually try to make that into practice. I think the heads of department are indeed crucial for changing the culture in academia into more inclusiveness. So how do you deal with people who say, it's your problem, it's not my problem, that actually refuse to take up that this is something that the board or the dean says, we have to do this, we want you also to be part of that. How do you deal with this resistance? Because I think it's something that everybody knows it's there, but we have to come over that. And what's the good way to do that?
If I can
please.
give a little bit of an answer to that, which I think overlaps with the very important point that has just been raised. I mean, I think leadership is absolutely crucial to that, and so certainly at Imperial, part of our strategy is to make sure that the leadership is informed and equipped with the knowledge about all the particular issues that impact gender inequality, race equality within the organization. One of the powerful ways to do that is actually to bring staff, from those underrepresented groups in front of them, and so, I have sought in my capacity to generate opportunities for that. We're developing a reverse mentoring scheme for the first time, which will, and actually our whole senior leadership team has signed up to participate in that, and that's to help train the senior leaders from voices that are too often not heard in the organization. But another key element of it, I think, is that it strikes me as a feature of higher education, which is, I've always thought of it as a sort of gigantic cottage industry, because the people who run universities are not necessarily trained managers, they're not necessarily professionalized in that sense. And I don't think as academics we put enough of a premium on people management skills. And so one of the things I want to achieve through this strategy is encouraging that recognition and then putting into job descriptions that you cannot become a head of department or a dean unless you've got and can show us that you've got the training and the skills that you need to manage teams, which is then about thinking about not just about the ref and research income and papers and this and that, but how are the people in your faculties and departments, what is their day-to-day experience of the organization, and thinking much more about that.
Want to add to that?
No, I think Stephen said most of what I would say. I think but you said also something at the end of your presentation, which is the dialogue, and I think so that dialogue too, and that's why I have this new tool to have a dialogue. Those quotes will be discussed, right? So that dialogue is where we start. Then there's leadership training, and we also have that. And of course, replacement. And so these leaders are going to be replaced at some point. They have a limited mandate, and then in that replacement, you have a fantastic opportunity to make sure that we work on the mindset of the new leaders.
Okay. I see one more question in the middle there.
Thank you. I would love to hear your views on, I'm from the life sciences field, and just recently a student of mine, I had a conversation with her about her research project, and she told me that at the place where she did her internship, the supervisor told her, like, in a good way, actually, she thought, but still hurt a lot. She said, the supervisor told her, I want to tell you, you are female and from a minority group as well, so you don't have to work twice as hard, but 3 times as hard. And she was really frustrated, and she told me, I already work so hard. So, and it was meant in a good way, but what are your views on this?
Asking me?
Especially Professor Ellemers, but I would love to hear everyone, because they experience this in higher education and academia even harder, so as a female and from a minority group.
Yeah, I always find this difficult. I do a lot of career development teaching, also for young academic women. And so I'm always struggling with this type of message. Because I think on the one hand, you don't want to discourage people, and so if she was discouraged, that's unfortunate. On the other hand, I think you also don't want people to be naive. And so I do like also to prepare people for what they're facing, and also to understand, and I think that's perhaps the most important part of the message, that if they face resistance, or if they face rejection, or if they face doubts of their qualities, then they hopefully are empowered to attribute that to the other person and their perceptions, and not to their own abilities to succeed. And I think so a lot probably goes into how you word that message, but it does have beneficial effects, I think, to remind people that if they get resistance, or if people don't believe in their abilities, or if people don't see their potential, it doesn't mean there's something wrong with them. It can mean there's something wrong in the environment. And so the same message could also help to empower people if it is conveyed in a correct way.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you as well.
Just to add very briefly to that, I mean, that conversation, I think, is really quite telling, because, and I imagine the supervisor felt that they were doing the student a favor by explaining the reality and not making them naive. But at the same time, what I hear is that supervisor abdicating any responsibility for themselves, thinking about how they might help to change the system that is causing that disadvantage. And so it's, again, it's about leadership and about, you know, people recognizing that they don't have to accept the system as it is, and that those of us who have a degree of seniority have a fundamental responsibility to address it.
And
yeah.
And in addition to that, I think we also need to work, and I think somebody mentioned that the Dutch academic culture is a lot more individualistic than maybe other places. At least that's also my feeling a little bit, that we need to build teams around people that they want to be with, right? So it's hugely important that a PhD student or a newly minted doctor feels part of a team, and so therefore is developed in that team with mentorship, and I think that would be an important part of this developmental approach that we should have as well.
Okay. So you have
maybe
to add?
I mean, I'm sitting here as a
That's
representative from industry, so to comment on an academic situation is maybe not so easy. There are a couple of differences. You mentioned, for instance, that as a dean, you may say, I want to change things, and they think, well, in 2 years he will be gone, so why would I? Huh?
4 years.
4 years,
maybe.
Okay. But if you have a CEO, you don't have this, right? So there is a bit of, that's a clear difference between academia and industry, so that's why I'm a little bit careful with what I'm going to say to you. What we try to do in our company, we have defined some values for our company, and 2 of them are very important in this discussion. One of them is care. So care is the thing that the supervisor should take care of the people that are in his or her group. The other one is courage. It takes courage to speak up like you did, or like your student or the person that you know. So that courage and care, for me, that comes together in trust, right? If you have a good trust culture, then it's safe to speak up, and then you can also have difficult discussions with one another. But I think at the trust level, it very often doesn't go right. And I think that is universal, right? That's not academic or university. That is, I think, important everywhere. But I think care and courage are really two important elements in this discussion, I think.
Okay. So I'm going to wrap up the discussion, and I'm going to ask the panelists for their advice. The minister yesterday asked what should be key elements in my action plan when it comes to creating an inclusive and diverse academia. Give me a couple of words of advice. Naomi, can I start with you? What would be key elements?
I'm the wrong person to give such an advice, because people always ask me for the key elements or the 3 steps or the 1 silver bullet or whatever. And so I think the characteristic in this problem is, actually we had a whole conference on this last week organized by Belle Derks, among others, which is called Implicit Bias is a 7-headed dragon, and each time you cut off one head, it grows new ones. And we see that in many different ways. We see that with people not accepting the research. We see that with people taking new criteria for excellence, such as team performance, and then twisting it again, so the guy gets credit for the performance of the whole team, and the women's contributions get neglected. So there is no single thing that will solve everything, and every time you have to remain vigilant. And so people, when they ask me, oh, can you tell me how to change culture? My reply is, well, the function of culture is to retain continuity of the way things are being done across generations, to make sure that people will behave in the same way even when new individuals with new ideas are being brought in. This is the function of culture. So imagine how difficult it is to change culture. It's not just by bringing in new people, because the people will adapt to the culture before the culture will adapt to the people. So just like culture eats strategy for breakfast, you cannot change culture without changing your priorities, without changing your strategies, without changing the structures. And so it's not a separate activity for a diversity officer or a diversity office or a diversity mission. If you are serious about it, you should integrate this into your core priorities, in your core strategies, in your core ways of doing business, in your core ways of doing science. And that's a much bigger transformation, and not everybody is prepared to make that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Clear.
No, my 2, let's say, takeaways I would like to give the audience is, the first one, I think it is important to have this done from the top. If the top is not committed and with you to make this happen, our experience is that it is very difficult. So that's why we involved our CEO in this, and the whole ExCo is with us to really trickle this down. We use it in meetings very often. We have a management meeting every year where it is a big topic. That's one. The other one, and I think that's an important one too, is that I see that all the time. I see that in the climate discussion as well. We are like, yeah, we're 95% sure that climate change is happening. At some point, we should also stop seeking evidence that something is going on. We should just accept the fact that diverse teams work better. There's ample scientific evidence. I don't need more to take such a decision. I think it is very important that we, at some point, say, okay, we realize that diverse teams perform better if we make sure that everybody is included. And let's now make it happen. And I don't think we should, because there's always a reason why you want to ask, like, yeah, can we have another study done to take that additional step? Let's stop that. Let's really implement.
Okay, clear. Stephen.
I'm just going to say what Professor Elmer said. And the other thing is, if you want culture and process to change, then you need to set targets and responsibilities for university leaders with particular regard to inclusion and diversity.
Okay, very clear as well. So you will have the final advice.
I'll see if I can be as clear. There was a question about how we value research. I think we should value academic performance. There is a very exciting initiative by Rianne Ledgett in the Rectors' Conference, or whatever it's called, the group of rectors, called Erkennen and Waarderen.
Yeah.
And I think this more holistic view on how to assess academic performance should be something that ministers should pay attention to.
Great. Well, I'd like to thank the audience and, of course, the panel members. Thank you for your valuable contribution.
We're going to get started on our next session right away. And for that, I would like to introduce the chair, Annetje Otto, Vice President of the Executive Board of Utrecht University.
Where's Frederick? Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Nice to have this audience today for this very important topic we will discuss in this panel. It's about harassment, more specifically, in major cases, sexual harassment. And I will introduce you the panel straight away. We will have 10 minutes for every panel member, but also a possibility to raise a question to this specific member. And then afterwards, we will have around 20 minutes for discussion. So feel free to keep your questions for afterwards, or maybe you have a very important one to the specific speaker. Yes, today we have to also discuss this important topic. And of course, it's a serious one. So we will focus not only on the types of harassment, but mainly we would like to focus on how we can prevent such a thing happening, and how to respond to harassment taking place in academia. So I really hope that we will give you a lot of suggestions and to discuss with you how we can change culture, because I think the culture of care, which we will discuss, is one of the major issues, I think, and the major solutions to this problem. But of course, we're not talking only about really severe incidents, but I would like also to mention before we start that sometimes, and in many cases, it might be about small incidents. And research shows us that even in small incidents, which are happening every single day or maybe during the day, in the end might be of the same impact as a severe incident at once. So how can we prevent this, and how can we find solutions? But also as an executive board member, I realize also in my job how difficult it is to cope with those incidents and what to do. We will find solutions, but most of the time it's behind curtains. And I would like to discuss also with you how we improve communication, taking care of all the interests around it. We have to balance interests, and there has to be a communication within legal boundaries. But this is posing us as executives also with dilemmas about how can we communicate and make sure that the culture as such is changing and that really we respond quickly to those incidents. So I would like to introduce to the panel members. We have a slight change in order because we thought it would be much better. So first of all, I would like to introduce to you Marijke Nazar. And she's an important person because she was one of the co-authors of the research initiated by the LNVH, and I think this report, all known to you, I suggest, the harassment in Dutch academia, exploring manifestations, facilitating factors, effect and solutions. This report has really initiated the debate even further here in the Netherlands. So I'm very proud and also very honored that you, Marijke, will tell us a little bit about your report, but also what types of harassment we encounter here, but also the solutions. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Annetje. Hello, welcome everybody. I'm Marijke Nazar, cultural anthropologist and gender studies scientist. And I work as an independent researcher and speaker, so you can hire me. The research that I discussed with you today, as Annetje said, is about a research I did together with Professor Van den Brink and Professor Benschop at Radboud University. And the research was commissioned by the Dutch Network of Women Professors. We published a report in May of this year, and you can download it online if you want to know more. In our study, we investigated women's experiences with harassment in academia. And we focused on women because, as we have seen in the last days here, that women experience more barriers in their careers and they're underrepresented in the academic top. We wanted to investigate what practices of harassment do women experience in academia. What characteristics of academia facilitate this harassment? What are the consequences and what are potential solutions? We used qualitative research methods aimed at understanding the experiences of women who experienced harassment. And we collected data first through individual in-depth interviews and second through written testimonials. In total, we analyzed the experiences of 53 women. We found that harassment in academia seldom manifests itself as a single, isolated incident. Rather, the harassment people experienced was structural and lasted for months or years or even decades. In our study, a large majority of the people performing the harassment were men rather than women, and senior colleagues rather than junior colleagues, but this should be investigated further by quantitative research. And research participants often experienced multiple types of harassment. And in our report, we distinguished 6 different types, so sexual harassment is only one of 6. The first manifestation of harassment that we distinguished is that of scientific sabotage. This is defined by us as all behaviors that directly obstruct a person's work as an academic. You can think about making a person's work or ideas invisible, for instance, by taking them off websites or taking them off publications. You can think about refusal or obstruction of promotion, blocking a person's access to information or to spaces or to research data, labeling people as incompetent vis-à-vis colleagues, and even the physical or financial destruction of someone's research project, for instance, data being destroyed or money being confiscated. A second type is sexual harassment. Research participants reported, for instance, about sexual jokes, which were not jokes, and remarks, staring at gazing at bodies or body parts, people standing too close, touching, grabbing, trying to arrange dates, and sexual invitations. And we're not talking about flirting here. Then there's physical and verbal threats. Oops. The most common verbal behaviors we encountered were yelling and screaming and cursing, and also the threat to fire someone or to ruin someone's career. I will make sure you will never finish your PhD. Physical threats include, for instance, leaning over someone, aggressively pointing a finger at someone's face, barging into someone's office, refusing to leave, slamming on tables, behavior like that. Fourth, research participants experienced harassment that may be labeled as denigration. That is mostly done through verbal comments. Here they are again, the jokes, nicknames, condescending remarks about a person's personal characteristics or their professional qualities. Jokes and remarks were made, for instance, about research participants' bodies, voices, accents, religious background, ethnic background. What else do we have? Professional competencies. A fifth manifestation is that of exclusion. And that can take place on a work-related level or on a social level. And work-related exclusion is, for instance, the practice of withholding work-related information. And exclusion on a social level may include practices such as ignoring people, refusing to look at them, even when they're sitting right next to you. Or not inviting people for social events like the Christmas drinks, Christmas parties. A final manifestation of harassment is problematizing needs that are interpreted as special, such as the needs of those who are pregnant, young and single parents, people who are ill, disabled, or people who are grieving a loss. Examples mentioned by participants were demands to do work-related work during their pregnancy leave, or receiving negative comments about their conditions, such as, "This university suffers financial damage because of your delay." Or, "Is it really necessary to stay home after a miscarriage?" Our research demonstrates that this type of harassment is facilitated by structural and cultural factors within the academic culture that encourage, trivialize, normalize, and excuse harassment against women. And we discussed 4 of those factors in our report, and one of those are the hierarchies both within and outside of academia. Within academia, you see that some people can have significant power over other people's careers. And this causes people to tolerate behavior that they would otherwise never tolerate. And moreover, research participants reported how this hierarchy was used to silence them. These hierarchies were reinforced by a culture of stardom. People who bring in lots of money and lots of status are hardly ever corrected when they misbehave. And they seem to be above moral law. Next to organizational inequalities, also broader inequalities play a role. And of course, gender played an important role in our research, so people reflected on that. And participants referred to the overrepresentation of men in the academic top, stereotypes about women, and the ongoing power of the old boys network. A second key factor are the competition and individualism that characterize current academic culture. It has been referred to more often during the Gender Summit. Research participants described the academic world as a rat race, a competition between researchers for winning the scarce financial resources and positions that are available. And participants testified how this resulted in competition and jealousy among colleagues, which of course encourages harassing behaviors, especially the scientific sabotage. Kill your colleagues before they kill you. A third factor is that of inadequate responses to incidents. Many of our research participants asked for help, but they did not receive this. Only one person was happy about the help she received. In several cases, the other person simply didn't believe our research participant. This doesn't happen here. Well, it happens everywhere, I can tell. In other cases, participants were believed, but they were told to solve the issue themselves, making it into an individual rather than a structural and organizational problem. Some participants were even actively discouraged from filing a complaint, or instructed to stay silent in order to keep the peace. Whose peace, huh? And this does not only deny the seriousness of the problem, but it also implies that the people who speak up are the troublemakers. They are the ones causing the trouble, not the one who is performing this harassing behavior. In some cases, people who our participants turned to were willing but not able to help. For instance, confidential advisors can listen to a victim and advise them, but they don't have the power to really intervene. In none of the cases we studied, the perpetrator was fired. You can have great mission statements, perfect, beautiful codes of conduct, but if nothing happens when people don't obey those rules, then you can just put them in the trash because it doesn't work, it doesn't help. And of course, the hierarchies and the culture of stardom play a role in this lack of intervention. A final facilitating factor is that of self-silencing of victims. And because of this silence, harassment can remain invisible and unaddressed. But it is important to stress that silence is not an individual choice. It is in fact the result of someone not having the ability or the means or the right to express themselves. And this emphasizes that silence is a political and a social issue, not an individual choice. And it also means that before we start encouraging people to speak up, we have to create an atmosphere where it is safe for people to speak up, and that they are not fired when they speak up, as is happening right now. Then, the effects. Both the harassment itself and the inadequate responses to harassment can have a profound impact. Research participants sometimes felt so unsafe that they showed physical panic responses that are similar to people experiencing violence in the home, domestic violence. For instance, trembling when you see someone, or heart palpitations. Many of our research participants suffered from rather severe psychological and physical problems, and some were even hospitalized. And of course, these consequences also affect organizations and science in general. Academics who experience harassment are not as productive and creative as they could be. And they drop out, they don't drop out, they are pushed out temporarily or definitely. And moreover, minority groups, such as women, disproportionately suffer from harassment, so also from the consequences of harassment. And this frustrates all the efforts to make the academy more diverse, more inclusive, and a better place for everybody. Now, I was asked to tell about solutions. I don't have a quick fix, because this is such a complicated and layered problem. But in our report, we have formulated some ideas such as creating awareness about harassment, of course, having talks like this, creating support systems that are really independent, and creating the culture of care that you already mentioned. And we hope that our study inspires academic institutions and other important actors to really engage with this issue and take their responsibility in undertaking action. Thank you.
Is there someone who would like to raise a question now to Marijke? Or would you like to keep that for later? Take the
One
floor.
there.
Yeah, there's somebody here.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And the more disappointing is that there is, once you experience these things and you want to talk to somebody in the organization, at the university, whoever, my experiences was I did not have anybody to talk to. I even filed an official complaint, and it turned to be used against me, not against the organization.
Yeah, I hear that a lot.
I dared to speak up beginning of the year about my organization being not inclusive, and I got a label, and then I was punished for speaking up. And yeah, I would like to have more practical advices how to deal with these things. Somebody told me, go home and let it go. These are things, don't take it personally, but once it happens, well, there is no way if you don't, not to take it personally when it's addressed towards you, because you dare to speak up for something what has been happening in the team, in the department, the organization. Yeah. I would like to know more practical advices, how to do. It's not about go home, meditate, let it go, and tomorrow, well, focus on the right things.
Yeah,
that just doesn't help.
Thank you. It's really brave of you to intervene and raise the point. Thank you. I think we move on, and there will be plenty of time later on to have different perspectives. So first, I would like to give the floor to Tony. I think you have an original way of tackling the issue, but also to start discussions and also to make sure that people really feel what it means if things like harassment happen. Yes, I think that we move on, Tony. Maybe a short introduction about yourself, because you are here because you designed many plays. You are a theater maker, can I say so?
Yeah.
And you initiated the initiative to design plays around harassment. As I understand, also the Me Too Academia was the name of one of your plays, and you show in reality what it means. So I hope you can share your views on your experiences with the theater as an instrument to create awareness.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. About 18 months ago, our theatre company received an invitation from the Dutch Association of Women Professors to take part in their spring symposium with the title, whose theme was Intimidation and Abuse of Power in the Academic World. It was a one-day event, and in the afternoon there was to be an expert panel and a discussion which focused more on sexual harassment. Now, what they had in mind from us was a series of short sketches on different aspects of the topic, and after each sketch, a moderator would get first reactions from the public and from the panel. Now, by bringing in theatre, they hoped for two things, they wrote. They wanted to make sure, number one, that the discussion didn't get too abstract or academic, and that it stayed focused on real human behavior as it happens on the work floor. And number two, they hoped, and I quote, to provide a safe environment within which sensitive issues can be addressed without having to ask participants to share or reveal their personal experiences. Now, they knew what they wanted, and they knew more or less what they could expect from us from a previous project that we'd done on scientific integrity. Now, I'm a great believer in humor in this kind of theatre, but it was pretty hard to find a humor in this project. For our research, we were supplied with a number of confidential stories, some of them taken, I believe, from Marijke's report. First-hand accounts from women academics of things that they had experienced. And it made for pretty dismal and sometimes quite distressing reading. But as a writer, that's what you need. You need the gritty details. And it really impressed upon us the extent of what is happening. But of course, you can't just present a sequence of sorry tales. You need structure. And I think this was also taken from Marijke's report. We were given a number of instances of poor behavior were grouped under various headings: belittling behavior in a formal setting, sexual harassment, explicit sexual harassment, scientific harassment, and addressing issues with supervisors or dealing with a culture of fear. Now, as we batted emails back and forth in scenarios, I discovered that by using just 3 characters, we could create a kind of continuing story. So we had a young PhD student, about 24, an older woman, about 45, a professor and head of department, and an older man, a professor aged about 50, and the younger woman's promoter, a kind of Professor Harvey Weinstein type. To give a sense of the wider institution, we introduced other characters: a confidential counselor, a colleague, a girlfriend, through telephone calls and just en passant in conversations. Now, we had some really open and very interesting discussions with our contacts at the association. They gave us a lot of input and a lot of freedom. But there was one scene which worried them, and that was a scene of sexual harassment. How explicit were we going to be? What would happen if something we did triggered something in somebody in the audience? Could we afford to take that risk? Would that endanger the safe environment? Now, from our perspective as theatre makers, we know that when you inhibit theatre, it becomes cramped, and the audience senses that you're pulling punches. And the unspoken still remains there. But of course, the decision had to be theirs, and in the end, they opted for an explicit scene, but with a trigger warning beforehand that help was available or support was available if required. Now, to write a scene about a sexual assault and for an actor to perform it, you have to go to some pretty uncomfortable places, but also to some very positive places. Because in the rehearsal room, you have to create a situation of absolute trust. Only then will a performer feel free to expose or share what they normally keep hidden. And I'm not talking about exposing flesh, I'm talking about exposing vulnerability. And in the case of the man in this instance, revealing his, or getting in touch with his own potential to be an abuser. But if you dare to go there, and then to do it in public, in front of strangers, and we don't usually have the luxury of theatre lighting when we perform. The actors are down there among you. You can hear them breathing. You can sense the fear, the hurt, the sense of shame, self-loathing, and the anger. If you dare to go there, some extraordinary things can happen. And the first time it happened was after that first performance. We'd done the sketches. People had given their first reaction. A general discussion was taking place. The atmosphere was loosening up a bit. And then the subject got on to confidential counselor, the role of the confidential counselor. And there was some really audible sniggering from certain areas in the public, and comments along the lines of confidential counselor is good for a Kleenex, and that's about it, then you're on your own. And then somebody suggested, well, the victim should go to HR. And then there was an outburst of derisive laughter. So the panel was getting quite a hard time of it. It was getting quite fun. And it was around this time that one woman in the audience asked for the microphone. And she stood up and, a little bit like you just did, she shared her own experience with us. And you could feel a kind of shudder go through the room, which rippled out and changed the nature of the discussion for the next, for the rest of the discussion. And I think that what happened is we'd actually achieved what our contacts at the association wanted, but it ended up not quite in the way that they had envisaged it. We had created a safe environment. And what happens when you do that? It's like a pressure valve is released. People actually do stand up and share or reveal their own experiences. Not to a therapist, not to a counselor, not one-on-one to a girlfriend, but to the community of which they are a part. Now, a lot has happened in the 18 months since then, in the media, in academia, and for us as theatre makers, it's been a learning curve, which is actually the title of the play. We've had the privilege of working with some highly motivated women determined to get these issues aired and onto their university's agenda, and who have helped shape and expand the learning curve into its current 40-minute, it's a 40-minute play now. And we've been present at some really memorable live encounters and witnessed the same thing happen time and time again. And in case you think it's just me saying this, I thought I should try and provide a bit of academic backup. This is from one of our contacts in Rotterdam. She's seen the play 3 times now, she writes. And she says, in my experience, the discussion goes through 3 phases. First, a rather muted general discussion in which people say they recognize the situations and explain what they've done to address the issues. Then there comes a moment when someone from the public stands up to share a personal experience. More follow. And that can be quite harrowing. After this, things calm down and everybody comes up with their good intentions. Now, reactions really depend on the composition of the audience and the skill and sensitivity of the moderator, because we create the arena together. In Brussels, we played to an audience of exclusively PhD students, and the stories just came tumbling out one after the other. In a mixed audience of senior staff and juniors, other forces are at play. There's more inhibition. As an organizer, you have to decide who you want to reach. Or as one of our contacts put it, you have to decide, are you going to put the victims and the perpetrators together in the same room? I'll leave you with a quote from a contact of ours in Groningen, where we've been asked back to play again. The learning curve gets under your skin. It shows how subtle, seemingly innocent remarks can rapidly turn into unacceptable behavior. Even though some say that they find the play over the top, they keep talking about it. And that's what we want, to have people talk about the difficult topic of bad behavior, to make it easier to call out bad behavior, and to make people reflect on what they do or do not do themselves. The play most definitely gives a push in the right direction. Unfortunately, national evidence-based research shows it is not over the top. Thank you.
Impressive. I think we all have to think about your wise words and experiences. Is there somebody who would like to stand up or leave it maybe for now? It's up to you. We can discuss it later even more. I think we have to reflect on this.
Okay.
But it's a very, very original way of really making sure that we create safe places where we can discuss important issues like this. But feel free to interrupt later and share your experience or ideas. But now I think we go back to what we would call the core business of academia. Frederik Bonenstam, he would like to share with us experiences but also lessons learned from research. You are a senior researcher at the Center for Gender Research at Uppsala University, and you create research on this important level. And there is international research and views on sexual harassment, but still there's a lot to do and we need a lot of more. So you will share your views on what has been done and what has to become. Thank you. The floor is yours.
So, dear organizers, friends, participants, some fellow feminists, hopefully. Nice to be here at the Gender Summit once again. I'm actually the director right now for my organization, the Swedish Secretariat for Gender Research, placed at the University of Gothenburg. We are 20 in my staff, researchers, analysts, project coordinators, administrators, and we do a lot of different reports, analyses. We try to write really research-based, quite feminist things. And we have done this for a couple of years, and the two recent reports are actually what I'm going to talk about today, two research reviews on sexual harassment in academia. Me and my colleague Maja Lundqvist has been writing these two reports for 2 years now. This is a long work being produced. Try to summarize them in 10 minutes for you. Quite difficult. I would also point to what we're doing right now is a quite large study on the member states in the EU, looking into gender-based harassment in the academic sector in every country. This is appointed by the European Commission through the Standing Working Group of Gender Research and Innovation. Sweden has got the mandate to be a rapporteur together with a subgroup, and we at the Secretariat produces the report. This will be published in March 2020. Will consist of strong recommendations to the Commission, to the member countries, and to the research performing organizations and financing organizations. So hopefully we can come back to Gender Summit with some results and recommendations from this report. Now, there are two research reviews being published from us on international research, and they are based on the same material. We have read a total of 800 scientific publications during 1 year. Just reading. Not so many people read scientific publications anymore, but we have actually read them all. And we got them from more than 5,500 publications in total. They're all peer-reviewed, published in scientific journals for more than 50 years. So saying there is no research on sexual harassment in academia is not true. There is a lot of research. It's both great research and not so great research. In these research reviews, we have a specific focus on Nordic research for different reasons. And there are published two publications. One on the major issues in the field in total, called Sexual Harassment in Academia, and an international research review, published by the Scientific Research Council in Sweden. And the other one, still only in Swedish, where we look at the preventive measures, especially. What does research say on the preventive measures? It will be published in English in November. You can find them on two different web pages. VR, that is the Scientific Research Council in Sweden, .se, and the other one you can see on the other side. Hopefully, you will read the one being translated into English. If you're interested in the preventive measures, this is a really nice report. Otherwise, learn Swedish so fast as you can, and you can read it. I think, Marika, you said some really important stuff in your presentation, some things that I want to say also, but you already said it so brilliantly, so I can just skip it, right? But looking into, this is impossible to summarize 2 big research reviews, but looking into the research field, we can see that a lot of studies discuss prevalence. How many are there being abused, sexually abused in academia? And we have a span from 2 to 93% experiencing sexual harassment in academia. It depends on how you do the study, right? If you ask 1 question or 2 questions, yes or no, you get really low response rates. But if you ask questions on specific situations that has actually been taking place in specific institutions, you get really high response rates, for example. So this is very much a question about how to ask about experiences of sexual harassment. Looking into the major studies in the US, we can see that on average, 25% of female students have experienced sexual harassment, on average. And looking into the studies where they add sexual assault, sexual violence of different respect, also date rape violence, we can see that the levels climb above 50%. So actually, what we see in research is that this is something happening right now all over the place globally in our academic institutions. It's not a specific incident for some individuals. This is an expected experience when you enter academia today. And the causes of sexual harassment, as Marika told us about the hierarchies, the power hierarchies, I would like to put the pressure on the issue of precarious employment situations. We have on average 1/3 of the staff in higher education sector being employed on short-term contracts, being insecure in their positions, not wanting or willing or able to actually speak up on their experiences, afraid of losing their jobs, right? We can also see that the issues of dependence between supervisors and PhD students, between teachers and students, also on the administrative side of academia, there are a lot of dependence relations that really structures the way harassment occurs. But most interestingly in this report, we can see that the consequences are enormous. There are lots of good studies on the consequences of sexual harassment in academia. It's not just for individuals, it's also privately for the families at home, for the children at home. Fellow students, the colleagues, we can also see that research groups actually perform less well when sexual harassment exists. Recruitment processes, career paths, of course they are affected by sexual harassment. If you experience sexual harassment, how can you write nice peer review articles when you have to constantly work through your experiences? So in some kind of summarizing up this in our report, we can just write that the quality in research and education depends on the evidence and prevalence of sexual harassment in academia. So why this hasn't been one of the major issues for management at universities yet, that is just so strange. Because research has shown for so many years that this actually affects the actual quality of research and education. Now the other report, where we look at the preventive measures, we try to separate between what is currently being done, what is upcoming processes, and what does actually research tell us to do, working with preventive measures on sexual harassment. And I tried to just, in a schematic way, try to just illustrate how this looks like. There are a lot of mapping going on, local mapping of the prevalence of sexual harassment. Usually, universities do this mapping in order to show that the problem is not that big. We have lots of reports from researchers globally telling us, when we were doing this study, that a lot of their reports were not published at their universities because the numbers were too high. So this is the common situation, that we produce information on our universities that actually lie about the situation, right? So we see another trend upcoming, that there are a lot of national studies going on. This is one example from Holland. We have seen it from Norway, it's happening in Sweden and a lot of other countries. We do national prevalence studies in order to go above the specific universities and managements, to actually produce research-based knowledge on what are the numbers of prevalence. But actually what research tells us is that we have to move from producing attention to sexual harassment to understanding the consequences, how you actually have to live with the consequences of sexual harassment. More qualitative studies, much more qualitative studies needs to be done in this field. And policy. which is the main preventive measure in academia today, I would say globally. Management produces a policy and it's implemented. We produce information, communication, and policy tells people that you can turn to your dean if you've been abused and so forth. There are no research evidence that policy decreases the prevalence of sexual harassment in academia at all. This is not the same as saying policy doesn't work. I'm just saying there are no research evidence. And in an organization as academia, where we work with research evidence, we should actually take notice of this research result. There are no evidence that policy works. So why do we constantly produce policies in order to prevent sexual harassment? Instead, we have to produce support structures, creating caring situations for the people being abused, and actually start out from what are the reparative measures needed in our organizations? What are the needs from those being sexually abused? How can we meet them and their needs? That's the point where we should start producing policies, not just telling about our laws and our case management procedures and so forth. Oh, I didn't get that to work anymore, so it just stopped working like that. Could be the battery, or it's just someone is angry at me. Ah, there's coming, okay. You did that? Oh, thank you. I can just put it down. I can do like this, and yeah, we can. Training, education, training. Is this a good way of preventing sexual harassment? Yes, it is. On a short-term level, it is. It changes attitudes, and it changes men's attitudes the most. There are a lot of interesting studies showing that women are not that specifically satisfied with educational and training on sexual harassment because they are not agreeing on the perspectives and the definitions. They don't recognize that their own experiences are being told about. That's one important measure. But training on the long term does not have any effects on prevalence when it comes to sexual harassment. At least we have no research evidence saying that training actually works to prevent sexual harassment. Upcoming is a lot of experiences from doing leadership courses, leadership training, leaders actually doing something with the systematically working with their work environments, but looking to researchers, they are saying the following: we have to start with the bystanders. All of us being the part of the majority culture, we need to be trained, educated, because we know that when we have trainings, those who are interested in coming to the trainings are those already interested in the issue of sexual harassment and not the rest. So the issue of bystanders is really strong. And then finally, case management, managing complaints. The idea that if just everybody spoke up, if something happens, just speak up, tell your story, and we will help you. You just heard from the front row that this doesn't work. And I can say research shows it doesn't work at all. So the case management procedures that we have up to date in academia, they are counterproductive. They actually reinforces the experiences of harassment in academia, generally speaking. We have to look into the terms of employment, the precarious situations, and the caring structures in academia. So look into the research view. We can see that it's quite other issues that we should work with preventively. Instead of doing policy training and case management, look into the reparative measures, the bystanders, and the employment conditions. So, some blind spots and challenges in research. We can see that mostly research starts out from an individual legal concept of sexual harassment, completely omitting what is the research and theoretical perspective on sexual harassment, that is sexual violence, gender-based violence, or violence in general. This is foremost produced in the 70s and 80s. We have a connection between feminist research and the knowledge on sexual harassment, and gradually this enters the door and goes outside, and we have a lot of legal perspectives on sexual harassment. We have to reinforce feminist theory on sexual harassment in academia if we want to produce important knowledge on this issue. Underreporting, both in studies and in practice, is a major issue. All studies during 50 years say approximately the same thing. Underreporting is the major problem, but we don't have any solutions to underreporting as yet in research. or in preventive measures. So the message is really clear. Underreporting is not the problem. The problem is the perpetrators. The perpetrators and the bystanders. How come there's almost no research publications on the perpetrators? We always look into the experiences of those being harassed and ask them questions, ask them to fill in the surveys, they have to be part of interviews, but we almost never interview the perpetrators. So this is a major challenge. And here we also have some of the preventive challenges, digging into academic masculinities, violence, and perpetrators. Who are they? Why do they do what they do? When do they do it? How do they motivate their way of existing and doing the same things they do, right? And I think the two final points here is that there are almost no comparative or longitudinal studies. We look into one organization at one time slot, right? We don't follow things over time. But if we do, we see that experiences from our time in elementary school or back home, experiences of violence are with us as we enter academia and affects us deeply when we experience sexual harassment. So this is also a challenge in research. And finally, there is a lot of intersectional challenges in research. It seems as if it's only white, middle-class, heterosexual young women being abused in academia, according to research. But we also know that LGBTQ issues, race, disability, age, and other issues are so important to look into because prevalence is so much higher when these factors come into the picture. So I probably used my 10 minutes. I prepared a summarized version of this presentation. It goes like this. There is an urgent need in the aftermath of Me Too and drawing from our conclusions from research during more than 50 years to drastically shift our perceptions of academic culture. We need to address and acknowledge the toxic nature of academia. This is a place where sexual harassment, gender-based violence, sexual violence, and violence in other forms are commonplace, they're epidemic, and they thoroughly affect individuals as well as research and teaching globally. Thank you.
Thank you, Frederik. I think you're putting a mirror towards universities by their own mean of research. So I think it's very important to show that we have a lot of research, but that we need more research. But I think we should also stick to what we already know and what the solutions are. You make very clear what the solutions should be, like creating a safe environment, but also changing also the short contracts or the way we organize the employment conditions. Are there questions specifically for Frederik here?
Thanks for a very interesting talk, Frederik. You reported from your survey of the literature, if I understood you correctly, that anywhere between 2 and 93% of the staff experience sexual harassment. Many of the presentations today and yesterday have had a focus on the responsibility of leadership to act. It's very difficult to know how to act and what to do when the claims about the prevalence of these problems are so massively diverse. So I end up, I don't know what to do in the face of that evidence.
I think the first thing is not to be just reactive. You have to be proactive. We can see that a lot of management, they react when things have happened already, instead of constantly being proactive. Another thing is to prioritize this systematic work in our work environments, putting it on not the first, but maybe the second place in our agenda. And this means we have to down-prioritize other things, so we actually make this an important issue. And then I think if you, as an academic leader, do not understand fully the consequences of harassment and actually engage in proactive work, you should actually think about your own position if you're the right person in the right place today.
That message is very clear. There's another question at the back.
Hello, my name is Stephanie, and I'd like to thank Frederick for specifically concentrating on universities, because it's just made me realize I didn't know that I didn't know that I've had experiences of sexual harassment while back in school. And I feel, because I do a lot of public engagement and science communication, I think it starts, if it's being proactive, it starts with awareness. And when I think of sexual harassment, I think of, it comes physical. But with my experience, like I'll give 2 examples. There was a unit we were doing, and the ladies were afraid of sitting at the front, because the lecturer, if the lecturer did mark you, you will not get peace during that semester, because he will follow you up and you have to engage him, otherwise you'll not get your marks. And while at my internship, my supervisor was not in support of the initiative I was trying to do, and he got the staff members to now be against me, and even used the assistant was male, so he used that as an excuse, trying to get into having people get a sexual idea of the kind of interaction we were having. And I wonder, because we're talking about action and implementation, is my recommendation from back home will be to engage university students and universities to work with corporates and industries, and people can report back their experience in the monitoring and evaluation. What were their experiences? And the university can back up their students in such circumstances. And also in terms of creating awareness, I believe there are so many associations and clubs and groups for scientists. Why don't you bring up people, or ourselves start bringing up the topic of sexual harassment in those groups, families, communities? Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you. I think what you have in common so far is also that we have to share experiences, and that helps creating a safer environment, but also awareness, and probably also putting into training and more. But I would like to come back to that later, because there are also other instruments used so far from a different angle. And for that, I think we need to go to the United States to see what you have used over there. So the last speaker is Rhonda Davies. Very welcome. And you are head of the Office of Diversity and Inclusion from the Office of the National Science Foundation. And the National Science Foundation has issued a different type of instrument to make not only the awareness, but also to have repercussions for research you are funding. So we would like to know what your instrument is there and your experiences so far. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks to everyone in this room. No matter if you are here as a speaker, a researcher, a curiosity, have had a bad experience, it is really important that each of us take responsibility to make this global challenge no longer in our current situation, is part of our past. So I thank each of you all for that. I bring you greetings from the National Science Foundation, where Dr. France Cordova is the director. I'm very pleased to work for Dr. Cordova. She is one that has a top-down approach to this issue. She is a leader that she set the expectations. She holds us all accountable. Her senior leadership, in the beginning, we were meeting on a weekly basis. Of all her legacies that she will leave at the National Science Foundation when she leaves, even during the time of when the black holes and the gravitational, all that was found, is her work in the area of harassment and sexual harassment. So I'm very pleased to be here to speak on what we are doing in that area and the new things and the things that we've done already. So the objective that I hope that you are able to get from my talk today is having an understanding that we just created a policy that went into effect October of last year. And that policy is to help ensure that there are safe and secure research environments for all. And the fact that NSF does not tolerate harassment, and we're doing everything in our power to make a difference and to collaborate with others within the US and outside of the US to make that difference. So as I was alluding to earlier about our policy, it's a new term and condition. In the US, we have something called Title IX. If you're not familiar with Title IX, it has been around for a long time. It is gender equity in education. It is very good law to have, but we still know we had problems and that it wasn't working to its full potential. And so we were in the height of the Me Too movement about a year and a half ago. And we were getting really hit pretty hard from the media. The National Science Foundation funds about $8 billion worth of scientific research every year. And we had on major newspapers that we were funding sexual predators. And we got television stations, we got the media. I even had to testify before Congress because of the non-action that they thought NSF was doing as it relates to this topic. So what we did is that we decided that we would come up with a term and condition that complements Title IX. You cannot change a law without going through congressional legislation, and that's a long process. But we had something that was in our control that we could do something about. And so it's a team of us under the leadership of the director and my office, the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. It's a very diverse team. We had individuals from different parts of our science enterprise. We had gender diversity. We had race and ethnicity diversity, sexual orientation, and it was just amazing what we were able to achieve by starting out the gate with a very diverse, powerful team. And so we initially started out with a term and condition that we were going to try to add in that if you accept one of our grants, that you must notify us if a PI has been involved in sexual harassment. We have something in the US when you change a term and condition of your grants that you must get public comment. We put that in our Federal Register notice, and it's a 60-day process. At the end of that 60 days, we had almost 200 comments. Typically, NSF get comments in the 20, 30 range. 50 is probably pretty high. So we were quite shocked when we got all these comments. And when we looked at the comments, they were split about 50-50. 50% of the people said, "Thank you, NSF. We appreciate what you're doing, but you've gone way too far. You really need to pull your reins back in." And we have the other 50% saying, "Thank you, NSF, also, but you haven't gone far enough. It's so much more you need to do." We think we landed somewhere in the middle in a sweet spot. We really didn't make anyone happy. But we thought that coming out the gate, this issue is a challenging issue, that we needed to show that we were serious and that we were aggressive, but not go and take on things that we could not handle early on. We often get asked, why didn't you do something about students and you only looked at principal investigators and co-PIs? There are a lot of privacy issues around students, so we started somewhere in the middle. And so we did a lot of outreach activities after we got all that feedback from our Federal Register notice. We held series of roundtable meetings. These roundtable sessions were with different research organizations, professional societies, and we gained a lot of information from that process. And we ended up with a final term and condition that went into effect October 22nd, 2018. And it changed from what we originally were going to look at just sexual harassment. After getting feedback, after we were a major funder of the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine's most comprehensive report on sexual harassment in academia. And we learned that we needed to expand our definition. It needed to be more than sexual harassment. We need to look at other forms of harassment, sexual assault. So the final term and condition actually covered all those things I just talked about. Now, to give you some details of what that term and condition looks like and what are the notification requirements involved in it. So who is responsible for notifying us if a PI or co-PI that we fund has been involved in sexual harassment, other forms of harassment, sexual assault? It's our Office of Sponsored Research. We thought what a failure in our Title IX process is that we have Title IX officers in all the institutions that we fund, but these Title IX officers, they were not empowered to know what was happening on the grant side. And then we have a term and condition that you must not discriminate. And so we had Office of Sponsored Research individuals certifying when they take our funds that they're in compliance with all our non-discrimination laws and policies. And they had no idea because all that was happening in a stovepipe of the Title IX process. So we required the Office of Sponsored Research to do that. What that gained for us, the two had to begin communicating. Title IX officers had to talk to Office of Sponsored Research and vice versa. And so what does the notification invokes? If a PI or co-PI funded by us is put on some administrative action or activity as it relates to sexual harassment, the institution must notify us. And what does that look like? Or if there's a finding of discrimination. When they contact us, we pull a team together from our legal office, policy office, my office, whatever the science program officer or program director responsible for it. And we have a conversation with the Office of Sponsored Research, with the Title IX officer, with their legal counsel, and we don't want any details about the individual who experienced anything during that process. We don't even want specific details. We need to know something in general to know that what the university did and how they acted on it made sense based on what they were investigating. And 90% of the time, we do not do anything when we get these notifications. We do not require the institution because most of them have done the right thing. There are some incidents where we must have a further detailed conversation with the institution to say, I think we need to talk this through a little more. There have been instances where institutions have, and it's up to them if they're going to terminate or if they're going to replace the PI, but we will have those series of conversations to let them know how we're feeling about what is happening. And if we cannot come to any agreement about that they've done the right thing based on the situation, we can suspend, halt, and take the funds. And we have experienced some of all of the above, but in limitation. Now, as it relates to just the PIs and co-PIs, we require all personnel on any NSF-funded grant to adhere to our policy as it relates to sexual harassment, other forms of harassment, and sexual assault. We do not require the university to notify us, but we expect them to adhere to it also. Now, this is what we consider that I kind of went into a little bit early on the earlier slide. When we're talking to them, we want to know if there is a safety and security issue with any personnel that's working on our grant. And as we're having that dialogue with them, that's what we're listening for as they share the very high-level information. We want to know the overall impact to the NSF-funded activity. Sometimes PIs are put on admin leave and they no longer can carry out the grant as the terms are put in place. So we want to have a discussion. Is there a replacement PI that you've lined up to do that? We want to also look at the continued advancement of the science and the scientists. Sometimes we hear that the action was taken against actually the person who had the experience. They were moved to somewhere else, and that's alarming and concerning for us. So we'll have a conversation about the institution correcting that, and whether they took the appropriate steps to address whatever the scenario on each of these individual cases are totally different. So As I said earlier, the authorized organizational representative is the person who we work with and the designee on these cases, which is non-traditional in the U.S. It's typically a Title IX officer, but I explained earlier why we have decided to do that. And there are some instances where we may initiate the removal of a PI or co-PI. We work closely with the program officer who knows the science and knows the impact of that PI change and who would be a very appropriate PI to come in and replace the PI. We can reduce the award amount. And if they do not do what we think is adequate, we can suspend and terminate the award. And we've had to do some of all the above, not a lot. So what are we doing and what has happened since last October in our term and condition? Since that time, we have now instituted a new conference grant requirement. If you take our funding to participate in a grant, you must have a process for reporting harassment, other forms of harassment or sexual assault, and you must have a way of addressing it. And the individuals who are going to attend the grants conference or any of those conferences must know about it before they attend. We have provided a lot of outreach and training to our research community, and we're working continually with them to keep them engaged on some of the new steps and some of the new things we plan to do. Some of our new focus areas that we're going to be addressing in the next few months, SBI are the Small Business Innovation Research Grants. Sometimes these organizations are 1, 2, and 3 personnel in that office, and so they're really ripe for things to happen. So we're working to look at some new policies to address that. Our REU program, which is a research experience for undergraduate programs, where undergraduates are going during the summer months to other institutions. We're working to address those. Postdoctoral fellowships, career awards. This is where an individual, if they're found to have violated one of our policies and need to be a replacement PI, there's no one to replace because that was a career award for that individual. GRFP, that's our Graduate Research Fellowship Program. And so we're working to look at ways that we can strengthen that program to address harassment. And at field sites, sites where there are telescopes and locations where are very ripe and vulnerable. And that brings to the end of my presentation. I'd like to say that one thing that we think is really important that we learned, and sometimes we want to get very aggressive to try to resolve all the problems at once, and then we can't make any movement. What is really key to look at what you can bite off and chew, as we would say in America. So I love what I've been hearing here. I look forward to continuing to share and grow from what I learned from others and share too. Thank you.
Well, I think that we can learn a lot from this brave improvement or innovation, I think, from your research agenda. Is there somebody who would like to raise a specific question? Yes, there to my left.
Thank you so much. So I work in Switzerland for a group of 28 universities, and we are looking very much into the problems you've all talked about. So it's an amazing opportunity to have you here, and thank you for all the speeches. And my question might be one about a blind spot that you mentioned in your presentation, which is harassment between students, because we have a lot of work between staff and students. But in our schools, a problem that is being brought back to us is, I have 2 students and there is an investigation, but the exams are coming up next month. I don't know if I can put the 2 of them in the same room to have the exam. And if I ask the guy to go in a different room, I'm going to get attacked in court for discrimination against him, blah, 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 blah. So you can imagine all the kind of intricacies that these cases bring in, and there is no regulation for that. There is the general law, but it creates difficult situations in everyday life in the schools, and I was wondering if any of you had any kind of insight or planned work about that we could draw from. Thank you.
Who would like to answer the question? Frederik or
So I can say just what you just described is why we did not out the chute start with students. There's a lot of issues that go along with the privacy. But what we have done recently when we have this research experiences for undergraduates at other campuses. We work very closely with the principal investigator at that campus where that student is, if they're involved in experiencing it, or actually the perpetrator, to quickly come to some way of trying to get a quick resolution on the campus. And sometimes it does involve sending the student who's a perpetrator back home and away from the program. It's a lot different when they're at their home campus and they have to rely on the Title IX process to take over. So students is it's such a challenge. We don't have it on our immediate radar to take on, but it's one that we probably will have to soon get to and start coming up with a strategy to deal. So I can really relate to what you're saying.
There's another question here.
Thank you for 4 very inspiring talks. And building on Kurt's discussion before, what can we do proactively to address the underreporting, which I think is really a serious problem? My limited experience in the Netherlands says there's a lot of rumors going on and a lot of things that you get little signals, but you don't get formal reporting, and then it gets very difficult to also establish a practice and do something about this proactively.
Well, I think my message today has been
maybe
that...
you can put the thing away because you can't see you. Is there a possibility to move it? No.
There's all kind of wires. I'm not
Yeah,
sure if this is...
Yeah, I think it's... Yeah, otherwise we...
Yeah.
But Frederik, you can maybe start answering the question. Yeah.
My message today from research is that underreporting will not be the ground for working proactive with sexual harassment. We will not create situations or management systems or other policies that will create a situation where people being abused will tell you about it as a management structure. So we have to deal with this issue without waiting for the reporting to increase. That's my main message. We cannot rely on the stories being told because there are so many reasons why they're not being told. So the reasons they're not being told are the things we have to work with at most.
Okay, I think I accept that point, but I also think we could work proactively with the reporting and maybe do something that goes back to creating a safe environment where you could do reporting more than you do now. I think that was my point, but I wanted to pick the panel's brains on whether we can actually achieve that.
I don't think you have to wait for a formal complaint, right? If you are a leader, or you're a head of department, you can talk to people, you can start your own investigation. You don't need a formal complaint to talk to people. And I think if you can intervene much earlier, then things don't have to get out of hand. And people don't have to make 100 victims before finally someone dares to make a formal complaint. You don't have to wait for that. So I completely agree with you on the proactive and not wait. Sit back and wait until the victims come to you, because they won't do that.
There's somebody else here on the left who would like... Everybody's trying. Let's start here on the left, and I will come back to you.
Hi, this question is for Rhonda. Hi, I'm Holly Falk-Krasinski at Elsevier and formerly at Northwestern University. So one concern I had about the approach that you've taken is that, in fact, trainees are so deeply dependent on those grants from their advisors. So the punitive steps that may be taken would have dramatic and lasting repercussions. What is part of the policy that in the event that it's determined that funding needs to be taken away from the advisor, that the student doesn't end up, or the postdoc, in the precarious position of that grant award now no longer being available to fund the student's training? Because that would be enough for somebody to never report.
Mm-hmm. Can you respond to that?
Yeah. Absolutely. And you can imagine when we went through this process, we spent a lot of time talking about just what you just discussed. So taking the funding is our last resort, and we do not, we try to make sure that we do not impact the person who was the student or anyone who was on the grant that was relying on those funds. So it's a last resort, and we typically try to look at that in a way where it's the impact of, that we've done so far has really impacted the actual PI, and some of these PIs, the university's actually taken a step to terminate them because it was so severe what they were involved in. But we also have upped our Title IX compliance process, and when we engage in with the notification requirement that I just shared with you, that we are in constant communication with all those individuals involved to monitor that process. And sometimes it could take up to 6 months to a year because individuals' code of conduct at various institutions are different. So we try to engage this in a more holistic way so that we can look and keep our eye. We talk to the program officer who is in touch really frequently with the grant, the PI, and who's working on the grant. If we hear of anything that it appears that there's some repercussions, retaliation, then we'll go right back into the university, and we're going to hold the university accountable. We also have an external third party that we bring in to evaluate our term and condition. We know that sin of no good deed goes unpunished, and that there could be some negative impact of what we've done that we haven't noticed, so we want someone to assess, and we're in the process of getting metrics put together for that. So I really appreciate you raising what you did, because it is really critical, and it could cause more problems around individuals who feel like they can't report. We also do an outreach. We have a portal, nsf.gov/harassment, that individuals can go to get information. If they feel that they're being retaliated, they can file anonymous, or they can reach out to our office.
Thank you. There's a question here. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's more of a comment, I think, than a question. I find it a bit problematic in a lot of these reports that they're specifically targeted at women. So your report, also the NASEM, they specifically point out the situation of women. And although women are more affected, I think we need to broaden that much more, because it reiterates a narrative of the poor woman that doesn't fit within there and is not fit for the job, and the single, mostly male perpetrator who's a rotten apple that we need to get rid of. So I think we need to move that to a much larger perspective and think about harassment as an occupational hazard rather than a single case. Because then it's not so important to have the single reporting anymore, because people don't report. They're afraid, they don't know what's going to happen, they won't report. But if we start treating it as an occupational hazard, it becomes completely different. So we've done probably to date the largest mixed method study in academic medicine, and we've seen that men, especially the ones that don't conform to a certain type of masculinity, at least in verbal harassment, are almost as affected as women, and not so much in the physical cases. But once we had that data, it helped us enormously with the institution to get preventative measures through, because now everybody was affected, and also the men.
Yeah.
So the people in the leadership who understood these men, I guess, more, were much more willing to implement rapidly preventive measures. So I think it is a step that helps us get the data, but also change the narrative, and is really helpful in implementing preventative measures much further. So I think this data is essential in shifting to another level.
Yeah.
The Dutch Network of Women Professors is working their buttocks off to get this implemented, such a research that makes it broader. Because of course, especially men from minorities, ethnic minorities, sexual minorities, they are vulnerable as well, yeah.
Somebody here on the left of me.
Yeah, Margreet van den Burg, Wageningen University. I would like to support that, because especially now we enter more and more into international collaboration, we as women can be very harassing as well. And that's, in the academic point of view, looking at the perpetrators, it might also be like domestic violence, that when you are harassed yourself, you might be more vulnerable to do it yourself as well. And especially, for instance, in gender studies, when we work all over the world, we see coming back that pattern that the white women have the most voice, even in conferences like this. So to open up more the research from an intersectionality approach, and also taking women in, it would be a good thing from an academic point of view, but on the other hand, I understand totally social justice and victims want to be heard as well. So we are in kind of difficulty. I entered those kinds of debates also when we talk about Holocaust. Of course, it's so important to acknowledge, but do we understand the processes behind, and can we start thinking differently in another way too?
Okay, thank you. Were there more?
May I do a short?
Of course.
Yeah, because I'm a bit worried at on the one hand, we have to broaden it and we have to include men and we have to see that women can perpetrate too, of course. On the other hand, we also have to keep in mind these gendered imbalances that are there. So I'm also constantly balancing between the two, because the stereotypes regarding women, the harassment that they experience is really typical. Like, you know, when you're expected to just sit down and be quiet and behave, and you don't do that because you want to be a professor someday, for example, then you are punished much harder when you're a woman, for instance. So these gender dynamics are there. So it is a constant balance of acknowledging these inequalities, also gender, but also other inequalities, and also broadening up the research. So I do also want to make a point for including gender and being very critical about masculinity, the role of masculinity in all of this.
Yes, there's another one.
Yeah, first would like to say that I very much agree with all the previous speakers. So they all touch up on very important points that I also really can relate to. So I'm a manager at the Netherlands eScience Center, which is not really academia. We write software for research. But I have a lot of engineers, because I'm a manager, I have a lot of engineers that I like to call it coach, and also, you know, I'm a line manager of. And I always try to create this safe environment, and I think I'm doing quite a good job, because they always say, yeah, I can tell you everything, and that's really nice. But it is, I think, a lot of the times also very hard indeed for people to create this safe environment, because people are not trained to do that, and they, especially in academia, they are indeed not trained to be good managers, right? So I think that there's a lot to do there, and maybe even have, you know, specialized managers in academia instead of having people that are really good in research and let them be managers. Is actually also something to think about in creating a more safe environment. But also then having the means to actually do something is also very important, because you can listen to people and they feel taken seriously. But if you don't have the power to act upon it, then they at one point won't take you serious anymore, because you don't do anything. So then the next time they won't tell you anymore. So yeah, I think there are a lot of factors that play a role here, and I also very much agree with. Sometimes I don't know which part is because I'm a woman, or which part, you know, is because I just like to speak up always. But if I speak up for my engineers, I get punished sometimes as well. I'm like, yeah, I'm the troublemaker, so I really recognized your. So yeah, you're just making too much trouble. So just, you know, shut up, basically, right? Which I think is complex, because, you know, I like to change things. So yeah, I just want to share this.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, there are more raising hands. There to the right. I've seen you at the back, so I'll try to come back to you.
Hi, Valerie Dahl from the University of Münster in Germany. I actually do research on bystander perspectives, their feelings, their reactions. And what I'm struggling with a bit is how can I make bystander intervention trainings like a bit more sustainable, long-lasting, because it doesn't help anyone if they just nod at you and say thank you and goodbye, and then the next week it's all laughed out of the window.
Okay, I give the floor to Tony.
I'm not from an institution. I only can tell you what I've heard en route in our journey. And one of the things that stuck with me was somebody in Brussels who said, you should actually have something like, you know, like you have a fire regulations and everybody's got it on their wall. If you have something similar for sexual harassment, and maybe a training once or twice a year, something like that, then it's everybody knows it's there all the time. You don't read it every day, but you know it's there. You know what the rules are. You know what to do in case something happens, so that it becomes in a kind of a way like a part of the culture, part of the background noise.
But can I confront Tony with Freddie, because you are not in very favor of regulations, if I understood your
I like regulations.
You like regulations, but you don't think they are effective. Well, but maybe you can.
The regulations are not the problem. The way we not use them is the problem. But I think your specific problem with bystanders is, I think, from research perspective, is called the knowledge doing gap, right? So you get a lot of knowledge, but you don't act on the knowledge. So you have to shrink that kind of gap in your training. So I think what has been successful is to be integrating it continuously in the work we actually do in research groups. It's part of being a member of a research group, being part of staff, being part of the institution. In every meeting, try to reflect and respond on these issues continuously. So not the single kind of training, you know this, of course, but this is really difficult to find the time for doing it, right? And the motivation. So I hear you. Loud and clear. Yeah.
Then, at the back.
Oh, perfect. You're right there. Hey. My question, or which will mainly be a comment, actually is for all leaders in institutions and universities. So my main question would be, what are you actively doing to support survivors? So tying it with what the panelists said about proactive actions. It doesn't matter what the statistics are in your institution, it's a problem, it's there, we need to tackle it. So my question would be, if it's a top priority for you, are you putting financial resources where your mouth is? Are you helping with the visibility of help-seeking resources? So, okay, your institution maybe doesn't have the resources to support survivors, but what about other institutions in the city you're in? For example, in Amsterdam, we have the Sexual Assault Center, and we need to refer people there as soon as something happens to them. Finally, is your website clear enough with these informations? But also, do students know what they can expect if they report? Are there actually consequences to what happens? What are the expectations that are reasonable for them to have? Do you have awareness campaigns? Do you have support groups? Do you have trainings and workshops for students, staff, fraternities, executive leaders? We need to answer all of these questions, and we need to involve the community, not just leaders and the executive or working on policy, but also the students, because things also happen between students. So if we talk about cultural change, we need really a multi-level holistic approach that centers on survivors. And my name is Agathe. I'm from the Stichting Our Bodies, Our Voice, based in Amsterdam. We work on sexual violence prevention, and I'm so grateful for this panel, really. Thank you.
Well, I think this is not only a question, it's many questions, but also good advice to all universities, and I think a good start for more discussion. So I think, is there somebody who would like to come back to that question, or you can raise your hand? But
I raise my hand because I don't have a voice.
Behind you.
I want to have more voice. I do a PhD as an external PhD student at Groningen University, but although my question was not sexual harassment, but it came to me in all these interviews about police women. I could imagine that. And I am also an entrepreneur, and I now give a training for police women how to react at sexual harassment. And as long as the training is on the website of the police and the police bond pays for it, it's free for people to come. It is a signal working. Why do you not train the men to behave themselves? And all kinds of things I hear about it, but we just start with the women because I think the change of the system will come from women.
this sounds very hopeful, but is there another question or response to that? Because we are at the ending of our session, although we started a little bit later. Maybe to close off, I would like to, is there one? Did I miss one? No. Maybe I would like to close off with a final statement maybe of the speakers, of what your takeaway home message is maybe, or what you would like to give back to the audience instead. Is there somebody who would like to close off? Because we heard so many nice things, but I think that's...
Yeah, maybe a response to the comment about the women. I would not put the responsibility with those who are affected. So I would much more like to join the comment by Our Bodies, Our Voices. I'm sorry, I forgot your name. All the questions directed at the leaders of universities. There's a lot of work to do. What are you doing? When are you starting? That would be, I would definitely go on that road. Yeah.
Thank you. Really.
I think I have two things. One connected with the research financing organizations. There are a discussion in Europe among some of the organizations taking up the issue of should we actually award the PIs at all? Should we instead split the awards to the different persons in the research group so you get some kind of economic independence as a PhD student, for example? So this is maybe an interesting way to go. I think you've thought about it. But the other thing is that we all have to realize that sexual violence is part of women's lives and others' lives on a lifelong scale. So it's not an issue if and when, it happens all the time. And this has to be the responsibility of our employers in universities to actually understand and act on it proactively.
Yeah. Tony, from your perspective?
From my perspective, I think you have to reach the perpetrators. You have to get the men and the men who don't come to these meetings. I don't have the solution how you do that, but there's the violence and there's the refusal to address these issues, and they have to be here.
Yeah, I think that especially from funding organizations and institutions and universities, we should not act because we may not have a solution to everything that you've heard today. We should start on what you have under your control in your role, whatever role that is, as a leader in the university, as a leader as a funding institution, and begin there. And not be so focused on, I've heard so much, so I'm paralyzed, and I'm not going to do anything.
Well, I would like to thank all the speakers. Maybe you can give them an extra applause. Thank you so much for being here and giving your advices and sharing experiences.
I hope you all enjoyed lunch. A lot of people are not back yet, but the panel deserves the full time as well, and we're already 15 minutes late, so we're going to start. I would like to give the floor to Wim van Saarloos, Chair of the Royal Academy of Arts and Sciences.
Okay, thank you, Marisa. Thanks for being here, especially showing that not everyone is here yet. I think you deserve a special compliment. I'm indeed Wim van Saarloos. I'm the president of the Royal Netherlands Academy of Arts and Sciences. And I might add that I have the honor of being the first president, male president, to succeed a female president. Now, if you are the type of person to say my glass is half empty, you would say, well, the fact that that took 200 years for the Academy to elect a female president is pretty terrible. And you may say so. I'm more of the type of person to say that the glass is half full, and then I would add that I'll be succeeded by the second female president, and I have the honor of being just the first male president to just be in between two female presidents. And indeed, the situation is changing very rapidly at our academy. I'm not a gender expert, but nevertheless, the session yesterday when Simone Buitendijk started her lecture with a cri de coeur, a cry from the heart, saying, I've been in this for decades, resonated something with me. Because, and so therefore I would like to share a few personal observations. I've changed my whole introduction since that. Because I went to the United States in the 1980s as a physicist. I worked for 8 years at Bell Labs, AT&T Bell Labs, which is an important laboratory of a company. And so as a member of staff there, I was involved in affirmative action and equal opportunity sessions, which were organized to include what was then called the participation of women and minorities. You would now call it inclusion, which of course has a slightly different connotation. All was well until at some point it was discovered that the lab of one of the female members of staff had been broken open and some of the equipment had been damaged purposely. That was really a shameful event, and then the management started to step up the efforts. Was that just an incident? Well, actually, a bit later, in the 1990s, when I was back in the Netherlands, there was an important report, the so-called Birgeneau report from MIT, Bob Birgeneau was one of the famous physicists who was a dean at MIT, the stronghold of the natural sciences and technology, because it had been discovered that indeed women had been complaining there about their treatment. And he wrote a very explicit report, and the word that I remember from it is that he said, the women at MIT feel marginalized, really marginalized. It's a word that I haven't heard here yet, but what it amounted to is not just only a pay gap, but also what you might call a lab gap. Their labs were smaller, they were less well supported, they had less money, etc. That was really an important wake-up call for the people in the natural sciences like me. And in the Netherlands, I was also then involved in an initiative to improve the situation of women in physics. It actually had to do with the fact that I have 3 daughters, and around 1997, my oldest daughter was 15, and I wondered myself if she would come to me and ask me, Dad, should I go into physics? I could not convince myself to say, yes, of course. And then I said to myself, well, if that's my answer, then maybe I should at least improve the situation. And so I got involved in initiatives like special grants for women, special positions. We started a mentoring type program, and all these things started to help. And then about 10 years ago, I actually got involved in the Physics Foundation FOM, which has a number of research institutes. So I was director there, and I could step up the efforts. And one of the things that we did was actually somewhat related to what was discussed this morning by Tony. We at some point hired actors to act out, or to tell about, to play the role of women in the field, but also of supervisors. We did this for a meeting of about 150 of the main project leaders in the Netherlands in physics. And we confronted them with their biased way of responding to, for instance, to questions like, where should I go with my career? Or a woman coming up with asking for maternity leave. How we confronted them with their typical way of reacting. Actually based on actual input that we had got from women, but we did this all anonymously. And that actually helped a lot too. This is the culture aspect that was also discussed this morning. It did help a lot. I started to actually get emails from colleagues that said, hey, I saw this happen. The men started to change about this. They become more aware of it, and they started to say to their colleagues that they were saying, well, are you aware of what you're doing there? These type of things do change, and although this is maybe not all that deep, our American colleagues called the approach we had the spray gun approach, the schieten met hagel, you would say in Dutch. But since apparently, as Naomi said, it's a 7-headed monster, actually shooting or a spray gun approach is actually maybe not so bad. I'll tell you one other thing, just very practical, that I did as a director. We had a number of research institutes, and I asked the directors, give me a list of your 3 most wanted women. And that may sound odd, but I forced them to actually come with a list of people, of female scientists who they would love to attract, with, of course, an explanation why. And it actually, internally in the institutes, it actually stimulated people to have discussions. Of course, a lot of physicists initially said, well, there are no women in my field, but of course they're there. And this has changed, and nowadays the hiring of women in these institutes is a lot better than it used to be. I could go on with these type of things, but I'll leave it at that, except to say that I'm a physicist in Leiden, and this year, for the first time, about 1/3 of the physics students are female students, whereas we came from a situation just 3 years ago that only about 15% of the students were female. We also had initiatives to drive up the enrollment of physics students. Okay, I'll leave it at that. This is all very practical, but now we go much more for the background on international mobility as a driver of plurality. And we have a wonderful lineup of speakers. We'll first have Matthias Wollum-Nielsen, the assistant professor at the Department of Sociology, the University of Copenhagen. Then Magdalena Novicia, who is a professor and head of the Department Integration at the German Center for Integration and Migration Research. Then Cornelia Lawson, who's just moved to Manchester at the Alliance Manchester Business School, the University of Manchester, where she's a professor. And then Professor Kyoko Shinozaki, who's a professor of sociology at the Department of Sociology at the University of Salzburg. So first, let me invite Matthias to speak about gender diversity leads to better science. And let me add, we've agreed to move on right away and then have as much discussion as possible, because we all felt that the discussion sessions were a very good addition to the programs. Matthias.
Thanks so much. And first of all, thanks to the committee for inviting me to this important event. I'm very delighted to be here. And in the last couple of years, I've spent my research time examining various aspects of gender diversity in science, and this is the work I'll be talking about today. However, I think some of the points that I'll be raising will also tie closely to questions of diversity, nationality, ethnicity, and in this sense can bridge with the focus of this session. And let me start by directing your attention to a recent review paper on gender diversity in science that Londa Schiebinger, Carter Block, and I published a few years ago. And in this paper, we distinguish 3 key approaches to gender diversity. Diversity in research teams, diversity in research methods, and diversity in research questions. And gender diversity is, of course, commonly understood as referring to the gender composition of teams. But we argue that realizing the full potential of this question also relates to questions of diversity in methods, to questions of diversity in questions as well, and how it relates to scientific knowledge production. And the best understood approach here concerns the competition or the composition of research teams. Diversity refers here to the different ideas, the different beliefs and perspectives that women, men, and gender diverse people bring to the team. And the impact of diversity on team performance has been analyzed extensively, of course, in laboratory experiments, in corporate and public organizations, but not so much in science, actually. However, a few studies from Spain and the US indicate that gender diversity under the right conditions can improve performance on some of these traditional measures of performance, such as citation impact and publication productivity. In addition, I want to point you to a more peculiar example of this. Or just a second, Apani Josh's work, I want to point to an interesting work she's been doing where she focuses on interdisciplinary science and engineering teams and shows how gender diversity can also facilitate effective use of expertise in teams. Her work shows that women more often than men accurately recognize and identify the expertise of their fellow team members. And this is specifically a question of, for instance, being able to focus on the educational qualifications of your fellow team members, whereas men, at least in her study, has a bit too much, on average, I would say, a tendency to take into account gender, to be influenced by ethnicity when they think about expertise. So the point here is that increasing diversity to some extent can help us become better in teams at utilizing expertise. Another recent study that has a somewhat more peculiar relationship between gender diversity and performance relates to clinical trials. A Dutch study looked at these these clinical trials and found that trials with female in leading all the positions were more likely to base their statistical inferences on adequate statistical power. So this is something about the quality of the actual research being done. And I think it's peculiar, I think it's interesting, and I only raise this point to that perhaps we need to broaden a little bit our thinking about what diversity does, how it influences research at the team level. We may miss the mark if we focus too much on questions of citation rates, questions of publication rates. We should think more carefully about other ways that diversity may contribute to shape knowledge production through teamwork. The second approach I want to touch upon here relates to diversifying research methods. And I'm aware there'll be 2 sessions at least later today on this important issue, so I'll keep this part of the discussion short, but let me just emphasize that integrating sex and gender analysis into research design can lead to new insights that enhance the visibility, the validity, and the relevance of scientific research. And I think this is demonstrated very well in the work of the Gendered Innovations Project, which has been founded by NSF and the European Commission. This project develops case studies and methods to support the integration of sex and gender analysis in science, engineering, and health research. So the third and final approach to gender diversity concerns diversity in research questions. And this emerging area of research focuses on how the entrance of underrepresented groups into a field contributes to shape this field. And here we can think about how women have entered different fields that were male-dominated and contributed to change the priorities, the focus areas of those fields. And historical examples suggest that women's headway into traditionally male-dominated areas has coincided with expanding agendas. For instance, during the 1980s and 90s, the proportion of women entering US medical or academic medical research accelerated. And in parallel, we saw an increasing attention to traditionally under-researched areas of women's medicine, such as heart diseases, breast cancer, urology, and autoimmune diseases. Or consider the rapid growth in women primatologists in the 70s and in the 80s, which has also coincided with new paradigms that have debunked traditional ways of understanding primate behavior, which have tended to be, to some extent, sex-based or based on sex-based stereotypes. So, recent advancement in computational text analysis, I think, show great promise in this regard. And let me give you one brief example from a recent study that I've done with a colleague in Sweden, Love Börjesson. And in this study, we were interested in examining associations between gender diversity and knowledge outcomes in management science. And for this purpose, we used computational text analysis to analyze 25,000 abstracts in the management field. And this figure displays one way of summarizing the results of this analysis. Here we used correspondence analysis to look at correlations or connections between the gender compositions of groups on the one hand and the different topics that we identified through the models. And I won't go too much into detail here. I just want to emphasize that our findings in this study yielded broadly consistent results, that there were clear variations, gender variations in terms of the topics addressed, the questions raised, spanning from more social, critical, human-centered areas where women were well represented towards the more technical, operational focused areas where men were more well represented. But there are, of course, also, as you can see in the middle of the figure, a clear overlap on many topics. And my point here is not to essentialize any gender styles of research, not at all. My point is that we need to start thinking carefully about how diversity at the systemic level matters for the kinds of questions that we're addressing, the kinds of knowledge we're contributing to society, and that in the large picture, I think the broadened repertoire of different perspectives, different viewpoints, different ideas that is related to diversity may make scientific research more responsive to a broader area of different needs and expectations, so to say. So, okay, now let's return to the full figure. As demonstrated, it has double-ended arrows between the three approaches to diversity, and this implies that we argue that they are mutually interdependent, so to say. They influence one another. And here I want to point to another study we did a few years ago, with colleagues from Stanford and Aarhus University, where we showed a robust correlation or connection between the likelihood of a medical study of integrating sex and gender analysis, so taking variations in terms of sex and gender in studies, medical studies into account, and the representation of women in the author group, especially in leading author positions. And since then, follow-up studies have shown that medical teams that involve female researchers are more likely to report information about sex of research subjects. They are more likely to include female participants in their trials, and they're more likely to develop medical innovations that specifically target women. And all of these examples serve to demonstrate that I think they're interconnected, that the representation of women in the demographic sense is also connected to the kind of questions we ask, to the kinds of methods we employ, and that these things should be thought about together. But so of course, which is an important point to remember here, diversity also comes with both challenges and opportunities. And careful stewardship, you could say, or management is required to maximize some of the potential benefits here. And based on an extensive review of the literature, Schiebinger, Block, and I have developed kind of a framework for understanding the best ways to support the positive outcomes of diversity. From the research team level, over the disciplinary level, over the research organization level to societies. And let me just here point to a few examples of how we can think about how to support diversity at each level. Social psychological research suggests that gender-diverse teams may encounter higher levels of conflict than homogeneous teams, that there are still kind of processes of stereotype threat, there are biases at play that we need to think about. The good news is that a growing body of research finds that there are good ways through management to kind of mitigate such effects in teamwork. Research suggests that team members' beliefs about the positive benefits of diversity matter a lot here. One experimental study carried out, I think here in the Netherlands, finds that gender-diverse teams that were primed to believe in the positive benefits of diversity were better at solving complex problems, task in an experiment, that other diverse teams that were primed to believe that homogeneous teams would be best. So there's kind of a, what would we call it, in a Mertonian way, we would say that in this case, this is a question of self-fulfilling prophecies to some extent. We've also seen it in recent empirical studies that find that the openness of gender-diverse teams to diversity, the members' openness, is critical for the performance of the teams. So this kind of effort by leaders, team leaders, of nurturing and supporting positive ideas about diversity is critical. Broader organizational factors are, of course, also very important in this regard. And there's this important study by Lisa Nishi in the US where she looks at 100 biomedical units at a biomedical company and tries to tease out how do we create positive climates for diversity. And she highlights two important issues here. The first is that managers should work actively to promote an environment where people feel free to express their cultural and gender identity at work, that this is extremely important. The other part here relates to how to kind of promote an approach to decision-making where diverse insights and perspectives are promoted and supported, and even when they challenge the status quo. So kind of reflecting on creating such an environment will be ways to support also the possible benefits of diversity. Here I also want to point to another recent study which concerns the question about the importance of universities that they should actively work to ensure shared responsibility for actions related to promoting diversity. This study, published last year, indicates that underrepresented faculties especially are more likely than the majority to engage in inclusion and diversity-related work. And this is deeply problematic for at least two reasons. First of all, it's paradoxical that underrepresented groups and early career researchers should take on extra responsibilities, since this will sometime end up ending with less time for research. So this is one problem here. Another issue concerns that if we want to address questions of bias and discrimination in scientific organizations, we need to involve the advantaged majority group. We need to involve the white men here. We need to not only think about this in relation to mentoring, to recruitment. This is a question of universities becoming better at institutionalizing the responsibility. How can we distribute the responsibility for some of the tasks across a broader span of different people in the organization? And I think that's an extremely important step towards creating more inclusive organizations. Finally, we can think about this at the global level. And here I want to point to a recent study, a meta-study that looked at 68 existing diversity studies to look at connections between performance of groups and whether diversity makes a difference or not. What they found was that in gender egalitarian societies such as Sweden and Finland and Canada, they were more likely to see positive effects of team diversity. So there's something here we need to think about, that contextual factors matter a lot in terms of how we think about these issues. So in conclusion, I just want to emphasize that it's extremely important when we think about gender diversity and related forms of diversity that we need kind of careful stewardship at different levels, both at the team level, in the day-to-day practices, at the organizational level, and we also needed to think about it more broadly in a societal perspective. So thanks so much for your attention.
Thanks very much, Matthias. May I now invite Professor Magdalena Novica to speak on migration as a trigger for acceptance of those perceived as others.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you start it? Yeah, thank you. This one too far. Okay, thank you very much. I hope I can bring a slightly different perspective. My field of research is migration, and I'm also a migrant myself, so I'm kind of double engaged, or my position is sometimes ambivalent, because I research others as migrants, but I'm also speaking from my own experience as migrants as well. What I think is most important for me to say first is that it's never only about gender, so it's also about, in particular, race, but very often it's also about the discipline. And this kind of data, this is just for Germany, so sorry if you don't understand. But the most important here is that there are, of course, gender subjects, and in particular, social sciences are more gendered. This graph is showing the over-average number of female students in particular disciplines, and the second one is the human sciences, the humanities, then the social sciences, and the last one is arts. So this is just to keep in mind that this, in particular, these disciplines, and then again within the disciplines there are also gender divisions as well, but they are feminized and this matters. Now, what matters here, in particular for migration studies, is the divide between the methods as well. And there is no statistics on this, but if you are a social scientist working on migration scholars, you will very well know that there are two different methodologies, qualitative and quantitative. If you go to a conference, which is perhaps about gender issues, and women who are there, and mostly are women, they work with qualitative methods. So there's even a deeper divide in this. And again, what matters is that it's not only about the gender. There's been a puzzling research, I can't remember now the author, it's some years ago that I came across the paper, but it showed, for example, that authors whose names sound a bit unfamiliar to us are less frequently quoted in the social science, irrespectively of the journal. So if you are perceived as someone foreign, or your name is quite different than the one that you use in every day around in your department, for example, then you are less likely to quote the person, even though you might find the results of the research very appealing and relevant for your own work. How comes? This is again just data for Germany. It seems Germany is doing better. There are more and more foreign students now, amounting to about 12%, but almost 40% in engineering, which is also a problem for Germany because it reproduces some kind of stereotypes on Germany being good in engineering, but not being good in our disciplines as well. But then there are also, like the statistics on students are for Germans really a good reason to show off a little bit how we are progressing on internationalization. So they would be saying, they would be expressing these numbers also in percentages to the other students. Now this is not the case when they talk about the foreign scientists. These are just the numbers, 46,000 people, scientists in general, doing research currently in Germany. So within 1 year, all people that are with foreign passports and coming to Germany. This number is never put in percent because there is no comparison in a sense. These are all different kind of contracts, and quite many of them are visiting scholars. 3,200 are professors, but these are not professors employed at the German universities with permanent positions, but they are also visiting scholars. So this does make a difference as well. Now, why is it important to make this distinction between the internationalization and people who are foreign in the country despite being born in the country? There's a question of the representation of the students, but also the faculty members who's been born and have a citizenship of the country, but they feel foreign or they are made foreign by the statistics. This is again just the statistics. It's better research, and students from Germany, just 20% of all the students have a migration background. Migration background means also their parents or the grandparents, at least one of them, was born abroad. Most of them do have a German citizenship, and most of them were born in Germany and attended the schooling system. So there's no kind of institutional barriers, at least not in the formal level, but still they are underrepresented. Again, you will very rarely find a statistic presented in the way to show really the difference between the demographic representation in the country and in the higher education. It is very diverse groups as well, so there are internal differentiations as well. What we don't have in Germany is the ethnic data, so we don't know how many of these people are in fact coming from very different racial backgrounds or religious backgrounds, or how they would understand themselves in this. But we know from our kind of research that there is, of course, a high selectivity in the system, and this was also said yesterday. There's a class selectivity, so at each of the educational level, you will lose people, and this is exactly, we will lose more people who have migration background. This is the column, I think, on your left, and then going down to the participation of people who have a higher education, who graduate from educational institutions, is even less. So you lose people throughout the whole system, and you lose people from different classes, but also, and more strongly, you lose people with migration backgrounds. And here again, it matters who are your parents more than what you are. Now, this is not just a German problem. There was a debate in the UK and a very nice documentary with the title, "Why Isn't My Professor Black?" This just took the simple numbers, 8,300 professors of science, engineering and technology in the UK, and only 35 of them are black. So I could just recommend you I think this is no longer on YouTube, but it was easy to find, and if you pay a small fee for your university, you can buy the film. And show it to the students who might very nicely link to this. This is again the debate in the US, this is the debate in the UK, this is not the debate in Germany, for example. I don't know how it is in Holland, but in many countries there is not a topic of the underrepresentation of people with different ethnic or racial backgrounds in the education. But, of course, there are students, and there are PhDs, and there are scholars, and it often happens that they are more junior, they are rather female, they work short term, or they are guests. They are in many ways visible, but they are also invisible in terms of their knowledge, and this is what really matters. And there has been a debate in migration scholarship for a longer time that those people are indeed very useful in many ways. In particular, when they are mobile scholars, when they come from other backgrounds, and they start doing social research, they might be very often pushed to do research within their own communities, because there's an assumption that they have a quite easy access. It might be also good for them to choose to study their own communities, not only because they can link with through the language or other kind of knowledge that they might share, but not necessarily do share with their communities. But first of all, it's simply cheaper to go back home to do the research. So if you're a student in Germany and you research the Korean diaspora and you are going back just for holiday to visit the family, you might also do the research in Korea, and this makes your research better. It is an easy profit for you as a student, but also for your professor who is supervising. So in this neoliberal scheme of the university, having this kind of researchers is very useful. The question is rather what kind of knowledge are they able to place within the Western university? Is their knowledge that they bring with, or may their traditions and their understandings really recognized as such, or are they there to be trained in this Western way and then distributed globally, perhaps, which might be the case. Now, there has been a quite intense debate in migration scholarship a bit later than in the anthropology on the positions of the so-called insiders and outsiders. In the very classical anthropology, it would be the Western male going to a now-known society. Now, you can say that now the positions are changing. There is now the non-white scholar researching in the society, which also considers this person to be a foreigner as well. So you are kind of an outsider to your society. This discussion is a bit older, as I said. It reaches the distinction made by the sociologist Merton in the 70s, who talked about the insider position when the researcher shares the knowledge of the studied group because of her cultural, linguistic, ethnic, national, or religious association with it. It could be also a professional doing the research in the group of the other professionals. It could be social researchers who are also social workers doing the insider research in the organizations from which they come, maybe, or have experience there. Important is that this is ascribed rather than acquired statuses and identities. And indeed, it is ascribed in many ways. So you are becoming an insider because maybe your faculty members think you are an insider to a particular group. But also, if you go in the field and you are in the community, you become multiple insider or an outsider as well. Because then again, it is not only about your ethnicity, it's not about your skin color, it's not about your language, but it is also about your gender. So you might be an insider rather to the female part of the community, but not to the male, and vice versa. So this is quite a complex issue. That's why it was revised. This dichotomy of insider-outsider was criticized quite often because it's an instrument of assigning ethnicity to the others. This is others who have race or gender or ethnicity. There are women networks, there are trainings for women in particular, but are there trainings really for men in particular? Are there ethnic networks and associations within universities? And why is non-ethnic when this is white people networking with each other or with others? Why is this ethnicity just a matter of being someone else? So why is gender mainstreaming, in fact, women mainstreaming, and why, at least in Germany, quite many of the people responsible for the policies towards gender, even it's called gender, it's in fact always women doing policies for women. The same is about ethnicity. It is, again, the migrant organizations organizing work for migrants. It is migrant scholars arranging networks for other migrant scholars. So this is a category of exclusion. This has been revised. The insider-outsider dichotomy was criticized, was changed the way of talking about the continuum to multiple positionalities, etc. But this has been revised, I think, almost entirely by the women ethnic researchers. I'm not aware of any kind of, maybe one or two articles written by a male scholar, but then again, someone with the migration heritage. So this is, again, when the critic comes from the margin. And as I said, this has been revised in the 80s, 90s. We speak about it for 40 years now. And there hasn't been really much movement in terms of the position of the female migrant scholars in the academia. But there's this larger trend, and I think I'm just talking about the potentials and maybe try to finish it in a more positive way, to think about how the knowledge production might be changed indeed by the mobile scholars and mobile knowledges. There is a trend to decolonizing the knowledge as a large group of researchers in South and Latin America, in South Africa in particular, less so in Asia, I don't know why. But there is also a trend in Eastern Europe to decolonize the knowledge. It has a lot to do with the mobility of researchers, of scholars who come from the countries, are educated in Western Europe and go back. Now, the problem is that they can kind of work against the trend of colonizing the knowledge of their countries by the Western scholarship through all the kind of grant schemes, etc. When you become a very valuable partner if you are not from the center but rather from the periphery. But this does reproduce very often exactly these inequalities of knowledge between the center and periphery. It is the center that is giving the conditions for research. Now, the chance for the migrant researchers is to really make the knowledge circulate in both directions. This is quite important, but for this also certain conditions need to be fulfilled. And I think it was said already a couple of times here that we rather need incoming scholars to the West than outgoing people. It shouldn't be a situation from 100 years ago when the others are bringing the knowledge. It should be rather permanent positions than visitors, because only this way we can just try to change the curricula, for example, introduce the different approaches and the different different styles of thinking in the core where all the resources are in fact located for the science. I just want to end here with one quotation, which is from the South African interviews done by a colleague very recently in the housing and squatters communities, which is quite good saying this. The solution to shack fires, there's a whole issue in South Africa about this, is not to educate the poor, but to educate the rich, so that they can learn to recognize the humanity of the poor. Now, doing this analogy, in fact, what we need is to decolonize the colonizers, in a sense. Why do we need the professors from other countries and our backgrounds, and also from our ethnic and racial backgrounds? We do need them because only then they have a chance to talk more, from a powerful position, being within the system, to address the injustice and inequalities within the system, also in global terms. That it does simply matter to whom you talk to. As you also said, we do need male colleagues in this room. We do need them also at the university, because it matters who tells you to change. If it's a black woman telling a white professor that he does wrong, it's very unlikely to listen. But if it is also unlikely that someone from engineering is going to listen to someone from arts. So you need to kind of find a commonality. Again, you need someone from the insider group, in fact, to try to do this change. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. That certainly is an issue also for a discussion later. Mm-hmm. May I invite Professor Cornelia Lawson to speak about academic engagement patterns of native and foreign-born academics.
Again, thank you very much for the organizers for having me, for inviting me to speak. So my topic kind of nicely connects to what I've just been said before, trying to combine a little bit more the notion of what kind of benefits do we gain from diversity with the kind of difficulties that migrant academics might face. Again, at the end, trying to link it a little bit better to gender as well. Now, the blood one, there we go. Academia is very international. Just by definition, we share science, we collaborate, the training is international. We've just seen some statistics on a number of foreign students in Germany, and I think this picture is repeated across the world. The students are very mobile now, so training is very international. We sit here in this room together, people from all over Europe, from across the world. I don't think anyone can argue that science is not international, and we need to, and it's one of the most international fields of work. And within this, migration has been very important, because high school migration in general has been increasing rapidly, at a much higher rate than low school migration, which might not be what was depicted in the media, but it is true. The highly skilled are the most mobile they've ever been. And everybody can benefit from this. a report from the OECD said in 2010 that, depending on which country we talk about, between 15 to 30% of doctorate holders have experienced some form of mobility. So it kind of seems to be almost a rite of passage for a lot of highly skilled people. And other statistics showing that also a third of top professors in the US have been educated abroad, which with education very often they mean bachelor or master degrees, not necessarily PhD. Now, this is really on the increase, not just migration, but also collaboration across borders. It has become a lot easier. Communication technology is there to work across long distances without having to necessarily move in person. And also, of course, the growth of journals, the growth of English as an academic language has really enabled this. And we've previously heard how diversity in relation to gender, but any kind of diversity, can help promote performance when fostered in the right way. But it really also promotes knowledge spillovers and network formation. And through those networks and through kind of being able to make the knowledge go where we want it to go, by having the right kind of agents that are insiders in those groups that we might not be insiders in, is all enabled through having that additional diversity. Now, the benefits to science, the kind of impact that migration can have on science, I think is pretty clear from the literature, but there are also benefits for other actors within this, which are the institutions. The institutions really benefit from the skills they can get from outside academics joining them, the reputation they might gain by having this really international workforce and these able academics, financial benefits they could gain by having more collaborative opportunities, and all of this will help an institution's ranking, which in the end a lot of European universities are about. It's also the regions that can benefit. So there is a lot of literature on the positive impact that universities have on regions in terms of growth of the regions, innovation that's coming out, and businesses kind of agglomerating around a university. And if a university is becoming better because the more diverse workforce enables better science, and that will help regions as well, and in effect countries to benefit from attracting those really highly skilled people, and enables their own skill development and R&D capacity. So this is kind of really the innovation and economics kind of perspective of why we want migration and why it is good also in science. Now, what we've considered is that very often the link from science to regions might not be so obvious. Are migrant academics really that bothered about the region where they're staying? Or are they those international academics who speak to a very international audience? And this has been a discussion in the UK a lot, and I think also in Europe, when impact and the kind of the University of Manchester, where I now work, has social responsibility in its mission. And when you read the mission statement, it is very much about region, about how we can help the region, have impact in the region, and give public engagement. And it's kind of the missing stone of, do migrants have a role to play there? So we did a survey in the UK a few years back on academic engagement, which was published this year. And the UK, of course, is a setting that might be special. It's particularly international. More than 30% of academic staff are from a non-UK nationality, has a lot of international co-authorship. And in our survey, it's really very representative in terms of nationalities, well, not nationalities, but in terms of foreign and native academics, in terms of female respondents, and also in terms of subject areas. It's a very representative survey. And we kind of, at the first goal was to look at the kind of impact that these academics have. We wanted to look at things beyond industrial impact, beyond just kind of commercialization, the kind of talk that's normally at the forefront in impact agenda in the UK. And as you can see, there's a lot of different ways in which academics contribute and have contact with non-academics. So this is also all about how do you meet non-academics, how do you distribute your research like we do today here. And as you can see, there are lots of research-based activities in the yellow box, commercial activities in green, in the middle, bottom. At the top, lots of people-based activities around trainings, collaborations, but also community-based activities. Now, how do non-UK born academics fit into this, or where are they positioning within this, given that they might be seen as outsiders, they might not necessarily be able to contribute to some of the debates, or that there is maybe outright hostility in some areas. So we kind of started research around the time of the Brexit vote came in, with maybe a lot of migrants feeling a lot of hostility from the cities in which they live. So we compared the kind of external engagement of foreign and native-born academics in terms of whether they work with domestic or international non-academic partners. And as you can see, the very left bar is the foreign-born in general. The other bars are variations of mobility. So if you just look at the very far left pink bar, then foreign-born academics have a lot higher, a lot more international engagement, external engagement than native-born, but less domestic compared to natives. So they really are kind of, as you would expect, exploiting those international networks while potentially lacking the local ones. We then made some differentiations there between how long an academic has been in the UK. So the orange, you can see that there's no difference in domestic engagement between the foreigner and the natives anymore. Those foreigners are integrated completely into that new country. These are people who have lived in the UK for at least 15 years, so they're really long-term migrants. But it is really where the issue might lie of not being able to connect to those non-academic audiences is for the short-term migrants, those who have only just arrived, or in fact maybe on just visiting kind of stays, or not really planning to stay, but also, and that's maybe a little bit more concerning, those which are of have a mother tongue that is not English, they have a non-English native speakers, where there might be certain language issues, but maybe more importantly cultural issues as well, because they come from very different academic systems, where maybe emphasis is put somewhere else, and while they have a lot of international non-academic engagement, they do not have that domestically as much. Now, when what does that kind of tell us about, and just to summarize, is that migrant academics can really strengthen a country's global reach by, kind of making those links internationally, but at the same time are building domestic ties between society and academia. And this is particularly the case for those that are long-term migrants. Importantly, what we probably saw, no matter how long you've lived in a new country, you don't lose those, you don't lose your international flair. I didn't really point it out, but returnees, so UK-born academics who have been abroad, are also more internationally active, because they probably build those types of networks or are generally more open. Okay, now I'm trying to get to my next slide. There we go. Now, not everything about this is positive. Now, this is the case of the UK, and you might wonder yourself, now, how does this relate to my own country? Does this work the same? And of course, there are big differences, because top migrants don't go everywhere. The top academics might not all come they're not going to distribute across regions and institutions equally, and there are certain hotspots which might benefit from this. So I've taken this map from the More2 survey that was run in 2012, and the darker green colors at the top show where migrants go to. So this is really Northern Europe and Switzerland, and where they come from. And this is more Southern Europe plus Germany, which seems to be very good at educating high-skilled people and not keeping them because of the precarious contracts. So there is really winners and losers in this migration game. And this concentration of talent will, of course, also lead to a concentration of resources, and it could increase divergence also within the EU in terms of all kinds of, not just academic performance, but also, as we can see, some terms of regional impact that these migrants could have. to link back to gender, how does this relate to women and women in science? Women have been shown in that same More True survey that they are less mobile than men. Several surveys have also shown that they engage less with industry. And if all of these become almost indicators of excellence, that could disadvantage women as well. It could kind of compound to certain gender disparities if we have an expectation of mobility and of impact. Going back to my own data in the UK, I do also see that fewer of the UK-born women have spent periods abroad. I also see that a larger share of the foreign-born women did their PhD in the UK, so they have not been mobile since their PhD. And I also find that these women have fewer interactions with non-external, non-academic actors. However, on the other side, they do engage more with the charitable sector. So there seems to be also some gap that goes the other way around, and it's something I'm just starting to look in with some gender scientists into in more detail. Now, some things that we discussed in this context was that should we maybe redefine what we mean when we talk about impact, which is like in the definition of my own university, extremely local and very much geared towards industry, to be about, are we having local versus global impact? Is the impact on industry or on society? Society being the area where, at least in initial findings, I see women being more active and having more impact. The next question relating to inclusive environments are perhaps those that are on the more marginal positions, such as maybe women or migrants in certain environments, avoiding those environments because they find them alienating, they might not want to engage with the region that they experience as hostile, or they might also lack the networks and might find it very difficult to build those up without the support available. So again, this all comes down to creating more inclusive environments and networks to support those things. And finally, an issue of role congruence in terms of where do we expect someone to be an expert? Who do we invite to speak at a certain congress when it is a local issue? Maybe I will not invite the person from China to speak on it because I believe that that person might not be best. So I'm having these kind of ideas in my mind about who's best suited to be an expert, and that might of course also play into this. And we should question those presumptions and think that person might not look like the most obvious expert in this field, but there might well be. And this is, I think, one of the issues we might work on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Cornelia. Several issues to come back to later. So let's move on right away to Professor Kyoko Shinozaki, who will speak about backup, gender, and citizenship in academic career progression.
So thank you, and thank you for everyone sticking around after lunch. And I see my role here as a scholar who's been working in the field of gender migration to comment or to make observations about higher education institutions and migration and career mobility, really from the perspective of gender migration studies and academic mobility in the internationalizing higher education institution is something I began to look at over the past few years. So what I want to do today here, I first want to look at one of the potential ways to visualize mobility through the lens of gender migration studies by taking citizenship as a way to operationalize mobility. And then I want to think about, nexus between different kinds of mobilities and visibility. And then I want to look at, what kind of empirical observations, what do the empirical observations speak to some of the sociological thoughts which have been discussed. And then I want to look at the importance of organizations in understanding career mobility. So that's my plan. And in the past years, I began to look at the scientists' career mobility through the lens of gender migration studies. Now, what you see here is the statistics, the Federal Statistical Office of Germany, and it's a number of non-professorial academics and how the absolute number, female or male academics, have increased over the years. So you can see that both women and men, the absolute number has increased. An interesting thing to realize here is that though women's absolute number of women have increased over the years between 2005 and 2017, where they are at right now is where men were back in 2005. So that is quite interesting figure to look at. This is for non-professorial staff. So what if we add another variable, which is the non-German academic staff? You can see that the absolute number, both of women and men, were relatively low compared to their German counterparts. But the gender gap among the non-German academics is relatively low, much lower than the German academics. So that's quite interesting to look at, right? And what if we add another category, making the third group, which is the professorial staff among the German academics? As you can see, among the female German professors, their number is about the same as the non-German, non-professorial staff. It's about the same figure. And if you look at the men, the German male professors, the number is much higher than the German female professors. And I mean, obviously the number of professorial positions has not increased over time, but you can see the continuous dominance of German citizens who occupy the position or who are appointed as professors. Now, the fourth group is the group you can see, quantitatively speaking, the lowest number. In absolute terms, you can see that the non-German professorial staff in the entire Germany. And this is again an interesting thing. I mean, although the absolute numbers are relatively small, here you can see as among the non-professorial staff, the gender gap is much smaller than the German professors, right? So you can see, I mean, we have this debate ongoing, intersectionality, as one of the one of the following session would address. We have in the intersectionality debate that migrant women or minority women are marginalized because of their gender and because of their racialized or ethnicized status. But specifically, when it comes to higher education institutions, as employers, this straightforward kind of intersectional discrimination seem not to be happening. It is something, it's there, but it's not as straightforward as we may expect. I think there are different reasons for it, and I hope I come back to that later. Now, I have talked about mobility in terms of citizenship. Of course, there's a slippage. Not, all migrant academics have a German citizenship or non-German citizenship. And there are different ways of operationalizing mobilities. And another way to operationalize mobility is what my colleagues in Hanover did. And they basically conducted a survey among the professors at German universities and provided nine candidates. They made up these 9 candidates and asked which of the 9 candidates the current professors think are suitable for tenured professorial position at the German university. So I think I want to show here a few things. And on the vertical side, you see some of the variables they have prepared. And on the horizontal axis, you see the string of the effects of suitability. So the positive news here is that compared to men, female candidates presented by these researchers were preferred than men. So this is a positive thing. And another thing is about the physical mobility, one of the multiple mobilities that we can think of. So I'm kind of speaking to what Cornelia said earlier about the physical mobility. It's interesting to see the PhD degree earned abroad is the most appreciated kind of physical mobility among the professors. So it is the most favorable kind of physical mobility among the, for the candidates that they expect. But not the postdoc or other degrees below the PhD. And another interesting thing here is that it's not just physical mobility, but more so the contacts that the scientists bring with them. It is much more positively valued than the physical mobility, international mobility itself. So who do you know? Who are these scientists working at? So which laboratories, etc. So these are the kind of things that, that are valued more positively. But of course, these contacts often come into effect because you have been mobile, right? But you have to kind of validate your stay abroad by showing that you have a contact, so you have the networks. So what are the other things? Visibility or the circulation or mobility of your work. So this is really, as you can see, international publications are the most positively valued categories among the respondents. So it's quite interesting to see that. I mean, it also gives us, it begs the question, are we maybe overrating transnational mobility per se? Or maybe we should look at what are the factors behind that drive international publication or contacts? We have to ask this kind of question. That would lead me to some conceptual debates in sociology. So I want to take a moment to revisit some of the conceptual issues. Pierre Bourdieu argued that there are different kinds of capital. Capital is not just about the accumulation of economic capital, but it could be a qualification and publication record, something that he termed cultural capital. But it could also be social networks, people you know or position, which he calls social capital. And it could also be something like a symbolic capital. So where do you have your publication published? Is it a second-rank journal or the really first-rank A journal and stuff like this? So, I mean, this kind of sociological conceptualization really helped to understand this empirical examples that I've showed earlier. And then another debate ongoing parallel to Bourdieu's theorization is the capacity to be mobile, right? So-called mobility capital. But we also know that, we are not mobile or mobility capital. We are not all mobile in different phases of our lives. If you have caring responsibilities for your small children or your aging parents, you always have to negotiate over these caring responsibilities. And we know that the female researchers, postdoc onwards, their mobility really increases. This is, I think, the case all over Europe, except for the Italian female scholars. Now, in migration studies, and maybe also in our everyday thinking, we tend to think, whatever you earned in your higher education or networks, you pack everything in your backpack and you travel, and after you travel, you unpack the capital you have earned somewhere. But it's not that. Some people say that. This is something that the Katrin Zippe called edubonus. Minority scholars, racially minority scholars in the US or US women, women from the US, they experience more positively when they are abroad. So she goes so far as to say, well, this more negative connotation that they have because of the gender or racialized category, as when they go abroad, there is an offsetting effect because they're considered to be foremost as scholars coming from the US. So it's an edubonus. But some scholars also say it's not that simple. We have to look at the process of unpacking different kinds of capital the migrants bring with them. It's not like we have to look at, the qualification or skills that they have, and then we just have to unpack, but we have to look at the processes of validating different kinds of skills and qualifications we bring with them. Now, this discussion now leads me to look at the role of organizations. This is one of the interviews I've conducted for the Equal Opportunity Officer at the German University. And she reflects, if we look at the academic landscape, then we can see that it's white all the way through. Okay, Germany is not a country of immigration like the US, but still shows that it's a selective process, and even then, those from other countries, they're usually from European countries. In the narrow sense, Western European countries with very similar and cultural and other backgrounds. I've conducted several interviews with equal opportunity officers, but she was, I think, one of the most eloquent ones, and really, speaks about whiteness in institutions, and basically role model is missing. And also the question about representation, but how, the second paragraph, but how could it be possible? Clearly, it cannot be otherwise. From where should the representation interest come from? From non-Western European non-white women academics. It's a difficult issue. So she also sees that if there's no interest group which speaks for these women, or if they don't speak, if they have no platform or no opportunity to say something, then it's a problem. And one of the first figures that I presented earlier, this gender and citizenship career progression, we have seen that it's not necessarily the case that non-German women are, it's the gender gap among the non-professorial staff is much narrower. It's much narrower than the German counterparts. So actually, it's German women who are forced or who are dropping out from the academic career. But these non-German women, who are these people? And that's what she speaks to. These are mainly European women, and that these are mainly white women, and that's what she really speaks to from her own experiences, and that's what Sarah Ahmed calls in her book Institutional Whiteness, or the Seed of Whiteness. So she also basically argues that because we have diversity officers, because we have diversity guidelines, and because we have gender diversity guidelines, we are now used to just to look at, ticking up the boxes, but we don't do actually the work. They tend to talk about it, but we tend to forget to address the core issue. And that's, I think, where I want to end. And obviously, we need to understand the patterns by using quantified data, that's for sure. And in different ways of operationalizing categories, we can also see some intersecting aspects. It's not just women in a general term that is important, but intersecting of different categories. And for the kind of statistics that are available in Germany, but also maybe other countries, it's sometimes not possible to break down or differentiate in a much more differentiated categories. It has a positive but negative effects. And then, but in addition to this quantification, we also need to understand the decision-making processes. So how are, we know, how much percentage of women have made it to the postdoctoral, professoriate, et cetera, but that's the status quo. We don't know how it happens. So it really calls for a qualitative approach as well to understand, the decision-making process in a committee, in appointment, and how diversity offices are being run. So it's been quite an interesting opportunity for me to hear some of the practical stories in this summit. And I think one of the challenges is to see how, to figure out how we could, make a sound mixed research methods, and how we can combine different categories that are available in different countries. And we not just because we're European Union, we don't necessarily utilize the same kind of categories to understand equality or discrimination and inequalities. And with this, I think I will leave there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kyoko. I would propose that we now that we open the floor for discussion and questions. Who may I invite to comment, question on these results? Well, if no one of you yet, then let me start. One of the things that I've been... yeah, great. There's a question there in the back.
Hi, my name is Stephanie. It's not a question, but it's a comment. And I really like that this is the last theme because it's touched on an important word, which is societal challenges. And as I usually repeat, that's the main purpose of research. And my comments will be, I think, in 3 points. It's the first of all, we need to go back to basics. This is the Gender Summit, but we never gave description of what gender is. Because if you look at the society, or even the description of gender, it's perception, it's the structure, the community creates that structure. But you've come in and brought in digitization, which has brought in a lot of inclusivity. So that means you have a lot of different perceptions or ideas of what gender is. So we always need to, it will always keep on evolving. So we always need to redefine what gender is. Because what you, and this is from personal experience, people have different ideas of what gender is. And 2 is also, when still speaking about back to basic, is redefine what is quality education. Because that even covers the topic we were talking about, indicators of scientific excellence, of the societal challenges of people having, we're still talking about gender in the 21st century. So quality education brings up culture. And the second one will be synergy. I'll go back, I'm a microbiologist, so we can still learn from nature. There is something known as synergy. And synergy is when 2 microorganisms work together and benefit more than when they would singly. That, we should borrow from that. And we're talking about international mobility. We need to work together and draw from each other's experiences, lessons, challenges, and that is what diversity and inclusion is all about. And the third one will be microscopic lens. We're talking about international mobility. We have to appreciate cultural differences. We have to appreciate economic differences. We'll have to bring about digital divide. So even when we're talking about international mobility, it's not a one-size-fits-all. Let me just take an example of our previous discussion. What you talk about sexual harassment in Europe will not be the same as the one spoken about in Africa. So we have to be cautious about that. Sorry, I speak a lot. The last one will be, I feel a little bit offended as a young person not to see that all topics don't intentionally involve young people. And if you look at, when you're talking about development challenges, we will be very stupid and not strategic not to involve young people. And even, let me take an example, look at climate change. Who are driving the agenda? Young people. So, and it's the largest population. And for me, I feel young people present 3 things: prosperity, innovation, reality. So if you want to make any change which starts from a societal aspect before you get to economic and political, you have to involve young people. So all topics we speak about, be cautious of involving young people. They're the agents of change. Otherwise, we'll just be talking about this 50 years again from now, trying to involve another generation to try and understand what you're trying to speak of right now.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sure that your last plea also resonates with a lot of people, that we should involve the young people. Is there any one of you who would like, because there were several topics that you addressed. Kyoko, would you maybe like to react to the first part on the definition of gender? I mean, you were also broadening in the last few slides the discussion a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, well.
Definition of gender. I mean, I presented in the statistics rather binary categories, and I mean, as I think Holly, that was Holly who addressed this problematics at the very beginning of this conference, and I see, you know, some limitations there too, but we also have to be pragmatic. There are some data available, then we have to make use of that. And I also conducted my own survey. But there, I mean, in self-defined categories, there were just 1% who said other or different. So, I mean, I do not mean to downplay these other categories, but I think it's also legitimate to talk about the major or main contours. And but I know there are other research ongoing in this field, LGBTQ studies also in higher education institutions. So I mean, we cannot do everything. So I really look forward to reading their work being done. I mean, one is, Salmon, the one in Berlin. I think these younger scholars are really pushing this kind of thing forward. So it's like a synergy, something that you also talked about. And it's, for me, in any case, how you define it's relational. It cannot be isolated, treated in isolation from different categories. How many categories that you make? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to reflect on this or contribute to this discussion? These were quite a few important issues, and I think they're in some sense too important to just do it in 2 more minutes. And I see Marissa is looking at me like whether I could preferably stop now. Because I think there are the sessions in about 10 minutes, I think.
Yes. Can I have the slide with the rooms for the parallel sessions?
Okay. Could we first thank our speakers for this symposium? Thanks a lot for... And we'll hand back to Marissa.
Thank you so much, Chair, panelists. A lot of people are leaving, but now comes a very, very interesting part of the summit. There were so many great abstracts submitted also from a lot of young researchers, and we would like to incorporate all of them in a program, so we made parallel sessions out of them. I hope you all had a look in your program which one you want to attend, and this is the division. Amstel 1 is the room next door where the posters were. Single 1 is downstairs. You have to go all the way through the restaurant, and then there were doors in the back. The Dam is the little room next to the registration tables. Prinsengracht is also downstairs, same direction as Single, and Amstel 2 and 3 is right here. Please, if you go to a session in Single or Prinsengracht, so the ones downstairs, there's refreshments for you downstairs, and then the people who stay up here can have their refreshments up here. Please, I'm counting on the chairs to be back here in time for the closing statements. You really don't want to miss those. They start at 5:15. Thank you so much and enjoy the parallels.